with that when they were fighting against FaZe, and Mao's play a very similar style from a macro perspective.
Knowing how good Dust 2 is for Spirit, seeing so many
Hammaga
instances of rounds like that, this wasn't a standalone, it wasn't like this was just the one good round, more and more like this. It brings back the question, Maui, that we're seeing a second coach being fit into the system here for Spirit. It was briefly mentioned by Boo there, but Sophic, what's he bringing to the table? Because bigger words like micro and macro being used, but what does that actually entail for them?
What you end up seeing is that when Sophic first came in the stead of Holly at IEM Rio and PGL Astana, their flash assists just went up tremendously. You're seeing so much more supportive utility that is aiding people like Donk. It is just such a luxury to have easy fights. He doesn't really get that many of those. He so frequently is just going toe-to-toe with the best other entry fraggers in the world and has to just rely purely on his mechanics or hopes he maybe catches a timing. But now with Sophic's input, the amount of kills he's getting while opponents are flash has just skyrocketed along with all of the rest of Spirit players. So there's so much more cognizant of how they can help out their fellow teammates with utility.
If you go back to the origins of Donk, he was doing exactly what you're saying, peeking out, beating players one-to-one, straight up duels. Now he's got so much utility support, he's got so much help from his team. There's a reason at Astana he was by far the player with the most kills on flashed opponents. That's the change that Sotfic brought into the roster.
Well, it feels like everything good comes in twos. Two coaches for Spirit, two great teams on stage, two great analysts standing beside me, but also two great casters, Scrawny and Launders.
So smooth.
Well, if that's the case, where's the second great host, Nat? Because you guys killed it in the pregame. Appreciate your thoughts. Well put coming into this one. Obviously, the head-to-head in the history of these two teams very much skewed Spirit. It starts on a difficult map for the side of Maus, and that is why our Polymarket prediction is skewed so far towards the Spirit victory today. But it's the season's first best of 5.
There's not much room to get creative in a best of 5 veto, but I'd say for Spirit, it's just perfect that they get Dust 2 first. Like if Maus are going to learn any lessons today, or the roughest map today is probably going to be their first one. Now it's time to have Dust 2.
Watch your whooping first.
You also get Spirit, who are a team that really ride off momentum. Definitely set them up for a strong series.
Dust, Mirage, Ancient, Nuke va Cash kartalari qoldirildi. Anubis ko'rmaymiz.
At the moment. Interestingly enough, it's more about Donk's individual form.
Inferno ko'rmaymiz grand finalda va PR birinchi kill Shironi yo'q qilib bermoqda. BUGUN chiqishda davom etadi. Spingsdan esa Tirga headshot. Zerchin Zontik qilgan killga javob qaytarib oldi. Donk Spings yo'q qilib bermoqda. Va Magic'ga yaxshigina qayerga kelib tushganini ko'ryapmiz. Va kirib kelganini qarang bu Zerchinni. Va Magic qutqarib oldi Donkni. Magic Donkni flashda qoldirib ketdi. 2 ga 1 vaziyat.
And as that smoke on door will fade,
58% jon va pachka Donkning qo'lida.
This is actually a very situation for the CTs because there is a world where Donk leaves the site.
Uqtiramiz hozircha Mirjalol Toshimov va assalomu alaykum Zarashonga va alaykum assalom Zarashon tinchmaki. 1 daqiqa atrofida vaqt Donk fake qildi va eshigidan kirib kelgan Zelixlar headshot.
I like that. Close the ground in on him.
Maus birinchi raundni g'alaba bilan boshlayapti. Zo'r o'yin keraklik Spirit desin. Azizbek, Danatchi rahmat va jamoamizga ham omad tilab qolamiz. Zo'r o'yin ko'raylik g'alamisi. Bu final.
Like in this situation, they don't get the win. They show their game plan right away, but they also do give Spinks and PR a kill apiece, which actually on average is better than any of their holds in the past. Then look at how they feel. They survived like what should be the biggest test of the entire series.
Ikkinchi raund boshlandi.
On this map.
Raskidlar tashlab berilmoqda. O'tkir zo'r.
One pistol win and we think Maus are off.
Endi unaqa flash tashlang qo'ying.
I'm sure the stress of the thought of just getting just overwhelmed out of the gate.
Full echoda o'ynaydi bu raundda Team Spirit. Risk qilishmadi, force qilishmadi, bomba ham o'ratilgani yo'q chunki
they didn't get that plant, so.
But Donk has a deagle. Crazy things happen.
Deagle'lar tirsiq headshotlar ko'ramiz bulardan.
Normal guy these days.
Is he?
So.
Just one of us now?
Longda push qilib kelgan ekan Zelixlar allaqachon. Zontix.
I thought maybe he was some kind of
like Zerchinga hujum qilib ko'rishadi hozir.
The Valve made test tube baby.
Bu timinglar bo'lishi mumkin-da, lekin mana bu Hayashga unaqa ko'p damage bera olgani yo'q. Torji Magic'ni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Torji nima qilib tashladi? Shironing yolg'iz o'stirib qolgan va u ham hozir tutilish arafasida.
And Torji knows, I probably shouldn't die here. He's got to smoke, the flash, the Kevlar that he'd all have to buy back, so...
O'ynay qolindi Shiro.
Next 25 seconds,
Izmalanadi.
squirm all he wants.
Torjidan
Torji gets it in the end.
chiroyli round.
2-0 secured.
Depo
Big
qoqtishadi.
question
Yutdimi
around
Depo?
Torji's stats, not just at this event, but
Bitta
in this
o'yindan ko'rib
head-to-head
keldik.
particularly. Vu made sure to
GR
note
YouTube
that up
baribir
against
qo'laydi.
Spirit
YouTubega
as an
qaytganingiz bilan
opponent,
rahmat.
his stats do drop
Junior
off
yoki GR dan atishing katta.
to a scary degree as well. So for somebody who has been a big part of your driving force of success this week, let's hope for Torji's sake that it's not in his head
YouTube zo'r
as he
o'zimga
goes
ham
up
yoqadi.
against
Uni
his makers.
chekkiga, lekin birinchi o'yin uni
First gun round for
yutqizdi.
Spirit, third round in. What's the move?
Ha, mayli. Deponi shu natijasi tugasa aytaman,
Do
men
have to
o'zim
take
xabar
that
qilaman.
first round loss on the chin. Think about the
1-1
rest of the
ekan
map.
hozircha ularda hisob.
Give a bit of credence now to Mouse.
Zershan nima qildi bu yerda?
Passed their first
Utilityni
test.
PR tomonga uloqtirib berdimi shunda? Ha, Sphinx foydalanadi bundan. Voy, Donk ehtiyot bo'lish kerak. Tegmadimi? Hech kimga tegmadi bu.
Banks asked PR if he had improved after yesterday on Dust 2 and B site.
Zontix.
I did. It did feel like there is a little bit more there, but
Tushunarli hammasi. 1 daqiqa atrofida vaqt va shortga yaqin kelib olishgan. Shortdan kirish ko'ramiz katta ehtimolli bilan.
any
Bda
amount of
lurkeri
CS
yo'q.
with this team so far.
Yoki jamoaviy mid to B ham o'ynab yuborishlari mumkin. Jahllar chiqadigan bo'lsa. Marjalol zo'r aka. Gap yo'q. Zo'r bo'lsa, har doim zo'r bo'lsa. Donk Zershan tomonidan tutib olindi. Zershan ikkinchiga o'tolmadi Torji, lekin Zershanda double kill bor. Sphinx esa midda o'ynab yurgan Magic tutib olmoqda.
5 versus 2 looking very
PR.
comfortable from Mouse. Smoke grenade to cut off the CT rotate, so it's just going to be this PR Sphinx duo inside B. And
Zontix yarni ot tashlagan bo'lsa Sphinxdan rasman eng so'ngiroq Shiro Xelax tomonidan ot tashlandi. 3-0.
All's good for Mouse.
3-0. Mouse yaxshi start oldi.
Absolutely take that versus the first gun test from Spirit.
Full buyda hech
This is
narsa
what
qila
we're
olmayapti
all
Team
sort of worried
Spirit.
about seeing
Mana endi
today if Spirit end up
yoki
playing like
Echo
they did
yoki
yesterday.
Force bilan o'ynashga to'g'ri keladi.
Even the fact that Mouse suddenly have odds, I mean, the thought that they could actually win this series is an exciting prospect, especially considering they've just picked up PR, but
Depo finalga
it would be
chiqadi.
a
Mana bu
combination
o'yinimiz
of
bilan
them
bir
being
paytda
able to
o'zi
take
to'g'ri
down
kelib qoladi.
Spirit was
Shahlo
impressive,
men
but them taking down a Spirit who are not in the same form
Botir
as they were
shahlo
even just like a
Depon
month
chunki.
ago, like clearly a lot more off.
4 times. Yesterday's semifinal was only the 4th time Spirit won a series with Donk posting a sub 1.0 rating.
Man,
Whoa.
it sounds crazy.
Oh,
because
Sphinx,
it's
Magic
not
Simmons
4,
qilib
it sounds like a
bermoqda.
lot. Like I'm surprised that ever
Sure.
happened before.
Yeah. Well, we've been waiting to see if Donk was going to have 2 human days back to back.
PR.
A 1-3 start so far on Dust 2. But I can remember many games
Zontix
where I kind
28
of
ta bilan
highlight
ortga
Donk's
qaytadi. Bu yerda
slow
endi
start.
Shiro nimadir
Say,
qilib
"Ooh, not
ko'rmoqchi.
this day."
Yo'q,
Only
Shirodan
by the end of
umuman
that
o'xshamadi.
round for him to have
Zontixning ham.
numbers.
Donkning
So
ham
we'll
o'qlari
still hold
tegmayapti.
our
Eng
breaths.
so'nggiroq Zontix 25 HP.
Give him an extra chance coming into the next gun round and hope that maybe Spirit have
Sphinxdan
something a
headshot,
little more in
4-0
spirit.
va full buyga
Again,
qarshi
kind of
full
slow
buy.
up that catwalk awkward exchange of
awkward.
util on their behalf, right? Just like kind of Tanir sitting out in the open, blind. It just really stalled out, and in that stalling, Spirit have really not chipped away at the money here for Mouse.
Yeah, it was a combination. The idea, I think, also makes sense and feeds into what we've seen so far. Spirit go for what
Kecha
is
BC'ni
a
sharhlamaga
fake
sabab
exact out to
uni
mid B.
sharhlashda
It looks like
birinchidan
they're
ruxsat
setting
yo'q
up
edi,
a mid B,
ikkinchidan
getting pushed out of the doors, Magic's double
charchagandim,
flashes.
xohish yo'q edi.
Then they get up onto Cat and
Mehriddin,
try to make it an
Flashbang.
8
Mehriddin,
play. It's a bit
Donatjon,
of a
rahmat.
fake because they know that Mouse
Sizni
are
ham
likely to
ishlaringizga oman.
overreact
Gap yo'q,
towards
mana shunaqa
B.
poddershkalar
But they've
uchun hamma
already lost
alohida
towards
rahmat.
B in the pistol.
Like bosmaganlar
And
bo'lsa 1000 ta kishi
also
ekan
just
oramizda.
kind of
Kelinglar, mana shu
fumbled
time
his
outdan
attack
foydalanib
overall.
like-larni bosib
It's really
qo'yaylik.
not that
Tezroq,
good
tezroq.
looking. I think they even
Nimaga chiqsin,
team
topga
flashed
chiqsin.
themselves
O'yinni
when they're
kashf
coming
siz
up Cat.
telefoningizdan bo'lish
There's
kerak,
2 players
chunki
that
menda
come
eng
across that stand no
fullida
chance of
turibdi
fighting.
kashfda.
And so even if you have a good idea,
Va bizda 5-raund boshlandi.
adds up. You still have to execute properly. And they couldn't do that.
Rasviylar tashlab berilmoqda. Zontix.
Arsenal of weapons, they'll find easy long
Magix.
control. Nobody home as they just
Yana bir full buy.
And even in Donk's absence
Oxirgi puligacha
yesterday,
buy
it
qilib
was
chiqishgan.
Shiro
Bularda
who
qarang,
has proven
8
to be,
million pul bor,
again,
faqatgina
when they
PR da
need
3450 ekan.
rock solid.
8650, 8,500 ming.
He also starts this map quietly 0 and
Juda
4,
ko'p.
but now has that op. Let's see if he can find a way to leave his mark on this one, while Tanir is very passively positioned outside of the tunnels.
Smoke tashlab berildi. Spinks esa kutib olishi mumkin lurker bo'lgan
But it's
Tinier
now at
ehtiyot
minute
bo'lib
15
o'ynaydi
that
menimcha.
Tanir starts to get a little more active.
Smoke tashlab berildi. Donk longdan ortga qaytishga majbur. Spinks longda yurishlarini davom ettirishadi. Magix himoyaga qaraydigan bo'lsak, Spinks middan push qilib bormoqda. Bu yerda ikkita short, bitta KTda igroklar bor. Gzalexu. PR yolg'iz B'ni himoya qiladi. Bomba ko'rmagancha va Shiro. Smoke ichida Gzalexu headshot berib yubordi. Open kill topilmoqda. Spinks orqadan yetib va bu yerda Magixni yo'q qilib berdi. Spinks ortga qaytadi yana menimcha katta ehtimollik bilan. PR hali joyidan siljigancha yo'q va PR bu yerda lurker Tinirni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Donk rampga yaqin kelib olgan. Molch tashlab berildi. Shortga mo'lik va Zershan Zontix yomoq berdi. Donk tomonidan darhol rasmiy qilib berildi bu kill. Shiro va Donk duosi 2ga 4 clutch olib bera olishadimi? Shiro Torzini yo'q qilgandan so'ng Longga yordamga boradi. Ungacha Donk 41 HP bo'lib qolmoqda. Shiro kuchniyati yo'q va Shiro ko'rdi birinchi igrokni bu yerda Shirodan xato Torji midshotlarni kechirmayapti. Donk flashda Donkdan birinchi kill. Long hamda shortdan kelishlarini biladi Donk va Donk ajoyib headshot PRga endi Torji AWPda tirik qolgan. Donk yutdi bu raundni. Donk olib berdi bu raundni va Donk 3 ga 1 clutch yutib ketmoqda. Gap bo'lish mumkin emas. Birinchi clutch bizdagi. Get Donk qilib tashladi ya 3 ta igrokni ham. Shirosiz o'zi amalladi. Mirjalol Timur bundan keyin qanaqa turnirlar bor? Uni Instagramga video qilamiz Mirjalollarga. Zo'r turnirlar bor. Lekin bir 9 10 kun pauza olamiz. Birinchi raundni ta'minlab berdi. Spirit jamoasi balki uyg'ongandir endi. Umumiy 4 ta kill, to'g'ri, 3 ga 1 clutch.
Tanir and Shiro are looking at their scores now like, well, okay, can I do that? If given the right moment, we'll see what they can bring to the table.
Already loving this new variations over on B.
Hozir 6-raund bizda davom etmoqda.
PR in behind cars. Alex is dead first, and Torji doesn't get that op trade back out in middle. Zontix trying to peel back now. Torji
Bu yerda Torji hamda PRdan birinchi killlar bor.
Now man advantage Mouse.
Zershan.
Let them go. Zershan even considering? No, he'll let it go. Understandably.
They have numbers.
Scary to throw away that number. He sits in the smoke, decides to get back onto the long corner, and he's not going to find anybody in that direction. It is all up catwalk here for Spirit.
Spinks.
I was looking to split the difference here. We're just watching them think about what Spirit might try to do.
4 ga 1 clutch oldi deydi. Aka ozgina vaqtni orqaga qaytarib ko'ring-da.
We want to be careful about these shoulder peaks.
Yep, that nade. Excellent. Shiro down to half HP.
Zershan bu yerda smoke'ni miss qildi menimcha. Smoke'dan to'g'ri foydalana olmayapti. Longda hech kim yo'q. Torji yordam berishga harakat qilib ko'rsa kerak. Torji saytga o'tib olishgan, lekin bu yerda Zershan Magic'ni minus qilib bera oldi. Shiro hamda Tinir tirik qolishgan 4 kishiga qarshi.
Into a spot similar to Donk's last
Shiro.
round. Tinir
Donk o'rnini bosib biladimi? Hozircha birinchi kill bor, lekin Torji tezkorlik bilan rasmiy qilib bera oldi bu killni. 8 KDda Torji.
There's also no further utility
Shiro.
after that fire lands in
Smoke yo'q eng qizi ularda. Shunchaki Shironi o'ldirib round yutishlari mumkin. Va Torji 9-kill, triple kill bu roundda. 5-1 KS qonuni o'z kuchida. Donk clutch uchun deydi. Rahmat Mirjalolga danatishim. Donkga aytib qo'yaman, ko'proq clutch qilib turadi.
These mid-round situations into the exacts again. You got some ideas that they're getting to the right place at the right time. When the exec comes through, it just does not look that interesting. I won't lie. They just are kind of meandering into angles, taking their individual duels, but they're not really safely securing a bomb plant with numbers, always losing a guy to get their space and not often getting the trade either.
Time out bu degani like'larni bosib qo'yishimizda ayni payti 500 ta like 2000 ta odam ko'ryapmiz akalar. Ozgina vaqt ketadi. Like'larni tirsib bosib qo'yamiz. Bugun xudo xolasa ko'p karta ko'ramiz degan umiddaman. Esingizda streamdan keyin bir 5 ga 5 tashlayveramiz. KS2.uz serverida kirib. Kam karta ko'radigan bo'lsak ham. Har bitta maplarning orasida qaranglar, bunaqa bo'ladi. O'zi grand finallarda bilmaganlar uchun aytib o'taman. 5 ta map bo'ladi-ku, eng ko'pi. Birinchi map tugagandan keyin 15 minut pauza. Ikkinchi map tugagandan keyin 15 minut pauza. Uchinchi map ham tugagandan keyin 15 minut pauza bo'ladi. 3 dan 4 ga va 4 dan 5-chi maplarga o'tishda 30 minutlik pauzalar beriladi.
One of those is lose confidence and not make any adaptations and just kind of, become embittered at your site and not really work together, or like we're seeing in this game is
Boost bilan o'tib ketishdimi Torjini?
Try some new stuff, We haven't seen Spinks and PR really playing off each other at this event. And now they're layered up. They've done some different pushes.
Donkda bitta o'zi 5 ta kill qilgan. Butun jamoa 6 ta kill qilgan.
With the little time that Mouse have had, it's understandable that maybe there's that awkwardness out of the gate, and it's just nice to see that Mouse can clearly address it day to day, try to change it up, and they will be hoping for their sake. This new formula can stave off what's supposed to be spirit, quote unquote, best Dust 2 team in the world.
Donk, uzr, Mehriddin. Donk echki deb Mirjalol yozib o'rgan ekanlar. Ikkita MM turgani uchun donat xato o'qib qo'raman. Sizga ham Mehriddin Mirjalol. Ikkita bir xil ism to'g'ri kelgani uchun adashib ketib qoldim.
That early damage on Torji could make things awkward for this A defense.
Then again, just land the Torji bu yerda Tinir tomonidan tutib olindi. Loyiha edi.
Ends up being perfect.
Shiro. Wow, Spinks yomon pik qilib tashlamoqda. Magic Slink'ga esa Gzel javob qaytardi. Gzel esa longdagi Tinirga ulgurmayapti rotatsiya amalga oshirishga. 4-3 vaziyat mana bu qayashga Donkga damage yetkazib qo'ydi. 69% jon bilan tirik qolgan PR va Spinks. Retake qilishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. Zontix hozir PR ni yo'q qilib bergandan so'ng bu retake fikrdan qaytadi. Yo'q, Spinks Tinirni minus qilib berdi. Shu mouse bilan Mirage kartasi kimmaysida. Wow, bitta Red Bullga donat keldimi? Donkdan headshot Spinksga. Abdumali aka bitta Red Bullga. Gap yo'q aka. Mana shu mapdan keyin chiqib bitta Red Bull olib kelinadigan joyiga. Rahmat donat. Abdurahmon go. Hozircha Spirit 5-2 ko'rinishga olib keldi hisobni. Qanaqa zo'r o'yin bo'lganda. Mirage kartasi Zontixdan clutch, Spinksdan hayishqalar killlar. Mana shunaqa final ko'rib bersak zo'r bo'lardi. Maps degan ana qo'shib qo'yaman. Birinchi map. Dust 2.
But it feels like when they fix one thing, another thing breaks. That's sort of
Texnik pauza.
What it's been for Spirit.
Lifetime boshlandi. Как раз texnik pauza bo'lishgandan foydalanamiz va map piklarni yozamiz. Dust, Mirage. 3-chi map. Ancient. Hozir o'qiymiz hammasini. 4-chi map.
4 rounds back and forth that chews through Mouse's money.
Decider.
Still able to come through with the big reinvest. Tinir already up long.
Long agressiya va bu yerda Zelax birinchi kill amalga oshirdi. Zelax double kill, Zelax triple kill. Qanaqa agressiya bo'ldi bundan. Flashlarni ham vaqtda o'tib berishdi. Smoke'dan chiqish qiynalib qolishdi ular. 7 HP bilan tirik qolgan o'zi.
That he wanted this idea to stick. Guns ablazing towards long and they catch that Tinir exit.
It's actually
Donk ace qilsa elingdan bor. Men sizga kutganim gapiringizni.
With that A1S picking up 3 kills in that spot.
Qolmadimi? Yo'q. Ayni vaqtda keldingiz. Anonium Spirit g'alabasi. Rahmatdan. Spirit g'alabasi emas. Loyihaga poddershga qilyapsiz. PR Magic hamda Shiro 2 ga 5 round. Realizatsiya qilib bera olishadimi? Yo'q, PR ko'rdi. Endi realizatsiya qilish qiyin. Shiro ham mis o'tyapti, e'tibor qilgan. Juda ko'p mis o'tib Ko'p mis o'tyapti Shiro hozircha.
PR was asked by Banks before this game, you know, what's it like playing right next to Zelex? And he said, I like it. It's young energy. Two new
Really stunned him with
pieces.
that one.
Bo'ldi endi hamma maps deb yozavermasin, ishlayapti Englandisa.
Steps up to the plate. Great
Donk
accuracy.
ace qilsa bo'yib
And just
ketadi.
great use of the blue box's cover. It's a tight angle.
9-raund boshlandi. Ekonomikada muammolar, 6-2 hisob.
And it feels like we're getting all of
Mana
them.
yuqorida har doim map
Across the
bumpingni ham
board,
ko'rsatib turadi.
their
Bitta
moments.
qarab olsanglar, qaysi jamoa qaysi kartani tanlaganini ko'rishingiz mumkin.
Which does feel
Bo'ldi,
like it
Akmal
could
bemalol.
be a winning formula, more so than hoping that
the earth.
Torji is going to keep up
Zarshan.
these astronomical stats.
He's already got more multi-kills than he did yesterday. Only 9 rounds deep.
PR
I like the secondary op swap out. Let's see what he can do with the sniper. Versus pistols.
PR
Won't miss the first
AWP'da
shot, and he's just hoping that they get drawn into Spinks playing from car.
double
Nice
kill,
second
zone
one
tix
as
ham
well
minus
for
qilib
PR.
bermoqda. Triple kill.
Sure versus just
Ace
pistols,
berishmoqchimi
but
PR ga?
one whiff shot makes this round all the easier.
Ya, ace berishmoqchi emas. Teskarisi. Qaytdi Magix ortga, Xelex tomonga qarab bormoqda. Shiro esa lowerdan o'ynaydi.
And Mao's remained
Magixni
on the
eshitdi,
ball, pushing
Zelex.
Zelex out through long.
Va easy
It could just
kill
be
emas,
sat back and
birozgina
waiting,
qiynalib o'tib berdi.
Not
Eng
wanting to
so'nggi
give
igrok
real
bizda
estate over,
Shiro.
feeling comfortable and confident. It's nice to see Mao's as mobile as they've been, right? Spinks into the lower
Zarshandaqa
pushes.
choq hisob 7-2 va fullbayga qarshi fullbay
Obviously
ko'ramiz.
made easy in this 5v2 to get aggressive, but you wanted multi-kills from PR. There's another one, albeit just the anti-eco.
Well, you know what they say, the mobile mouse gets the cheese.
Is that what they say?
Comeback qila oladimi Spirit? Nima deb o'ylaysizlar?
Clean shots.
Chota hozircha
It
Donk
feels like after what we've seen this week,
tiltda.
any round that B site holds strong is a good round for Mouse.
Yana B'ga
Looks like they
harakat
really
qilib
have put in a
ko'rishadi.
lot of work
2ga
over
9
here, man. We
yotdi
got
Shiro.
PR opping. Playing the
Xotini
barrels.
sog'inganmi deyman-da.
Few different looks with the tunnel pushes that have all worked.
Torji.
I mean, surely going into this series, they knew Dust 2 was going to get targeted.
Man, they got an op supporting an op here. This is wild.
Uh-oh. And
PR hech narsani ko'rmaydi. O'ldi PR. Va
Va
Torji Zontixni rasmiy qilib bera oldi. Bu yerda Triyadan Torjiga headshot B to'liq egalanib bo'lindi.
Crazy setup.
Yeah.
Hali midda Magix bor. Double doorsni igroga. Shortga o'tib ketib qolgan bu. KTga sakrab tushadi hozir. Qarab turinglar. KTga sakrab tushib Zelex otib ketadi.
And PR is the one that offered that smoke grenade for them to just get up close to.
Magix juda sekin o'ynayapti. Save ekan bu round. Zelexning vazifasi menimcha AWP'ni olib qaytishdimi deyman.
The double op setup's great, but then the follow-up, it's like,
Yeah, he smoked them out the tunnels.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's opping.
yeah.
Magix Zelexni yo'q qilib berdi. Hisob esa 7-3 ko'rinishga yetib keladi bomba portlagandan so'ng.
Yeah, he's only part-time.
It was never going to be
Bo'lmadi.
perfect.
Hozir aka, men round 2 to'laylik.
No, it wasn't going to be
O'qiymiz.
perfect.
O'zi
You
Spiritga
just
vazifalaman,
wonder what the
lekin bu
magic number
finalda
is to allow
Mouse'ga
Spirit back into this game. That's all at this
agar
point. It's already
Mouse
been sort of a
Spirit
failure of a
formasini olib
two-sided, I
beraman
feel
degan
like.
bo'lsam. Mouse
I
yutsa
guess
Spirit
after 5 rounds,
formasini
I
olib
don't feel too
beraman.
bad about it, but
Yaxshi.
the opportunities to let go, like the kind of CS they showed so far, it's not what they envisioned last night
Spirit
before they went to
formasi
sleep.
uchun
Thinking how
yutqizishga
we know we're
tayyormiz.
going to get Dust 2 first in the picks. We know what the weaknesses are. They couldn't
Kecha mana
exploit them right
Astralis
away.
comeback qilsa, Astralis formasini sotib olaman deb o'tirgandim. Lekin salgina omad yetishmadi-da bolalarga. Spirit kiyimiga. Yaxshi o'tiribman.
But that is a clear mistake out of Mouse. A chance
Time
now
out.
for Spirit
Magic
to
skinlar qo'yib
get some
olibman.
dignity
Kecha FB
back.
Skinsga yozgandi. Final oldi bir ikkita skin berib turasizlarmi? Sotib olaman dedi. Yaxshi narx ekansilar deb aytdi. Keyin buni oldimda
have evaded having to go back into pistols for the rest of this half.
endi yozishib turgan edi u bilan
They've got
Discordda
this next
Magic
gun
bilan
round
buni
and
oldim.
ample money.
FB Skins
to
Telegram
bind the
kanalining
last.
linkini faqat tezroq sotib ol. Skinlarimiz tez sotilib ketadi deb linkini tashlab qo'ydim.
A round like that's going to
Hozir
put the B site
tashlagan
back under
chatda.
question.
Eski skinlarini yaxshi sotib bergandik deb
Will
aytdim.
not see PR bring that second op back into the play.
11-raund boshlandi.
Early numbers towards tunnels here for Spirit.
Shiro.
And it's going to be Shiro on the hunt. Eats the flash and looks to go right back
Xo'sh,
at
xo'sh,
it.
xo'sh,
with
Shiro, Shiro,
short
Shiro.
ranges.
Va PR sal qolganda Shiro tomonidan tutib olinishi mumkin edi.
He's going to start dropping nades. Spinks gets tagged slightly
Magix.
through the mid-smoke.
Oh, yeah, they're using the smoke that 3D Max used versus them.
Torzi
They'll fall back out after the smoke comes up, and now they're kind of in a scary spot.
ko'rdi. Ikkita igrokni shortda ko'rdi va endi B tomonga tortirishadi. Nima o'ylab tortishar ekan? 1 daqiqadan ko'proq vaqt bor ularning hisobida.
That could have been brutal. But Spirit have gotten past that point where if there's any threat up catwalk, they've convinced Mouse to
Magix.
fall back into this 3A lane, which would set up the mid split quite nicely.
I think at the end, like, Spirit just don't want to have to risk it on a cat exec. Their cat execs so far have just been so poor.
I think they'd much rather just hit this B site once again, and with the lack of a Mouse member down in CT spawn.
Xurshid Vita bilan Falcons o'zi turnirlar qandaydir zerikarli. Yani turnir boshda chiqib ketdi-da o'zlari Vita bilan Falcons. Nima deymiz endi?
Now, this will be the ultimate test.
Yo, mana Mouse bilan Spirit final normal raqiblar final uchun. Arziydi ikkita raqib ham. Va bu yerda Spinks Zontixni win qilib bermoqda. Bu Spinksdan double kill, Donk PRni yo'q qildi. Donk yugurib o'tishni boshladi. Va Magix Torjidan mid shot birinchisida 2-2 vaziyat. Darhol razmi qilib berilgan killlar. Donk hamda Shiro, Torji va Xelexga qarshi raundni davom ettirishlariga to'g'ri keladi. Ikkita igrokda ham defuse kit bor. Shiroda flash va hayashga bor ekan qo'lida. Donk va Xelexda duelida kim yutadi deb o'ylaysizlar? Zo'r flash. Kecha ko'p foydalanishdi, aynan mana shu flashdan. Esingizda bo'lsa. Shiro Torjini yo'q qilib berdi. Xelex esa half va qochadi endi. Bo'ldi. Donkga qarshi aqli yetmadi Xelexda. 7-4. Hujumda 4 ta raund.
So sure, Spirit have
Yomon
their
emas.
flaws, but Mouse are imperfect as well, and this is a spot where, again, I think they've been pretty sharp about really reading their opponents. That's something that Mouse
Rahmatjon,
just
yaxshi
have
monitor
done
eting
very well,
kezlik uchun
despite
3 millionlik 25
them figuring it out with this lineup.
Brand
But I feel like
nomi
in the
iloji
back of
bo'lsa.
their mind, they knew Spirit
Qarang,
would take
3-4
any
millionga
opportunity they can to
3
make
millionlar
this
atrofida
another
boradi.
clean
Pro
hit,
Gaming
clean
oling.
split, but no lead
Siz
for
xohlagan
Birgalikda,
27 dyumligi ham
mid
bor,
at all, and,
25 dyumligi ham bor.
maybe if they had traded Magic's
2K
skill,
ham
they
bor,
could have
Full
gone
HD
for a
ham
retake,
bor.
but they
1
didn't want to let it get
millisekund
to that in the
otkligi.
first place.
Gersi
Really opened the door now.
270-300 Hz'ligidan
Everything
boradi
they were
asosan.
looking for
Pro
at the beginning
Gaming
of the
brendi.
game is starting to happen towards the end of the half.
Malika bozor A21-do'kon. Onlayn olmoqchi bo'lsangiz, mycom deb yozsangiz chiqadi. O'sha birinchi qo'lni olib kiradi Pro Gaming.
Last round did feature that attempt up catwalk to try to snipe.
Men o'zim shunaqa ishlataman-da, bu ikkinchi monitorim.
But Mouse didn't get the 5v4 that they were hunting for.
Magix Donk
And with success towards this B site.
Shunali hammasi. Magix oldinga yurishda davom etadi va bu yerda Molotov hamda shortga birozgina agressiya, lekin B'da Lurker tinir borligini ham yoddan chiqarmaymiz. Istalgan paytda jamoa tortilib ketish ham mumkin edi. Hozircha mid-tuba smok tashlab berilgan. Shortdagi raskidlarga yaqin kelib oldi Magix. Mid-tuba o'ynab yuborishadi. Donk bemalol o'tib ketdi bu smokdan. Keyin Torji esa Magixni yo'q qilib bergan. Donk. Nima qilyapti Donk? Birinchi kill. Va bu yerda Spinks faqat Donkni o'ldirib bergan bo'lsa, Tinir va Zontixdan razmerlar qilib ketildi bu kill uchun. Torji hamda Xersh uchishiga qarshi. Shiro. No reaction. Aytaymanki, xotin sog'ingan bir reaksiyasi tushib ketdi ancha. Xersh o'tib keldi bu yerda. Lekin Tinir ishonchli o'ynab bersa davom etadi. Double kill, triple ga harakat. Voy, Torji 3 ga 1 raund yutib ketishi mumkin. Shironi bilmaydi. Shiro pistoletda raundga nuqta qo'ydi. Kichkinagina comeback tomosha qildik hozircha Steam Spiritdan. Va 3 daqiqalik pauzadan so'ng bizning o'yin davom etadi. Ungacha yangi inventar qo'yib kelamiz KZ2 da. Keyin yana bitta sayt o'chim kerak. Rating bo'yicha kecha men adashgan ekanman. Любой bitta mana bu rejimda o'ynasangiz, top 3 ga kiradigan bo'lsangiz, mana bu reytingda masalan, qaranglar, o'limlar, kartalar bo'yicha ham to'g'rilasanglar bo'ladimi? 5 ga 5, duelistdan hammasiga umumiy 30 ta VIP qo'yilibdi bu safar. KS2.uz maza qilib serverlar, skinlarni almashtirish vaqti. Oqdan zerikdim ozgina. Hamjamiyat kimni nimasini olsak bo'ladi? Yashilda o'ynab ko'raymi? Mana bu yoqda qanaydi. Yashil. Sizlar nima nom bilan qo'ygansizlar bu yerda? Oho, hamma narsa ham yashil ekan. Normal. O'ynab ko'ramiz. Yana nimalar bor hamjamiyatda? Skin changer bepul bemalol kirib, xohlagan skinlarni qo'yib o'ynashingiz mumkin. Mana black bor ekan. Bu keyingisi black bo'ladi. Black'da o'ynab ko'raman keyin. Yig'ib, ovora bo'lib o'tirmaysiz, tayyor odamlarni kopiya qilib olasizlar bo'ldi. Ular tekinmanda kirib, mana shu serverda o'ynashingiz uchun tekinda qarang. Kirasiz, skinlarga o'tib, любой skin changerda mana hamjamiyat o'zidan tanlovsiz bo'ladi. Bitta qo'yib chiqishingiz shart emas. O'sha odamlarning o'zi 200 tadir odam skinlar qo'yib, tayyor qilib bo'lganda. Simple'ning kolleksiyasi, Kyosuki'ning kolleksiyalari bor. Markelov deb qo'yibdilar sana. Donk kolleksiyasi bor ekan mana. Shuni kopiya qilib olasiz. Mana bu yerdagi masalan duels yoki 5 ga 5 ga kirasizda, bundan qarab 9 kishi, 6 kishi, 7 kishi bo'lib turibdi. Kirasiz 8-inchisi bo'lib o'yinda oxiriga yetkazib qo'yasiz. 9 va 7 ekan hisob. Yoki zeriksangiz shuni olasiz. Duelga kirib duel otishasiz. 45 sekunddan keyin o'yinimiz davom etadi. Kompyuterni tayyorlab qo'yinglar, biz birinchi mapdan keyin o'ynaymiz. Birinchiga sizlarga salom, Abdumali akam, tinchmisiz? Sovlular joyidami?
One major is not enough. If Spirit do anything other than win the trophy, is it just a failure of a tournament?
Everything is a failure unless you win. Because have you been a pro player?
Not at this level, not at that.
But just imagine.
Yeah.
Imagine the feeling. You go to a tournament. You lose it at some group stage, playoff match, doesn't matter. Next days, you are heading to the airport.
Like bosmaganlar, like'larni bosib qo'yaylik, o'yin boshlangancha 1000 ta qilib qo'yaylik, hech bo'lmasa finalga yarashmaydi, hali 1000 ta bo'lmaganmiz. Donat o'tkazib yubormadim. Ha, rahmatjonlar, donatni o'qib berdim. Hammasi joyida.
Place is a failure, says Magix in that content piece, and so definitely fighting for this one and
Getdik. Birinchi karta.
What was a stable CT side to start, but Mouse, as we expected, to have issues on Dust 2, allowed a few of those rounds to creep onto Spirit's board.
Oh, Donk zershini minus qilib berdi va Donk yordam qani Tinirga sotdi ya sherigini.
Spirit trying to take the duels to Mouse.
4 ga 4 vaziyat. Mana shu Magixni, Zontixni qo'lda turgan 100 dan minimal biri sotuvda bor hozir. Endi chiroyli 100 ta prosta kimdir USBni qiziqib yurgan bo'lsa sotib olishga FB Skinsda bor. Kecha qo'yilgandi, sotilib ketmabdimi yo'qmi bir qarayqa.
Man, this is a dangerous spot actually where Shiro is fully committed in the back of pit.
Yo'q. Kill confirmed degan USB narxi $99 minimal biri.
But he is starting to get a bit more active. Mouse don't want to take it.
4 ga 4 vaziyat. Tez like bo'lsam, xuddi shunaqa. Mehrda.
Such an aggressive start, it probably feels weird to have all this vacant space, but sure enough, Spirit just want their sights now. And a smoke for CT Cross means you've got 3 bodies coming Magix's way.
Bu yerda Magix damage'lar birozgina yetkazdi xolos. Zontix o'lsa agar GG. Ha bo'ldi GG. B ga kirib kelib bo'lishdi. Donk hamda Shiro retake qilishga harakat qilib ko'rsatdi. Donk torjini yo'q qilib bergan Galaxy'ga 3% jon bilan tirik qolgan. Glockni oldi qo'liga Donk. Glock bilan birgalikda endi retake qilishga yordam beradi. Lekin Spinks orqadan yetib keldi. Spinks birinchi kill. Donkni 3 ga 1 clashda tashlab ketishmoqda. 90% jon va ace clutch. Vaqt yetmaydi. Ya, Xelex'dan headshot. Baribir Xelex yaxshi o'ynaydi-da. Pistoletkada butun turnir davomida ham kuzatdim, bundan oldingi turnirda ham ko'rgandim. Pistolet bo'yicha Xelex yaxshi igrok.
It was sort of fine for Mouse to pick either site in this spot. It's 4v2. There's no middle of the map control left over for Spirit.
14-chi raund boshlandi. 3 ta raund farqi. Mouse hozircha oldinda. Shiro Tezes on fire. Tezes pozitsiyasiga turib olgandi. Almashtirdi bu pozitsiyani va Donk Shironing o'zi Xelex'ni minus qilib bermoqda.
And that was Shiro after taking utility damage. Now they're worried that that smoke spam will continue on their fallback, so stranded down here.
Zershin Mak'tenda.
If Magic starts to push, this gets very scary for Mouse.
But will he?
Zershin endi yo'q menimcha. Yo'q. Shiron minus qilib berdi. Donk qo'shib chiqaring. Donk mana nafs balosi Donkni o'lishiga sabab bo'lmoqda. Galilni olib qo'ymoqchi bo'ldi. Makten bilan yurgani yaxshi emasmi? 3-3 vaziyat va B ga rotatsiya qilib yuborishadi. B da esa hech kim yo'q. Magic kelib Galilni olishi mumkin.
Two CTs coming into mid. There's a Galil to pick up obviously inside the door. They turn this into a push.
Zontix. Miroslavda ham MP9 bor endi. Tinier.
They smoke the doors? No, not even.
AFK bo'lib qolgan.
Ada. Before it goes and look at that. A bomb site free for the taking.
They don't have the best guns for this long range.
PR shundagina boshini ko'tarsa ikkita igrokni ko'radi, hech bo'lmasa informatsiya beradi. O'ldira olmasligi mumkin deganimizda PR double kill amalga oshirib berar ekan. Eng so'nggi igrok Tinier. Bekor kelibsizlar Tinier. Keyingi raund kelar birdan Torjini yo'q qilib berdi Tinier va endi safe'ga qarab ketsa ham bo'ladi, chunki Sphinx tomonidan tutib olinishi aniq edi. 9-5 hisob.
Oh, excuse me. PR finds his impact.
Force ham o'xshamadi va full echo ko'ramiz endi. Ya'ni Deagle'lar, 5-7'lar bilan yana chiqib kelsa kerak katta ehtimollik bilan.
Scary start obviously for Mouse. But luckily for them,
hujumni ham yaxshi o'xshatdi.
MP9 wasn't good enough and really didn't expect another player to be coming over that Xbox angle.
I really think that one came down to
15-chi raund boshlandi. Deagle 5-7'lar bilan va Shiroda
ideas, but with the players in tunnels, if they had a cap push, they have so much pressure on them.
Zershin.
They could have been able to punish both Torzi and Zershin before either of them get a kill. If Magic had made that.
Mirage kartasi yonadimi deyman-a? Shiro bu yerda hech narsa qila olmayapti. Zontix o'ldirganiga ham rasmiy Xelex'dan headshotlar ketma-ketligi bo'lishi mumkin, lekin hech kim bormadi. Tinier hamda Magic midda, chunki PR ko'rdi ularni. Info ham yetkazganini ko'rib turibmiz. PRdan Kalashni olib qo'ymoqchi bular. Qani PR Kalashni himoya qilib oladimi? PR birinchi kill bor, PR ikkinchi kill. Torji Mak'tenda yugurib quvlamoqda. Magic'ning yolg'iz o'stirik qolgan. Torjidan shapat qabul qilib oldi. 10-5.
That'll fund his op addiction. Double digits for Mouse as this T side.
Afaqalepdan Spiritchilar Spirit. Mouse'ning muxlislari bor. Moramizda Spiritning haterlari emas, Mouse'ning prям muxlislar.
But towards B it's like Bin Xelex.
Right.
He's not all PR's not always out in front, but I'm not sure if that's just a matter of how the spawns have played out or if he just likes entering in that direction.
Yana comeback deb yozyapti odamlar. Comeback. Maybe.
This is going to be PR's worst map of the pool. They've got great odds in this series.
10-5 hisob.
Prime Torji. He is on pace for his highest rated LAN on Mouse.
5 ta round farqi bilan Mouse oldinda.
Play-in stages.
Tinier.
Talk of the town as to whether he could keep it up versus an opponent that always seems to sit him on his ass. I think Vu said it averages like a 0.6.
Donk hamda Zontix har doimgidek B ni himoya qilishadi.
I don't mean to misquote.
Torjining AWP'sidan biroz ehtiyoj bo'lish kerak, lekin himoyada ham Shironing qo'lida AWP bor. 5 ga 12 ga ko'z tegmasin. Shiro otdan tursa bo'lar ekan AWP'da.
To what he's been putting forward. Smoke meets the Mac 10. Zershin happy to test.
Zershin
Yeah.
full blind bo'lib qoldik Zershinning o'zi. Magix esa bu fursatdan unumli foydalandi hamda birinchi open killni bera oldi. Alex shortdan yurishda davom etishadi bu yo'qlar. Shironi sinashmoqchi menimcha.
Spirit
Torzi
disassemble that cat play and just put a smoke in front of them instead.
Magix
Sticking around as this is starting to look like a commitment.
bu yerda Spinks Donkni minus qilib berdi. Magix razmen bor Magix tomonidan va smoke ichida ko'p damage'lar. Trier smoke ichida Zellexni minus qilib bermoqda. Bomba chiqib qolgan 20 soniya atrofida vaqt yutqizildi bu round va Torji bitta minus. Zontix nimaga bu tomonga o'tganini bilasizlarmi? Chunki riskni kamaytirdi. Vaqtga o'ynashni tanladi. Duel qilib ko'rganda balki Torji bu yerdan bitta kill topsa keyin round yutamiz deb ketib qolish ham mumkin-da.
Yeah, definitely. Good clean
Tushunarli
couple of kills
hammasi.
for Magix. That'll be his 5th and 6th.
16.
Distinct lack of fragging over on Spirit right now, where that's not really an issue for Mouse.
Muxlislari bor ekan. 4-5 ta bo'lsa ham arenaning o'zida Let's go Spirit deb turgan. O'zi muxlis ham kirgizmaydi menimcha bilasizmi. 40 yillikda odam kirgizadi-da. Men o'ylayman ularni hammasi jurnalistlar deb. 17-round boshlandi. Torji hammani o'tkazib yuborishdi.
That's 2B defenders to slot in. Quick tempo though. Zellix already down by mid doors. And we're not going to get a repeat of Spirit's forward cat play.
Zellix.
Not with the timing Mouse have. If they were quick about it, they could keep this one moving forward.
Zellix mid to B harakatlarini boshlab ko'rmoqchi smoke bilan. Magix kataga yetib kelgan. Yana ikkita B va ikkita long igroqlarimiz bor. Himoyadagilarda. Hujumchilarimiz esa hozir shortdan yurishda davom etishadi. Torji mid doorsni o'z qo'liga olgan.
Looking for a bit more of this. Some of the nades from safety.
Zershin
Feels like so many rounds come down to
Raskidlar bilan o'ynaydi. Magix yana o'sha pozitsiyadami Magix?
Similar scenes on this catwalk to the
Yo
last
Magix kataga tushib oldi. Mid to B o'yin bu. Kataga sakrab tushadi hozir shortdagi igroq ham. Shortdan ham kataga tushish kerak igroq va tushdi bu yerda Zershin qilgan kelgan Shiro. Voy line up bor ekan Tinirda. Tinir 1 soniyada hammasini o'zgartirib yubordi. Mouse midda line up bo'lib turib qolishdi. 3-2 vaziyatda Spinksning yolg'iz o'zi qolib ketmoqda. Spinks
It's desperate.
They'd have to mess this up. He's not getting this
8
ball
HP
back.
jon.
8 HP.
Bomba tushib qolgan 10 sekund vaqt va Kalashga safega ketdi.
$0 on Torzi. Very low money here for Mouse. They'll hang on to this.
Uni yetdi. Keyingi round bitta Kalashli round o'tkazishadi.
But he just knew.
Qolganlarda echo bo'ladi.
Saw their setup smokes. Wasn't the cat play this time. Whatever the
Zellix
was, he was
bilan
locked
PR
in,
raskidlar
dropped
bo'lishi
in the
mumkin
CT
bir ikkita.
spawn. Instantly got
Bir
that
yana
first kill. Even
800-900
before
dollar pulni
Zershon drops
ishlatib.
down into CT, and the whole point of that strat is to beat him there.
Qiladigan ish shu.
Hold on to that control while they
Uni
mid
7,
split.
uni 8 gacha yetib oladi shunda. Baribir kataga comeback qilish ancha qulayda, ekonomika yutqizsa ham round.
He did that
Yutsa
off
ham
the shooting.
pul beraveradi.
It wasn't even through the smoke.
Hujumdagilarga bermaydi yutqizsa.
Nothing but audio there for Spirit.
Oh,
for
that's-
sure.
To'g'ri beradi, kam beradi. I plus save qiladigan bo'lsa 0 pul bilan o'tadi.
Because they also got that B-side entry.
But Tanir was going to clip them all.
4-0. in
Tanir
series
4-0
against Mouse. He has never lost to
Yutayotgan
Mouse.
ekan hozir. Endi Mouse'ga qarshi o'ynaydigan o'yinlarda
Trying to keep
Tanir
that up.
sastavda bo'lganda 4-0 ekan hisob.
One rifle in the mix here from Spinks's
Shu
save.
bolaga ham bir ikkita kill beringlar Zontixga.
Extra set of Kevlar in case Zellix somehow finds his hands on that gun.
Shiro.
They will move as 5.
Shiroga chiqib kelishmoqchi menimcha. 1 daqiqa atrofida vaqt bor va Shiro Zerchini minus qilib berdi. Zontix qilgan killga voice Sphinx razmen berildi. Bu yerda Shirodan qanaqa headshot o'zlari ham eshitilmay ketdi-ya. Sphinx razmenda Donk ham o'zini nasibasini olib ketdi va qiziga chiqib oldi shu bahonada.
10 to 8.
Now the question becomes, can Mouse actually bring this home or not? They're going to have right around 4K on everyone to invest. Zalex has only got
Comeback bo'ladimi oxirgacha? Spirit muxlislari nima deb o'ylaysa?
that power's down towards
Mouse round olganda nice deb baqirayotgan.
spending all their money to get this buy-in.
Chiqarib o'rsa bo'lmaydi. Yo, u ishni qila olmaymiz lekin S. Bu ishni qila olmaymiz lekin.
Equalizing opportunity here for Spirit.
Shiro.
Shiro hanging on, but not long enough.
Donk.
That forward cap
Full buyga qarshi full buyli round endi. 3 ta kalash va 2 ta galil bor ekan. Donk midda Magix bilan mid tuba ehtiyotli bo'lib turishdi, lekin yana short. Pulim bor degani bilan mauzni shortda ko'rasiladi.
But that's all they get out of Spirit is one smoke in front of the play.
Qaytib olishdi o'ziga ortiga.
Nate follows suit, nobody home. Very clearly.
Mid tuba Donkga qarshi tushunarli hammasi.
Try to be the resistance. Nobody inside B site, and I see Sphinx getting closer to that tunnel smoke. As now the CT smoke comes up, it's gonna be Mouse to try to trade wide. Donk eats the
Flashga gap yo'q. Flashga shunchaki gap yo'q. Zontix bitta minus bor. Va Zontix yaxshi o'ynadi-yu, Sphinx orqada borligini o'qishmadi. 2 ga 2 vaziyat, bomba tushib qolgan. Bomba olindi qo'lga. Magix shoshqaloqlik qilmoqda. Magix. Tinier 2 ga 1 clashda. Bomba o'rnatiladi. Flash bor uning qo'lida va flashni to'g'ri joyga o'tib berdi. Sphinx o'ynamoqda, triple kill va bu Mouse'ning 11-raundi. KTdan salgina shoshib chiqishdi.
Man, Donk thought he was onto something. Went for that.
Darhol time out olindi. Bu like'larni bosib qo'yishimiz uchun akalar. Like'larni bosmasak comeback oxirigacha bo'lmas ekan. Biz overtimegacha bormoqchi ediklar.
Just want to hope that wasn't a flash from CT.
Full blind bo'lgan. Oppo bo'lgan ekran.
Oh, okay. They make them pay, and that's 2 players pulled out of the site to fight a mid B attack. With Magix in CT spawn, they were thinking about this hit coming in. The one thing they let go was tunnel control, and Sphinx nearly got the frag before there was any more trades. It would have been
5 ta like
worse.
qolibdi. 1200 bo'lishiga 4 ta qolibdi. 11.96 bo'lib turibdi. Yana o'sha 4 ta baxtli inson kim bizdan xursand qiladi like bilan?
And even though Mouse's money was on the brink,
Mardi
it's even
bormi
worse now
oramizda?
for Spirit.
Maydonga chiqinglar ham mard bo'lsa.
MP7, MP9, 2 Thomases, and an M4.
Yeah, Sphinx is absolutely correct. Money's not the best. You just mentioned the limitations. And it's all Spirit can afford. Feels like a very easy round to win after this one if Mouse can win here in round 20.
Smoke tashlab berildi. Bor puliga bay qilib chiqqan ekonomikada o'zgina muammo bor.
This game feels a little bit competitive. It won't after this round depending on how it goes, but right now it's a low buy for Spirit. Not a single player with a positive KD.
Shiro.
And this won't be the way they want to hold up against long. If a long hit comes in this way,
oh yeah,
they're not ready on cat.
Man deydilar, Brooklyn. Mujiksiz, ana tushunarli rahmat, brat.
In the worst way possible towards the A site.
Tejribasiz ko'rolmaysiz.
All that conditioning towards middle
Hurmatli
and the
YouTube'dagi
bomb
streamlarda
site.
gaplashgandik.
We have not seen action towards long, and they will find it totally
Olti
free.
o'ch oldi.
A smoke grenade in front of them is all that's going to slow it down, but they're already through it at the smoke's halfway point. Spinks, can he hang
Juda
on?
yomon agressiya qilishyapti, lekin Spinks Tinierni minus qilib berdi.
And now already Mao's are ready to take this site by storm.
Bo'ldi, Gerga manimcha Donk Spinksni orqadan o'tib tashlamoqda.
That's something to work with here for
Shiro.
Spirit. But bomb is planted, which means the pressure of the
PR.
retake is on. Nade comes up catwalk. We've got a dual queue towards long.
Torji.
Torji's allowed for them to get
PR qutqarib qoldi hayotini Torjini va bu yerda Shirodan headshot, lekin Xerchani paysasini tekshirishmayapti. Magix o'ldirganiga Torji javob qaytardi. Magix 2 ga 1 clashda. Va Magix sakrab Torjiga headshot. Qanaqa kill bu? Famista ya. Bo'ldi, yechib yubordi. Ulgurmaydi, afsuski, defuse kit ham ancha uzoqda. Endi Magix 11-8 dan hisobimiz 12-8 ga o'tdi.
There was a heart-sinking moment there for Zershin.
Defuse chorta tushib qolgan edi.
Behind single and he was over at long. It took a crazy jumping Famas kill to even make this possible.
Sakrab o'tganda lekin 5 yetdi Magix mana bu yerda.
With 5 bullets left.
I think the problems start though when they try to approach Spinks on cat, but
Endi,
they don't
nice
fully
try.
clear it. Then they send one guy out with an MP9. He gets a free frag. Spinks has no support right there.
Torji Donkni minus qilmoqda.
Your hero is down early. Donk 14
Tinier.
and 16.
Tinier headshot.
Tinier tries
Galaxy.
to recover.
Donksiz davom ettirishadi 4-4 vaziyatda.
He will get back at least the 4v4.
Map point haqiqatan ham bizda.
But real limitations for everybody else other
Spirit
than
o'zining
Tinier's M4.
piki bo'lgan Dust kartasini yutqizishga yaqin.
Torji will continue to put distance between him and Donk
Tinier
as the top-rated player at Bounty. And surprisingly, in a map that we thought Spirit would most certainly have the edge, Mao's not only show improvements on that
Torji
B site for
flash
the
tarkibida tashlab
defense.
berildi. Tinier o'tkazib yuborishdi shortdan allaqachon, lekin Tinier bu yerda Spinks minus qilib berdi. 4-3 vaziyat retake qilishni iloji yo'q emas.
It's going to queue up the pistols and MP9s to move over. Hanging on to
PR.
long here by Tinier has really just freed up the pace of this one.
Hayashga yetib keldi bu pozitsiyaga. PR smoke ichida tutdi menimcha. PR Magix minus qilib berdi va Torji Xerchani navbatda killlar. Ko'pchilik bo'lishiga qaramasdan retake amalga oshmaydi va birinchi map mouse foydasiga hal bo'ldi. Like bosmaganlar bo'lsa, likelarni hozirdan bosib qo'yamiz. 15 daqiqa pauza bor bizda. Va 15 minutdan keyin qaytishinglarni kutib qolamiz. Keyingi mapdan boshlab nasib tindirmay yana o'ynaymiz. KS2.uz serveriga ham kirib olishinglar mumkin. Mana shunday do'konga o'tib suv bu bir nimalar olib kelib olaydi.
But they conquered the game plan. Their individuals look fantastic. And for Spirit,
unfortunately,
they look more like they did yesterday.
KS2.uz KSdan umidingizni 133 kishi bo'lib ketibdi. Yana ko'paytiraylik, davay akalar. Hamma mana shu saytga kirib olsin, kim molda kompyuteri bo'lsa da rekord 200 kishi kiraylik, 70 kishi kirsa bo'ldi ekan. 200 kishi qilib rekord tursak, bonus bor-da, bonus.
You guys have been struggling on this dust to a little bit, especially on the CT side, right? B could have been
Xavotirolmanglar, Spirit nimaga yutqizdi bilasizmi? Juda Spirit muxlislari agressiv, shu Spirit muxlislarining ko'pi ana nima deyman, Real Madrid muxlislarimi deyman? Ronaldo muxlislari. qilish kerak emas aka. Men bunday qilib Telegram linkini tashlab qo'yaman. Bo'ldi. Kirib bemalol skinlarni xarid qilsanglar bo'ladi deyman. Umidli do'konimiz. Agar ulgursam, barvaqtroq kelishga do'kondan balki KS ham o'ynaymiz.
You're working on it and it paid off already. You just
What's
the confidence looking like? What are you hearing on the comms? It must be feeling pretty good right now for the starting map.
Hali ko'p pauza bo'ladi. 5 ta map ko'ramiz.
I think it was fortunate that we had such a good strong start on City side. They came back into it and I think with a different start maybe it's
Spirit muxlislari
mana
shuncha komanda bo'lsa, Falcons ham Vitality ham bor-ku, men o'yinlarni o'zim ko'raman-ku, men sizlar bilan birga o'tirib ko'raman. Falcons muxlislari ham bunaqa agressiya qilmaydi-da.
Gotta put focus on that, gotta put focus
Tagoy,
on
normal o'tirib ko'radi. Spiritnikilar.
Cyclone, thank you very much for your time. Go get back with your boys. We're going to go to the desk.
Lekin zo'r gap yo'q. Eng aktiv
Yeah, Cyclone may be sugarcoating it a little bit there. They have some
Spirit
demons
kim
on their
muxlislik qilib
B-side,
o'yinni
but
tomosha
it was
qiladiganlar
a
eng
lot
aktiv.
better this time
Like
around. It
Luciano
was a
boshqa
mouse that we
narsa
were not expecting to see on Dust 2 specifically. We know that they have it in them, but coming up against Spirit,
Yeah,
getting
Mansa
a
verdim.
win on their
See
map
who's
choice
the
and a map
Mansa
that they've shown
verdim.
so many strong
Mansa
T-side
verdim.
rounds on
Mansa
as well, Vu. This is a massive confidence boost for Mouse in a grand final.
I think Banks kind of got it with the question there. You know, Spirit didn't hit the B site until so late into the game. I think they were expecting more of an adjustment for Mouse to put a lot more focus on the B side. Mouse just played their game. Cyclone saying it's maybe a confidence issue. Regardless, it was until 7-2 down that you actually saw Spirit hit the B site and find consistent success on that side of the map. You have to question how it would have gone if they did that a little earlier.
Without a doubt, I feel like this is a Spirit team that unfortunately did a little bit too much of the old cliche of playing their own game, because if they had just scouted Mouse a bit more coming into it, that was all we really talked about in the pregame, that Spinks and PR had been a shaky duo. Obviously, by the end of it, their score lines look incredible. If they had Demons on B, those guys are just been angels for them in this game. I think that PR and Spinks, though, were fortunate that they weren't just purely tested in so many of those B defenses, as we've seen the entire tournament. Everybody is just hammering them.
I'd like to see the eco adjusted stats there. They had a couple, I think 2 or 3 ecos where Spirit went to B even when they were losing, but still a very impressive performance from Spinks, especially in the middle and on the second half. I think he was their most impressive player. On the CT side, Torji did his thing, but I think Spinks actually comes out of that one looking very good.
Well, we can't necessarily alter the stats, but I can ask Maui, did PR pass the eye test this time around? Because coming into this grand final, he was your big question mark, especially on this map as well. Yeah, he had been kind of just doing his job, but that was it. We weren't really seeing this PR from online, this PR that has potential, but in a grand final now, has he hit that, surpassed it, and you're actually really happy with what could happen for the next few maps?
I am extremely happy that he wasn't tested, as Vu's alluded to, that it took until, what, round 10 or so when Spirit finally, on a gun round, decided to go at them. That's when he actually did, unfortunately, falter. It got a little bit messy between the two of them on those kinds of rounds, but for the most part, I mean, the T side was excellent from him. The way he closed out the game was great, and again, just you put him on a bomb site, especially in a post-plant situation, he knows where those oncoming CTs are retaking from. He's going to look extremely sharp. Also just did a little bit of secondary opping there, I think. So no, I think he had a lot of great moments here that definitely alleviated some of that B defense pressure.
I think the weakness for PR comes when he has to stay stable on a bomb site and just take smart decisions. When he's in an after plant, as you're saying, when he's in a rotation situation, he can dictate the engagements at his own pace. That's where he does really well.
So it wasn't until later where maybe we could have been seeing Spirit testing Mouse a bit more in that first half there. But there was a round, Maui, round number 6. That was one of them where you're looking towards Mouse and you're still actually pretty impressed with what they're able to do.
Yeah, Mouse in this round, actually, they lost the opening pick, but they were able to push back. And before the game started, I also said I wanted PR to test Zontix. I wanted Spinks to sometimes get into his face, because they so often leave Zontix there by himself. But I also thought that the utility reaction from Exertion and the rest of the Mouse crew was just phenomenal here. I mean, you have this perfect defensive smoke that buys all the time in the world. By the time the Spirit players are moving over towards the site, first of all, the numbers are getting whittled, but also Spinks is in for a quick rotation. There's so much pressure on Spirit at this point in a 2-on-4 to just try to make a play, try to swing off of the bomb site, but Mouse were so aware of all the options that Spirit had, and they also had just such a great reaction there to get the return picks after they even lost the opener.
There's certainly a reason when we talk about Mouse, we talk about the B site. It's because the A site is impregnable at times. You know, you've got Xertion there, often in the perfect position, and the coordination between him and Torji and Zelix on long as well is always top tier.
I mean, Torzi himself has been outstanding. We've been so impressed with what he's been showing up in Blast Bounty. This conversation around, you know, if they win this, is he going to be MVP? Obviously, he's right now at the forefront of this race there, and I don't think it's slowing down with what he showed on Dust 2 either.
He was just great. The opping was just so sublime for Torzi in this one. I feel like he's just been extremely mobile. I'd say the one thing that I'm noticing about Torzi versus what I saw from him in previous seasons is that he was just more of a stable piece. You know, he's one of the foundational pillars of the team, but now he's emphasizing himself a bit more. He's puffing out his chest. He's taking fights to people, even on Spirit, who he's historically been awful against, but now he's just that extra little bit of flair that we're getting from Torzi, just taking a couple more duels per game. The repeaks, I feel like when he first joined MOUZ, repeaks got beaten out of him. They were cool in the beginning, but so many teams punished him, but now he just chooses his spots so well.
Looking back into last season, Dust 2 is a map where Torji would be more mobile than you would see from some other operas, from Shiro especially, but it's a level up even from that, where he's moving around the map. You saw highlights from site on A, you saw highlights in mid, fighting B, fighting mid, fighting long. He's all over the map on Dust 2 to a degree that we wouldn't have seen in the past. I think his confidence in this one is only going to continue to go up.
Well, let's keep the praise going for all the MOUZ players, right? Because, again, you win Dust 2. Spirit's map pick is a map that's been so strong for them. Spinks was the other one. We touched on just how great he was looking before when we saw that scoreboard come up and how great his numbers are looking. But what more is there that Spinks is doing that other people might not be seeing if you're just looking at those base stats?
He's playing for the team, and he's being rewarded for it. That was definitely a problem for him at times when he was on MOUZ earlier, where he would sometimes get great stats, but it didn't always contribute to win conditions. But on this T side, I really think Spinks was phenomenal in the macro. He had so many easy fights for himself because he knew when to pressure tunnels when Zontix finally had to take care of mid. He was so good at coming up the catwalk. Even if he was going 1-for-1 on some of these, he was still exerting so much pressure and getting that first kill wherever his position was that it was just making the pincer attacks from MOUZ so effective.
That's what you really want to see from your lurk. Sometimes you see a player, they might lose a little faith in their team and they turn into more of a baity type player. They're waiting for the perfect duel so they can get a kill for themselves because, I mean, dying on the outskirts of the map isn't any better than staying alive. But when you see him with a little more confidence, with players around him, Torji playing as he is, PR having a great game, then he feels enabled to go aggressive and actually exert pressure, and it makes the life for his team much easier as well.
Could you potentially see Spinks outdoing himself on Mirage, having a 1.91 rating there? Does it get better? Does it get higher than that, Vu?
He's not Donk. it's tough to outdo yourself if you're not Donk with a 1.91.
Well, you might put him on the lower side there, but if you guys love a good game of higher and lower, you can head on over to Blast TV because IC Market has a fun mini game over there where you are going to try and see if you know that the skin on the right is higher or lower than the market value of the skin on the left.
Give me higher. Give me higher.
Higher than 4.9.
Yes, give me higher.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, you just
give me higher.
What?
Glove case, give me higher.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, I'll trust you.
Slate? I'm thinking higher.
Higher.
Wait. Oh, no, well-worn. Wait, it's well-worn. It's well-worn.
Lower.
I think lower, well-worn. Whew. Okay.
We're so good at this.
Higher.
Spectrum, it's higher.
It's higher. Gotta be higher, Spectrum. Ooh, it's close though, right? Oh, no.
I said
jumped the
lower.
gun.
I said lower.
You didn't.
I don't think you did.
You're gaslighting right now.
Like a hello.
Known gaslighter Boo here.
Anyway, what was your hot take again and your prediction?
Donk best.
I don't know about that.
Best grand
think that one's gone. Think that one's all gone.
Look, a lot of fun with the higher and low. Do you guys want to go again very quickly?
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
why not? Run it back. Okay, I'll let Vu take the reins this time.
You can start.
It looks pretty good, so it's higher. It's anime, isn't it? It looks higher.
It is,
no problem.
by a large margin.
Train souvenir boot, lower.
This could be the easiest game of high-lower.
Higher.
You didn't even see it before you...
He pre-fired.
He literally pre-fired that angle and you lost somehow.
As we learned watching Donk today, sometimes pre-firing doesn't work out.
Doesn't always work out. Works for Torzi though. Works for Torzi. Works for Spinks.
Yeah, I was gonna say it works great for Torzi. I mean, MOUZ already won a map up in this best of 5 grand final. We're gonna see how our second map of Mirage plays out after this break.
Zershan, in Astana, when you took over the IGL role, you told me you wanted to be a different style of IGL and be able to put up the numbers. Obviously, it has slowed down a little bit here. What do you put that down to?
Well, I'm not sure yet, to be honest. I think yesterday was the first game I kind of won as an IGL pure. I would call it like an old school type, where I'm very focused on leading and calling, and kind of sacrificing many times also for the good of the team, and definitely it was needed for us because we were maybe a little bit hesitant yesterday, and I wanted to show the guys a way that we can play for each other. Yeah, I mean, overall I wouldn't put too much thought into it. I just maybe had two of not the best games, but still as an IGL I think I'm still putting a very high output level for my role, and yeah, I think today definitely we will need to see. I want to have a better version of myself for us to have a good chance against Spirit.
Very nice. And when you say you want to have a better version of yourself, there's one thing I noticed, I think it was after Ancient. Cyclone was talking to you for a long time while the rest of the team went off, and it continued into the corridor as well. What kind of conversations are you having at that point? Because I know obviously you're still going new for it, but maybe you guys are trying to adjust as much as possible.
Well, usually we talk between maps about like how to approach now the talk we will have before the game, before the new map, and I mean sometimes it's also of course individual things that he sees in me that maybe I'm a bit too stressed or that I'm not so relaxed, and maybe my calling is not great, but usually it's more about how we will approach the second map as a team. What should we talk about outside now, or the third map for example, and yeah, I mean usually we just try to align before we go out and talk to the guys.
Xo'sh, 40 soniyadan so'ng ikkinchi map boshlanadi. Qayer bu? Bu Malta bu. Puling bo'lsa xaltada, dam olamiz endi Yaltada emas, Maltada. Atak Maltaga borib beradigan joyi. Depo yutdimi? Yutdi depo. Hozir ko'rib turdim. Depo yutdi. Finalga chiqdi ular ham. Finalni, menimcha bizning final bilan deyarli bir xil davom etsa kerak, parallel.
After a surprise Dust 2 win for Mouse, that's Spirit's map pick, we look towards Mirage, and we're hoping for a stronger Mouse, if that's even possible, to show up, to get that one already under the belt, and now you get to go into something that should be your bread and butter, something that you're way more comfortable in, and maybe doesn't really require as much thought or effort, and just kind of becomes second nature for them now, Maui.
Mouse are just excellent at Mirage. Throughout this tournament, for any team that's actually played more than one series, they have the best trade percentage, and that's really no exception on Mirage too. Just look at how in this T-side round, every single kill is so set up, whether that's utility or people playing off of each other.
Mirage kartasini ko'ramiz, Mirage'da.
PR obviously doesn't go their way of them, but they always trade. They always have such great spacing. Every time they're taking a fight, it's a double swing, whether that's a guy high low. And I think that the thing with Mouse, when they're breaking down these situations, is it's easy to get flustered in a lot of these moments, but even if, for example, Spinks doesn't get that kill, the other guy can forget right he's going to get the kill. So, yes, the first kill doesn't go their way, but they're able to still make it up. And that's something that Zontic and Magic are going to have to deal with.
Yopiq kvalifikatsiyaga qatnashga to'g'ri keladi. U kvalifikatsiyadan yutib keyin Beijing IM turniriga
o'tsa. Looking at the way that Mouse played against Astralis, I question how Spirit or how Mouse are going to attack this one, because when you play against a Spirit team, you know Donk is going to be swinging out connector to clear.
Mirage'da win rate 89% turibdi. 9 kartdan bitta yutqizganmiz shunda. Team Spirit.
And Mouse could attack the extremities, usually one, maybe
Mouse'da ham statistika yaxshi lekin.
Completely set up for it, but you have a Spirit that plays a completely different style in the middle of the map. I'm wondering if Spirit is going to have to change up, or Mouse rather, are going to have to change up their strategy and heading into a team where they know the mid play is very much different than we saw against Astralis.
Does that sort of
juda
squander
zo'r o'yin ko'ramiz. Kecha ham yongan edi Mirage. Esingizda bo'lsa, bugun ham yonadi. Har doim Mirage'lar qiziq bo'lgan. Katta ehtimolligi bilan bu kartani Spirit o'z foydasiga hal qilib ketadi menimcha. Lekin takoy 5 ta map ko'ramizmi deb o'ylayman-da.
Their post plants on the T side, on the A site. It was the B site. We saw some great post plants, but we saw Astralis really retake A 2 or 3 times in the comeback that they mounted. It's not until the second half I think we're going to be seeing that. But this is still, actually it might be the first half, but this is still a question mark I do have. Their site hits are great, their macro's great. The question is the after plant on the A side they really struggled with.
That's definitely going to be a concern. I feel like the thing is that I don't know if Spirit are always going to find themselves in clean post plants. Tanir has gotten way more active on the A bomb site. When he started popping off at Rio, when he got to the grand finals, and at Astana, he really shot up in terms of his individual rating, and a lot of that was because he started challenging ramp, challenging palace, playing on default or under balcony. So if they're able to just get that clean first kill, though, post plants will go a lot easier for Mouse.
Feels like this could be a closer affair, that maybe we're going to get a little bit more in it than we did for Dust 2. Either way, Mirage is sure going to be a great way to continue our grand finals.
Greatness continued maybe for Mouse if they can hang on to what is now their first map pick of this series. Not quite there yet, but
Mouse o'yinda Spirit
bilan now has Spirit.
Assalomu alaykum Ali, yaxshimisiz kuchsiz. Miraj bilan Ancient easy oladi Spirit.
Dust 2. That'll change things in this
Agar Miraj bilan Spirit, Miraj bilan Ancient oladigan bo'lsa, 4 ta map o'yin tugaydi, ishoning. 3-1 ga yutib ketadi Spirit. Ketma-ket 2 ta karta oladigan bo'lsa, lekin men ketma-ket karta olib g'olib nomi, ya'ni qarang. Bitta hozir Spirit oladi, undan keyingisini Mouse olsa, bundan keyingisini 4-mapda Spirit oladi va Cashda g'olib nomini aniqlaymiz deb o'ylayapman. Cashda hujumda boshlagan jamoa yutadi. Har doim Decider'da shunaqa bo'lgan ko'pincha. Yo, inglizcha sharh o'chirib qo'yib bo'lmaydi. Bo'lmasa o'chirgan bo'lamiz. Salom aka, yaxshimisiz, charchamaysizmi? Savollaringiz yaxshimi?
Played their online stage, they play a few games on LAN. At some point you get warmed up. At some point it all comes together, but worryingly for Spirit, it just really has
texnik pauzami deyman, o'yin boshlangandan sirazu.
Shiro could have maybe saved them back versus FaZe yesterday, but we didn't get any kind of ridiculousness in this first map of Dust 2. We also didn't get a Spirit pistol victory. We also didn't get a Spirit force buy victory. So, you know, Mao's just kind of collecting all the best ingredients for an easy win.
Yeah, and I think by the end of that, again, no players on Spirit even had a positive KD. No one. I mean, when's the last time that happened?
Just now.
Yeah.
Technik pauza. Spirit jamoasi anacha muammo bor.
Of a team Spirit. And Mao's probably just feeling better and better as today
minimum 4 ta map ko'rishimiz aniqda hozir.
You know, the CT site holding off on the B bomb site. You just saw
Shiro
a good amount of elation out of Mao's to kick it off with that pistol. And they were able to hang on to that mentality and that excitement the entire map long.
Blast reklamang ishladi lekin.
No reason to truly over criticize Mouse. Sure, maybe that B site fell a couple of times.
Birinchi round boshlanmoqda bizda. Ketdik. O'yinga to'liq e'tiborni qaratamiz.
They're normal, they're human.
And they bounce back from them really nicely. So, I think Mouse right now feeling in a good place coming into their first map pick of the series.
Donk, Shiro, bu yerda birinchi killda amalga oshirib bermoqda. Shiro double kill qilishga qo'yib bermadi. Tordi va Zelexdan darhol razmenlar, lekin Donk sakrab turgan Torjini tutib oldi. Bomba, Wongwang orqali boshiga o'tib qo'ydi. Zelex kataga o'tib ketgan. Spinks orqadan va Donk yo'q endi oramizda menimcha. Donk bilan xayrlashishga to'g'ri keladi. Ikkita katada igroqlar yetib berishdi. Magic Stang Zelexga headshot, PR hamda Spinks 2-2. Voy, defuse qilib tashlayapti Zontix bombani.
Damn, and then they put the smoke on him. PR trying to spam him out.
Yechdi yo'q. Yechdi. Yechib yubordi Zontix 5 HP joni bilan tirik qolib. 10 sekund bombani defuse qilishi kerak bo'ladi. 10 sekund. Defuse kitsiz defuse qilib ketyapti Zontix.
With no kit, they said like we have to go for this. It's also planted on the inside of triple.
Anonim Shohaka 5 million.
They just saw Spinks jump away over the
baribir o'yinni ko'ryapsiz bilaman. Shohaka 5 million donat qilishingiz kerak ekan. Anonim.
Like in the one sense, there is only one other target.
Yillik qilamiz siz, men Shohaka o'zim yetkazaman. 2,5 million qilamiz siz, bo'ladi.
Whoops.
Nah, force by round.
I just gave that whole speech about Mouse feeling good.
Matador o'qidim yozganingiz.
Awkward hiccup at the end of the pistol.
Maybe it was a weird move for Spinks. He chose to expand to jungle in that post plant.
Donk. Bu yerda Sphinx Donk twins qilib beradi. Ikkinchi marotaba Shiro qiling kelgasi Sphinx yana javob qaytardi. Double kill bor uning hisobida. Konnektorga yugurishni boshlashgan. Miroslav Zontix esa infoga o'ynaydi menimcha. Tinier uchun Xershon o'rtasidagi duelda g'olib bo'lish juda ham muhim, lekin bu yerda Torji otib tashlayapti Tinierni ham. 4-2 vaziyat. O PR Magic'ni yo'q qilib berdi. Eng so'nggi igrok Miroslav Zontix. Sphinx triple kill 6-0. Kecha o'yini chiqmayotgandi mana shu igrokda.
That's gonna do the job.
A full commitment from the rifle just to get a pistol down while Sphinx is in the back shooting with a better gun.
Barobar Forsga qarshi Fors ko'ramiz endi. Oldingi mouse'ning taktikasi qanaqa edi bilasizlarmi? Ya'ni 1 yil oldingi Jinfat Brawl'lar bo'lgan paytda. Ularning asosiy vazifasi shu Donkni o'ldirish edi. Donkni o'ldirardi, round yutib ketishardi, esinglarda bo'lsa. Hozir ham shunaqa taktika qilinganmi deyman. Magic Strimlar bilan birgalikda bitta minus amalga oshirib bermoqda. Magic'ning o'qlari qolmagan. Xelax Volbang orqali rasmiy bor Tinierdan Torjiga qachot ko'rdik. Va bu yerda PR Zontixni otib qo'ymoqda. PRdan double Sphinx Donkni o'ldirib berdi. Ketma-ket 3 ta round. Sphinx va Donk o'rtasidagi duel boshlanyapti. Xelax Shironi otib tashladi. Full echoda himoyalanishlarga to'g'ri keladi endi.
Yeah, very strong anti-eco. Good cleanup crew after they lost that first kill to Tinier. That's where things get sketchy, especially versus an A stack. Definitely a viable way to win on an eco.
Timinglarni yomon ishlayman.
The wind very much out of their sails.
4-chi round boshlandi. Faqat Zontix hamda Xershonlar qoldi. Hozircha kill qilmagan.
Their best CS on the grand final Sunday.
Just been evolving as this event has gone on. One of the rosters that starts the second half of 26.
Bga lekin stack qilib turib olishgan.
If there was growing pains.
Ha, bolalar kirib keldi. Xershon Makten'da eng zo'r qurol baribir bunaqa roundlarga qarshi. Sakrab.
And on top of it, in this best of 5 thus far, I mean, Sphinx with a phenomenal
hammasini o'ldirib ketadi Xershon. Qo'yib bersa. Zontix birinchi killni amalga oshirdi. Xershon esa triple kill qilishga ulgurdi bu fursatda. Bombani bemalol o'rnatib, roundni yutib ketishlari mumkin.
And we are getting further and further from that point. And they are finding consistency if Sphinx is going to level up for a best of 5 finals.
Maybe it's just healthier for game plans to not be totally centered around
PR,
especially now with like talent that they, you know, they want to show them a nice time. Like you got PR coming into this team, you don't want to just throw them into all the bum spots and
like the boss qo'yinglar faqat, xo'pmi?
Mayli. Actually deliver a ton.
Like the boss qo'yinglar hozir qaytaman.
Xelax as well. Like he's really done nothing but impress. I think he's made a few mistakes here and there. Sometimes he gives away an advantage. Going for an extra kill when they have numbers, stuff like that, but his multi-kill potential is really high. Sort of feels like it's gone just from a small version of like Big Uzera for a couple of years there, where he was taking all the all the duels and really winning all of them and carrying, but you know, Big Uzera and Xershon, weird time to say this, but they're not Donk. And so if you're going to center an entire game plan around a player like that, the big question is, will it last?
First blip.
5-chi round va full buy bilan himoya qilishga harakat qilib ko'radi Spirit. Hujumda esa Mouse'da ham full buy bor. Hozircha AWP'lar o'yinga kirmadi. Bu yerda Zontix bitta minus, Donk ham kill amalga oshirib bermoqda Torji. Razmenda va Torjini qulagan Donkdan ajoyib headshot. Tinier TIMinglarda PR'ni tutib oladi. Sphinx Birga 4 qolib ketgandi. Hozircha Tinierni yo'q qilib berdi. U haqida informatsiya bor. Pashka esa top midda tushib qolgan. Forma effect srazu bilinadi, full buy o'zida.
Tinier and Zontix.
I do sometimes miss the the olden days, aka 2024, when Donk would run to the top mid boxes every round on CT side.
Like a little Tasmanian devil. But now they're using, you know, supportive utility, playing as a team. He's gonna get knifed.
Whoop!
That was
Whoa! Men monitordan salgin uzoqroq o'tir edi. Kartaga qarab tursam bo'laring. Ey, ikkinchi martada kecha nima qilib keldi?
I can't think of a
Pichoq bilan aftiga yugurib keladilarmi?
with a knife than Spinks. Like he's
Spinks ham cho'chibdim deganda bitta replayni ko'rishimiz kerak. Stop, mana bu round mayli. Replayni ko'raylik-da. Qaranglar. Spinksga reaksiyasiga ko'ramiz, Spinks reaksiyasini.
He's gonna get knifed. Oh, that was spooky, man.
That was a jump scare.
Do that to me, Chev. So,
Dildo Monster 6767 Mouse Go Spirit Falling. Rahmatdan achishsin.
Where was he exactly?
Dildo Monster.
I was flapping my gums.
Save qilib qolishdi.
Look at Donk, just not stutter stepping.
Yeah.
Mana qarab o'tirib olaman. Ovoz yaxshi eshitiladimi shunda? Qaranglar. Voy, timinglar ozgina yechib. Spinks orqasi bilan sezibdi-da. Igrok kelayotganini.
Sixth sense, man.
AWP mo'qchi bo'lganda, pichoqda o'ldiraman deb. Yomon headshot Donkdan. Sit down dedi. O'tir torj deb qo'ydi.
He was already up there.
You want a little information,
Zershan.
and instead, your neurons are splattered on the back of mid.
5 ga 4 vaziyat. Santaris big bottor shot. Donk bot. Bottor shot? Donk bot deydilar. To'g'ri. Legendasiz, brat.
Still gonna walk forward with some of this mid play.
Zelex.
CTs themselves smoke off the base of connector. So this is going to cover Zelex's approach. Donk though,
Donk.
the headshot. Shiro was finding the spam through
Qo'shdimi
connector.
deymanda
And
Donk
so
va
this
bu
one
yerda
again in middle is
Zontixni qarang.
a
Smoke ichida o'tib ketmoqda. Exertion hech narsani ko'rmasdan turib.
footing in these last couple of rounds.
That's a bit more serious out of Spirit.
Yes, sir. You're getting Donk with early impact ever since he's had his hands on guns.
PR yolg'iz o'zi save qilib qolishga harakat qiladi. No keyingi round ham bay qilishga puli bor bularni. Sovdex or Detal Nilla. Nima degani o'zi, ha?
And if mid isn't going to be a part of Mouse's T side, if they continue to lose it up against the guns from Spirit,
tushunmadim lekin gapingizni.
this map's not going to be easy.
Qo'rqityapsiz bunaqa yozuvlar bilan. Botir birovga beshing beradigan bo'lamasdi.
The save will keep Mouse in a comfortable place. Still have 6.3 thousand, now 8,000 for Spinks as the clock expires. So more guns to come, but how do you solve a hot-handed Donk doing things like this?
Qani headshotni ko'raylik-da buni.
POV2.
Voy, sakrayotgan paytda o'tganini qaranglar.
Properly up into the top first. Flop. Crazy reaction.
Yerni ham ko'rmay ketdi bechora to'g'ri. Umumiy prize fond 780 ming.
Obviously that interrupts the whole game plan. You're up getting killed.
Oh yeah.
Before the round even starts.
Need a thicker helmet to play up against Donk right now.
Like'larni bosib qo'yamiz makara time outda. Birinchi time outdan foydalanmoqda Mouse. Bu yerda o'sha ko'p komanda, masalan qaranglar, Liquid jamoasi chiqib ketgandi, to'g'rimi? Ular Liquid hozir bitta ko'raylik, men turnir o'zim qancha pul olganini aytaman. Ko'proq pul olganda, boshqalarga qaraganda. Chunki ular Vitality'ni chiqarib yubordi turnirdan. Liquid 41.250 dollar plus 40.000 LAN bosqichga chiqqan 8 ta komanda o'zi 40.000 dollar bonus aniq. Liquid 5-8 o'rinni olyapti-da. 40.000 ga plus 41.000 yana pul olyapti. Astralis bilan Phases'da 3-4 o'rinni olib turib 23.000 bilan 28.000 olib turibdi. Chunki ular oddiyroq raqiblarni yutishdi. Liquid esa puli ko'p bo'lgan, ya'ni bounty'si ko'p bo'lgan. Vitality turnirdan chiqarib yubordi. G2ni turnirdan chiqarib yubordi. Shuning uchun ko'proq pul bilan qaytdi ular.
There will still be questions remaining around Spirit's slower T sides on this map.
Tushunarli. Danatda asabiylashmanga bor. Spinks nerga headshot bermoqda.
10-1.
Yes, sir.
Un KDda Spinks.
Give Spirit something to think about, something that
Kecha
could
botga o'xshab o'ynab yurgan igrok,
away from middle, which could be the solution when these last
Zontix Miroslav shotdagi agressiyasi omadsizlik bilan yakunlanadi. Bu yerda Donk hech kimni ko'rmayapti hozircha. Konnektorda va shortdan o'tkazib yuborishda B igrok Magic 6-7 qilishga to'g'ri keladi bu yerda ham igroklarni. Va Magic o'tolmadi PR-ni hattoki. Donk yetib keldi. Shiro bilan birgalikda qiyin raundlardan biri va Zelexdan headshot eng so'nggi igrok Shiro sekin save qilishga yo'l oladi menimcha.
Yeah, just kind of a team failure right here. Every 50-50 picked up.
Ot tashlashadi smokdan chiqib keldi chunki bu yerdagi Zelex. AWP'ni save qilib olib o'tmoqchi Torjiga. 4-3.
That's a healthy response out of a Mouse that still have many rounds of a T side to play, and it all hinges on Spinks just walking out ramp for a clean, easy entry.
Already had a fantastic dust too, by the way.
Pulga qaramog'ida. Yo, turnirda o'zi shunaqada, tak motivatsiya bu. Kuchliroq komandani yutsanglar, ko'proq soqqa olasizlar deganday.
That's off a Cyclone timeout, FYI.
Bularni patron 90 ta emas, 3 ta, 90 ta o'qi bor umumiy. Blast hali hudini to'g'rilamagan. 1 yil bo'ladi o'zi yaqinda Abnorina chiqqaniga. Lekin hali nasroga qilmagan ular hudini. Hamma chalg'iydi o'sha yerda. Bitta o'q tortib qoldik bratski. Otishni boshlaydimi deyman endi.
Put so much pressure on Tanir if they ever leave him solo in the site. He's got so much that he has to watch for now. That'll be a rare play. We're not going to see Spinks try that every round.
8-round boshlandi.
Look at this. Fast 4 players into the apartments out of Mouse. It's all the money Spirit have on this one round.
Torji.
A bunch of presence inside of the apps does draw the catwalk player back.
Rotation's going to be a little slow. Has to be the hold.
Zontix, birinchi kill, Zontix, full Zontix. Hammanimcha bu yerda yo, Zontix uni yaxshi double kill, triple ham amalga oshirishi mumkin-u, lekin Torji yetib kelib, vaziyatni o'nglab berdi. Tanir, Donk hamda Shiro 3 kishiga qarshi raund davom ettirishga to'g'ri keladi. Zelexda smoke ichida qayish. Hech qanaqa qayishga strategiya yo'q. Zelexdan shunchaki oddiy headshot Tanirga. Donk va Shiro 3 kishiga qarshi. Zelex o'zi ham smokedan chiqishi mumkin bo'lgan joyda pritselni ushlab turibdi-da.
He's got the bomb. But it's probably to their benefit to wait these smokes out.
Smoke tarqalgandan so'ng
An open line once it fades.
Wow, Shiro ham shortni check qilishga o'tdi.
Donk remains on the dumpster, double up by the bench here for Mouse, who have gone totally silent.
Actually a good setup.
Shiro. Yaxshi turib olishdi lekin.
Have to worry about his gun sticking out, but he doesn't.
Flash from
double pick. Donkdan kill, Shirodan esa miss shot Torji. Donkni yo'q qilib bermoqda Shiro clashda.
Just spewed out into the open. They've
bomba tushib qolgan. Sakrab olib ketishmoqchimi? Wow! Shiro 2ga 1 clutch boshlab yuborgan Xershini yo'q qilib berdi va Torjiga qarshi bomba hali o'rnatilgani yo'q. Torji ham pritsel olib turibdi shunchaki. Bu yerda Torjida yana bir miss. Fake bomba. Yo Torji! Lekin pistoletda olib ketmoqda bu raundni. Shiroda low HP edi. Mouse. 5-chi raundni o'z foydasiga hal qildi. 5-3 hisob. Endi Shiro, nice try. Red Bull ma reklama emas, bu turnirda o'zini reklama.
This is the big move out of Zelex. He has the bomb on his back. Did not over-reduce the situation, think, oh, I just need to plant right now. My teammates have everything. They had Spinks to
Torji dago otolmaydigan bo'lgan. Endi tekizadi. AFK AWP'da bo'lganda flick shotlari kamayib qolgan ancha. Qaridimi deyman-da mana. Igrok bitta yelkasini chiqarib qo'ysa o'tib qo'yadi-da. Shoshqaloq AWP.
Well, he's down, why don't you?
Yoki reaksiya
well, not too down. They win the round.
Fine day overall.
Yep.
Him and Spinks. Wow.
Zershan.
Such a critical clutch, but
pistoletlarda himoyalanishlarga to'g'ri keladi Spirit jamoasi.
Missed that third shot. You can feel it slipping past you. Odds are you know what's on the other end in this pistol setup, and Spirit are going to go heavy towards the B site. Good bit of conditioning, perhaps, just trying to go for a gamble where Maus have no interest. Because these last few rounds have been pretty vacant on that ramp, except for the single
1 daqiqa atrofida vaqt va bomba bilan A ga kirishadi. A da faqatgina Tanirda o'zi qoldirilgan, uni ham qo'lida USP ni o'zi bor.
Turnier 3 and 7 with a USP and his smoke on ramp about to fade. So he'll just throw himself as well to that B site. Cross your fingers and
Torji, raskidlar tashlab berildi.
Hope the dealer doesn't hit 21.
Molotov hamda smokelar ketma-ketligi.
6-3 on the T side now. Map in their back pocket. Showing adjustments. Showing different looks with that timeout and the Sphinx lure.
Sphinx turnirda smoke ichini otib qo'ymoqda. Bemalol bombani o'rnatib roundni yutib ketishlari mumkin.
Is there a world somehow, some way?
Yeah, I know. I was just
Sphinx
thinking
can
that.
become the MVP.
Chatda o'qiyapman, chatda hamma o'zi bilan o'zi fikr bildiryapti. Menga hech narsa yozmadi odamlar menimcha.
It's versus Spirit as well.
As far as the
God,
land portion,
rude, eh?
the land portion alone, Sphinx comes in with a 1.12 rating. Why did HLTV divide these? What's going on, Prof?
What's up? Oh, with the land.
Yeah, they separate the online from the LAN.
Yeah, that's fair.
Make me look up two numbers.
Yaxshi headshot berdi lekin.
You know what? Why don't we just do land?
Save qilib qolishdi hamma igrok.
Yeah, that's a joke.
Sphinx 1.14 and 1.12. I can do the math. He's averaging a 1.13.
Okay, and Torji?
God damn it.
That's what you gotta figure out.
Donk 2007-yil.
Crunch number and carry the
BUGUN
two.
FINALL nechada? Aniqlab aytaveraman.
Exponential.
5.5larda boshlansa kerak.
1.37.
Okay, it'll be tough, but you know what?
5-10 da boshlanar ekan. Unda ham shotni aytib turamiz.
Also, it'll be tough because Torji is also playing well.
Yeah, sure.
10-round boshlandi. 3 ta round farqi bilan Mouse oldinda, hujumda 6 ta round qo'lga kiritgan. Keyingi karta Ancient eng yomonini bilasizlarmi nima? Agar Spirit bu mapda yutqizadigan bo'lsa, Ancientda hujumda o'ynashdan boshlaydi. Bilamizki himoyaga ancha qulay. Mouse ko'proq roundlar olib qo'yish ham mumkin. Va Xelox double kill ham Zontixni ham Donkda o'tib ketmoqda.
You really can't point to a
Razmen o'xshamadi.
So far in this best of 5.
No.
Which bodes very well for their likelihood.
Mouse har doim omadsiz bo'lib kelgan. Ikkinchi o'rin bitta oddiy turnirda yutgan. Unga ham 1,5 yil bo'lib qoldi menimcha. 2025 da boshida yutgan. PGL turnirini yutgan. Turnir. Lekin Spirit bunaqa o'yini bilan Vitality chiqib qolsa.
Hey, ignorance is bliss.
Good kills back though.
Magix yolg'iz o'stirib qolgan. Magix.
The bomb yet again confirmed here in a impossible.
1-6 yuribdi.
For Magix. Poor guy's getting hunted down from the
Va endi 1-4 clutch olishga to'g'ri keladi.
So even the save will not be allowed in this one. Surely, right? PR slowly working his way up catwalk. They're going to take over connector. Yeah, Magix is a dead man walking. Well, a dead man standing still.
PR.
Yeah.
PGL Flash napoka. Da, o'sha.
It is just a failure to launch. You know, like Donk not getting that kill on Zelix. When he showed himself,
yaxshi ko'rib barasmayman.
this is like, you know,
Man chempion.
classic instant trade moment.
Yep. True. In fact, so many bullets were missed in that second Zelix duel, I didn't even realize it was Donk.
Yeah.
I thought it had to be
BC game o'yinlari zo'r. 11-round boshlandi. Torji midda Donk aggressiv tarzda o'ynadi va Torji yo'q qilib berilgan. Endi keyingisi Xelexmi? Borishmaydi menimcha. Xertion underdan o'ynab yetib keldi. Xelex ham unga ergashadi. Donk bu apartamentni chek qilishga yo'l oldi.
Attention and Mouse had
7 ta hujumda berib qo'yishgan allaqachon. Agar mana bu round ham qo'ldan boy bersa, qiynalishadi ancha.
You want them to be more aggressive. Everything that's been too slow has looked like their worst stuff, honestly.
Magic's vacancy after that kill, they just totally let mid go, and now connector is under wraps. There's nobody off catwalk that's going to be able to stop this split.
PR.
And so Mouse just keep it moving. Yes, down by a player. They're now kind of hitting the pause button, maybe a bit awkwardly. Shiro with an MP9 tucked in. Magix, it's that 5-7 on sandwich.
Shiro va Magix yuqorini tekshirmayapti. Magix o'ldi endi. Yo'q, Magix o'tib berdi, lekin PR va Spinksdan tezkorlik bilan razmerlar bu yerda PR Shironi ham o'tib tashlayapti. Tinir va Donk 3 kishiga qarshi raund davom ettirishlarga to'g'ri keladi. Tinir orqadan aylanib keldi va Spinks tutib bo'lishi mumkin, lekin bu yerda Xelax Donk o'ldirib berdi. Tinir clashda ko'rdi. Voy, double pick. Tinirga 6 HP bilan qoldi va boom. 8-3 hujumda 8 ta round.
With Spirit having one more buy.
It's lovely out of Mouse. This
ekranga
entire
просто.
half. So many good things to say. The trades are all there. As you mentioned earlier, no weak links. PR and Zelix getting all the cleanup kills towards the A site somehow. Spinks is getting opening frags on Donk, on Tanir.
Umuman unlucky bo'libdi. Spirit omad kelmayapti. To'g'ri. Va bu yerda Xershon Donk o'ldirib berdi. Full by roundda ham Donksiz qolishgan. 1 HP Xershonda uni qaraylik. Unlucky. Mana omad kelmaslik mana shunaqa bo'ladi.
Yeah. 7-10.
Spiritchilar GG sizlarga deydi. Kamron Donatchi rahmat. Ya jahlim chiqadi Spiritchilar lekin Tinir va Zontixdan ikkita yaxshi kill va 3 ga 3 vaziyat. Xershon atiga 1% jon bilan qolgan pachkani ham payqab qoldi bu yerda Zontix.
1 HP. Not the place he'd want to be to try to get this back. Right now Xershon's just hiding up inside of the apartments. Maybe waiting for Magix to have pushed from the B site, but he goes up catwalk instead. Xershon actually starts running forward with, again, 1 HP.
1 HP, Chirisinki o'tib qoladi. Flash o'tsa teksa o'ladi. Lekin hozir Torjiga bayt qilib berdi. Yomon bayt qilib berdi.
I mean, you've got 1 health, you've got nothing to lose if you're Xershon, and now you've got an open
Xershon
round, but again, you
bayt.
still never have the bomb.
But now they think that
Aqlli
they
o'ynadi
get
bu
it.
yerda.
They don't have vision on it.
Shortga haydaverdi, Magixni multiplayer bilan va Magix chiqib pick
The
qildi.
CTs haven't
Torji
moved.
tomonidan
So they
bo'lmoqda.
aren't believing this. This is actually the best thing they could possibly do. Is
Oxirgi round yutqiziladigan hech narsa yo'q bu yerda. Zontix hamda Shiro.
Yes, it is.
20 soniya vaqt B ga borish imkonsiz, A ga kirishadi. Lekin flashlar va smoklar ham bor ekan. Shiro Spinksni minus qilib bermoqda. 2-2 vaziyat. Miroslav
Time. They gotta get it.
Zontix.
9
sekund. 8 sekund va Zontixdan bitta kill. Torjiga vaqt yetmaydi. GG. Vaqt yetmaydi. Yo, Torji bitta o'q o'tish shansi bor edi. Agar boshiga o'tganda to'g'risi 5 ketardim. Like bosmaganlar, like'larni bosmaysiz. Red Bull ichida suv bormi? Ha, aka suv. Hozir to'ldirib keldim, oddiy suv. Krandan.
All right, we're at the Blast Bounty with Mouse, who made it through the online portion. PR, you played with a lot of different in-game leaders. You played
2 minut vaqt bor o'yin davom etishiga. Necha kishi o'ynayapti hozirgi o'zi? 112 kishi o'ynayapti ekan. Yashil. Mana shunaqada poisk bersanglar chiqadi. Hamjamiyat. Yana nimalar bor, ha? Ko'pchilik so'raydi, buni mukofot 5 so'mdan beryapti. Men pulim yig'amanda ana sotib olaman do'kondan. VIP sotib olaman. Banni hop beriladi. Premiumda nima bo'ladi deysiz? Banni hop shunga o'xshaydigan narsalar VIPda. VIPda. Ey, mana shu serverda o'ynab ko'rganlar eng yoqqani qaysi bo'ldi sizlarga? Endi hammasini o'ynab ko'rgansizlar. Ancha random skills bo'lsa kerak, ha? Qaradi, 14 tadan kishi to'la turibdi bu yerda. Menga ham random skills yo'qdi. Har doim lekin to'lgan bo'ladi. Yaqinda yana lobby sazat qilinadigan bo'ladi, ya'ni o'sha biz avvalgan fast capga o'xshab, bemalol o'zingiz lobby sazat qilib, kodini berib 5 ga 5 ham o'ynayverishingiz mumkin. Yashil emas, yashil yoziladi, savodsiz. Xo'p bo'ladi, ona tili o'qituvchim. Universitetni yakunlaganman 5 bahoga. Qizil diplom bilan, emas-ku ko'k diplom bilan. No, iltimos, ona tili bo'yicha aql o'rgatmang. Ona tili ustoz bo'lsangiz ham yutib qo'yishim mumkin sizni debatda o'zida. Men ataylab mana shunaqa yozdim. Savodsiz ham deb qo'yadi.
Ustozim eslatib ko'zimga yosh keltirib. Nima deb o'ylaysiz, Speedrit xarakter ko'rsata oladimi? Xarakter nima? Agar hozir ko'rsata olmasa, samolyotda ko'rsatadi xarakterini maksimum. Hozir o'ziga kela olish kerak. Yo, Abdulaziz o'chirib qo'yib bo'lmaydi. O'chirib qo'yib bo'lmaydi bu turnirda.
So what does that make the expectations for the season?
Well, at the moment we don't really have much expectations. We are just trying to build a new mouse, trying to build a new mentality, trying to build all the time progressing and having that outlook more for the further future at the moment.
Agar siz montaj bilan shug'ullanadigan bo'lsangiz,
going to see how it goes this tournament, how goes the next one, and
Intel olavering. Montaj programmalari faqat o'yin uchun bo'lsa Ryzen yaxshi. Edit, montaj, shunga o'xshaydigan narsalar.
What does a successful land portion of the bounty look like to you?
Yes, I have no
Intel olganingiz yaxshiroq siz uchun.
Since the teams like Vitality, Furia and Falcons are not here, Navi as well. I think we have the best chance maybe to win, but as I said, we take it step by step and game by game, so
Game by game, says PR. That's the approach for Mouse as they make it in Malta, but well, this is the last game, and it's going very well. 8-4 T-side for Mouse on Mirage. Already have Spirit's Dust 2 in their back pocket. And we've got Donk at a
Ketdi. O'yin boshlandi. 13-round.
Just missed the window smoke.
Sanat suspect. Nima deyapsiz?
Spinks gets the earliest of duels. We get an execute coming over the top of ramp.
Va bu yerda Shironing o'qlari tegmayapti.
When do you see Shiro miss his P250 moments?
Well, he's not dead, still got
Shiro.
Bomb comes scrambling over. Now they've already thrown out their utility, so they won't have that smoke to follow up, but this is still Mao's without everybody over here on A. Because it really did feel like a fake. One smoke, Shiro misses a magazine, maybe on purpose, and then back into the cover. Could there really be 3 players ramp? But a smoke on Palace at a minute.
That's rough. Opens up lines here for the CT side, and coming out of the A ramp just feels a lot less dangerous now.
Yaxshi-da.
See if Tanir tries to sell something at B before they actually
79 HP bilan qolmoqda va ko'ramiz endi Torji bu yer Spinks Tanirni yo'q qilib berdi. Torjidan esa Shiroga headshot Zontik Zelays orqali razmen bera olgan. Torjini yo'q qilishsa agar sayt toza edi, Torji ham razmen evaziga o'ldirildi. Magic va Zontik strik qolishgan. 100 nolish kerak edi. Yaxshi damage berildi. PR Zontik clashda. Katadagi yiroqni o'qimayapti. Spinks keldi katadan.
Spinks is just
o'qidigan timingni qarang, timing unlucky. Juda omadsiz. 16 ga 4 kda Spinksda, 4 kda.
Fully converted 3-0 both times. They lose the starting pistol on Mirage, but they had that force buy win instantly as an answer.
Yeah.
The start of these halves have been Mao's all day long.
They literally saved their best stuff for Sunday and built into it. I mean, they kept folding in some of the issues they had previously. They've just grown and developed so quickly in such a short period of time.
A reminder that you can always live trade the game on Poly Market,
Esports
where for the first
time,
Maus are predicted to win this match.
It's like hard to not see it that way after you've watched some of these rounds.
Torji.
PR said if this goes to 5 maps, it'll be interesting. It might not even get there.
Zelax push qilib Zontix minus qilib bermoqda. 4 kishi bo'lib qolishdi. 3 HP qaranglar mana. 3 HP, 1 HP tirik qolyapti Mouse. Bugun omad Mouse tomonda. Zerchen va PRda navbatdagi killlar, Donk va Shiro tirik qolishdi xolos. Bu yerda Shiro Makteni bilan sakrab yuribdi. Donk bitta kill topib berdi. Shiro ham kill qilmoqda va M4A4 uning qo'lida. Shiro o'ta olmadi oxirigacha. Donk 3 ga 1 clashda 1 daqiqadan ko'proq vaqt bor. Galil Donkning qo'lida. Yashil stickermi Imperial? Galilga qo'yinglar qani.
Yeah. No, same. I mean, it's not
been a good
Spinksdan easy head bo'ladi hozir.
They're using the Magic's place against him.
Ya head masu oyog'iga otib tashladi. Magic'ning pozitsiyasiga joylashib olgan edi.
Saucy. 10-4.
Saucy deydimi? Brachka tiltdi.
14 hisob.
Elo record as well.
Yeah.
Again,
Thought he was back on top.
he's playing a lot. And truly, like, it's crazy to say, but he got carried here yesterday.
15 round boshlandi.
There to be a world where, you know, he doesn't
Magix.
just get back
Voh,
to it.
qayashganni qarang. 3 HP Shiroda.
That'll help.
3 HP bilan ham qaynoqqina headshot bermoqda bu yerdagi Zershinga Shiro.
Desert Eagles across the board. Donk wants that M4. Yep. And he's grabbed it. And he's got Kevlar to play with too.
Donkda MK bor. Zershinning MKsi.
It suddenly feels like a real chance.
Lekin boshiga shapka sotib olmagan.
Donk is the
Agar rotatsiya qilishdi, Donk konnektorda hozir push qilinadi midda. Har tomondan. Voy, Donk timinglar. Voy, Donk qayerda chek qilishni bilmay qoldi. Middagi iroqlar 3 kishi bo'lib chiqib kelishdi unga qarshi. Torji full blind holatda.
But Magix doesn't swing out on it. If he had, Zelex would have just covered off his teammate and gunned them down. Such a quick response here from Mouse. They don't let this round get away.
Zelex'tan quadro kill.
At least you just kind of quarantined Donk, made sure things couldn't get wild, and now sit pretty 11-4, 2 rounds from being 2 up in this best of 5.
Just sharing the highlights. Moore's another 4K in for Zelex.
Oh, yomon boshiga keldi lekin.
Donk has had two really good rounds this series. There's that mid kill on Torzi, the 1v3 clutch back on Dust 2. So you get flashes.
Easy chempion bo'lib ketadi deb o'ylagandim men, lekin men stream yoqishimdan oldin, bugun 3 ta mapda tugasa kerak o'yin deb. Spirit chempion bo'lsa kerak deb o'ylagandim.
And that's not even to say that they would simply win if that happened. That would just make it competitive.
Lekin jota bolalar uchun olib bo'ladi. Boshqa komanda yutadi degandek qilyapti, ha?
And famously, Mouse were the first team to like counter Donk when he was in his prime, and like they beat him and they naded him every round and gave him a bad series.
Zontix.
They really haven't done that in this series. They've just outgunned him.
PR.
50-50 duels. It's not utility.
Yana flash bilan pick va kill double kill. Donkni minus qilib berishyapti. Zontix Zershon orqali razmen bera olgan va Shirodan miss. Tushunarli Shiro. Ikkita igroq ham bir-birini ko'rmadi. Menimcha va Magix Torjiga headshot, shortda Spinks bor. 2 ga 4 round yutishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. Agar bu raundni qo'ldan boy berishsa, GG. Orqada Spinksdan headshot. Zontixning yolg'iz o'zi 3 kishiga qarshi. Clutch Ministerga 30 soniya vaqt yetarlicha bo'larmikan? Menimcha yo'q. Zelex pick qilib qo'yadi yo'q. PR. Bo'ldi, vaqt yetmadi. Eshitishdi. GG, double pick. Zelex tomonidan o'ldirildi. 12-4.
Formula for Mouse finally coming together, or is this a sign of where it goes moving forward in 2026? Because this isn't even a competition.
Hujumda birorta round olishmadi.
In this series.
Shota Mirajda tayyorgarligi ancha kuchli. Mouse'da.
Not one weak link, not because Torji keeps this super.
Qaranglar, Donk ekranda. Full blind.
And it would never
O'lgan
be like
payti
Mouse to rely on any one
ochildi
guy.
ekran.
What's impressive is
HLV top tur Windows smoke. Juda zerikmadingizda Muyassardan shu gapni yozib. O'qidik bu gapni. Copy paste qilishdan charchamadingiz-a? Uchinchi map yana 15 minut kutamiz. Mayli, kompyuterlarni tayyorlab qo'yinglar. Donkni o'zim duelga chaqiraman. Kezik kuzda o'tishamiz Donkni. Kimdir nikini Donk deb kirsin-da.
It's been mics up, heads in hand. You can sympathize as to why they have simply not been.
O'sha gap Donkni ushlash maqsad. Anonim Day Airport Spirit Damoy deydilar. Anonim ham tindirmayapsiz-da sizdan. Spirit troll qilishdi.
Always been used to being the underdog, which kind of makes him a good fit for.
Flash kelishini bilib bo'lmaydi. Airport yo'da sezmaysiz ham. Uzoqdan kelib yoningizga prime oldingizga kelgan payt ochiladi flash.
And then to contrast that to what Magix said, where anything except first place is a failure.
Torji'ni otib tashladi, shortdan yurishni boshlayapti. Comeback ishonadiganlar bormi yoki yo'q oramizda? PR'da hozir quvlashmoqda bu yerda PR himoyalanib topar ekan, Trinierni yo'q qilib bermoqda. PR o'zi 55 HP bilan tirik qolgan, hali ham yashashda davom etadi. PRdan double kill, PR triple kill amalga oshirishga Zontix qo'yib bermadi, lekin o'zi low HP bo'lib qolgan bu yerda. Xerchen Magic'ni tutib oldi. 2 ga 3 vaziyat. Zontix hamda Donk ikkita ig'roqda ham 37 HP dan jon qolgan. 100% ig'roqlarga qarshi Miroslav Zontixning mana bu yurishi foyda berishi mumkin, lekin Spinks o'qidi bu pozitsiyani. Donk AWP'da 3 ga 1 clutch. Xerchen apartamentdan yetib keladi va menimcha bu GG. Xerchen keldi chunki orqadan. Xerchenda easy kill va chiroyli headshot yoki da pichoq bilan ham o'ldirib qo'yish mumkin. Donk bilmaydi orqadan kelayotgan Xerchenni. Razmenga o'ynab ketishdi. 13-4. 13-4. 15 daqiqadan so'ng o'yin davom etadi. Santar Ahmedov Isroilovichga salom. Spirit GGM deyman. Hozircha 2-0 hisob. 17-18 bo'ladigan bo'lsa. Hozir akalar. Yaxshilikga emas. To'g'rimi? Yaxshilikka. Ungacha biz bu yoqdan to'g'rilab turamiz hammasini, tekstni ham to'g'rilab qo'yaman. 3-map 17-20 bo'ladigan bo'lsa ham 17-33 da boshlanadi. Hisob VSN o'rniga 0-2 deb yozib qo'yadi. KZ kirdimmi? Qaysi serverda o'ynaymiz? Qaysida odam kamroq? Duelda odam уже yetarlicha bor ekan-da. Saytdan chiqib ketib qoldi. Manyak bor, kalash bor. Davay bugun Deagle o'ynaymiz. Kecha 100 o'ynagandik, bugun Deagledagi aimlarga baho beramiz. Donk bo'lsa, mardi bo'lsa kirsin Donkda. Donkda agar men mardman deydigan odam bo'lsa kirsin. Santarespik Quvonchbek addushi ishlarga. Addushi rahmat Quvonchbek sizdan atizga ham brat. Gap yo'q. Skachat ham qilish kerak ekan. Mayli, skachat qilib olamiz tezgina. Bo'ldi, o'zi tez skachat bo'lyapti. YouTube ketadi, ishoninglar. YouTube ketsa 5 ketaman. Depon o'yiniga borsanglar salom aytib qo'yinglar Botirshotga. Botirshot sharhlayapti Depon o'yinini. Va juda karta ko'zda o'rtar ekan, lekin no mayli. Qani bir sinab ko'raylik. Voy, ovozini boshga, faqat boshga urish kerak. Sal ovozni pastroq qilaylik deb yo'da. Faqat boshga otish kerak. Mamnun qilib boshdagi o'sanglar bo'ladi demoqchi edim, mayli. Ya, connect tashlamadim sizlarga. Mana connect. Shuni kirib konsolga mana yo'ni bosasizlar и start qilsanglar bo'ldi. Uy. Hamma donklar yig'ilib olgan, qaranglar. 2 kishi bo'lib o'tishmoq. Bo'ldi, o'yin qilmasdan. O'yin qilmasdan o'ynaymiz. Birga bir. Qamrat mujikimiz chiqing birga bir. Turibdi-yu, уже серьезно? Stop, boshqa connectga kiramiz. Nimaga kam joy? Karta kichkinaligi uchunmi? Уже to'lib qopti, ha? 16 ta kishi kirmagan-ku, 4 ta kishimi? 8 kishi kirganmiz hozir. Bitta round o'yin olaydi. Bo'ldi, ketdik hozir boshqasiga kiramiz. Hayronman. Mana duel. Ayimma bo'shadi. Hech kim yo'q hozir. Ketdik. Bitta round, aytgancha o'zimga joy qo'ymay qolish mumkin. Terror o'ynayam katta. Davay katta. Galilda? Kimdir kiradimi? Bayonetni qo'liga olish yoqadi-da, qaranglar. FB skinsda ham bor, bunaqa sotuvdi. Iminda mana shunaqasidan bor. Qaranglar bunga go'zalligini. Deagle'da. Nice. Qaytadan. Ketdik. Pichoqda qaranglar go'zalligini. Ketdik. Bo'sh raqib yo'q. Va ham borma, qaranglar chiqishini oldida. Nima tortish sira chatda akalar. Qani Donk degan kirmadimi? Donk yo'qmi birorta Donk? Yashil set buncha chiroyli ko'rinadi. Ko'rdim biratda. Ovoz baramanda. Yashil set qo'lda turishini qaranglar, perchda. O'tib biladigan mujiklar ham bormi? Yo, hamma o'zimga o'xshagan botda kirib olgan masalan. Pichoqda aylantirib olishingdan. Qaranglar go'zalligini. Kimdir ketaga ham o'tib olsa, hamma terror bo'lib qo'ygan. Hamma terror bo'lib qo'ygan akalar. Voy. Galilda qoqtashim menga. Donkni o'ldirdim. Stop. Mana ovoz. Eshik ochildimi deb o'ylandim, mana ovoz deyishdi. Qani Achilles, o'zing, kech oting ham mana ham endi. Bitta suqing mayli. Mana endi kuchlatinglashdi. Yercha kirib ketaman deb o'ylayman. Mana. Bo'ldi, azizga keyin o'tamiz. O'lgan paytda muzikasi yo'qmayapti menga. Chuch debdi odamni. Boshingizga tegdi-ku. Men o'lmasligim kerak ekan, qo'rqaman men o'lsam. Sizlar boshqa server o'ynab turinglar, men o'taman hozir. 5 minut buni o'ynagan, keyin o'taman. Любойga kirib turinglar, duelda. Lekin menga ham joy bo'lsin-da, kirayotgan paytim. Deagle bo'lsa. Deagle-da, Sancho. Stop. O'zim yaxshi ko'rgan avtomatim o'g'laydi. Stop. Kimdir duelga chaqiraymi? Zo'ri kim? Zo'ri bormi? Duel. Galilda. M4A4 ga almashtiramiz. Bo'ldi. Kim ekan eng zo'r kill qilayotgan bu yoqda? Magaga duel tashlayman mana shu qilgan kill uchun. Duelga chaqiraman Magani. Ну давай standart. Ну давай 15 gacha Maga. Ketdik. Easy Maga. Sal pritsel o'tadi. Давай Maga. O'zing ko'rsat Maga. Voy, boshiga o'tgandim ha. Давай Maga. Yaxshi ketamiz Maga.
Ha, pichoqmi? Nima demoqchi? Chek qilish uchunmi bu? Tegdi. Qayerdan chiqishini bilmayman-da. Voy, yoshi. O'lgan paytdagi suvgim umuman yoqmayapti o'zimga. Kalash olamizmi qo'lga? Stop. Yutqizib qo'yamizmi yana? Давай, FAMAS, risk. Whoa, 12. Давай. Давай, брат. Donaga zo'rda bu famazdan tir. Va, brat, yema qilyaptilar degan. Boshiga tegdi. Yasha. Da 14. My point. Ha, pichoqda o'ynaymiz buni. Gaga yaxshi o'yin bo'ldi, brat. Men yoqdi. Zerikman. Stream ko'rayotgan bo'lsangiz, rahmat o'yin uchun. Chotki o'yin bo'ldi. Yana birortasi magaga o'tib bersalar, do'yga so'ramiz. Sanchi? Stop. Bo'ldi, hazillashmaymiz endi. Tez o'ldiringlar da men. Bo'ldi, ketdik, davay. Kalashda o'tishdi endi dona. O'tirgan payt o'tib ketarkan o'qlarim. Soat necha bo'ldi? 33. Ha, o'sha o'yinga qaytamiz akalar. Bitta o'ynaylik mana shuni. Voy, o'tirib olganingizda. Hamma o'tirib o'tib tashlayaptimi? Mana o'tirib olaman. Lekin pichoqqa gap yo'q, ha? Tikka turgan tayyor. Symmetriga qarshi. Symmetriga yutgan bo'laman o'zida o'ylabsam. Ko'rinmayapsiz. Ikkita bot bir-birini otolmasligini. Bo'ldi, biroq jahlim chiqdi. Bo'ldi. Rahmat akalar o'yin uchun 170 bitta odam bo'lib ketibmiz o'yinlarning ichida. O'yinimiz boshlanib qolyapti. Boshlandi. Yo'q, endi aka boshlanyapti hozir. To'g'rab tashlaymiz, savo turolmang u tomondan.
Hali mana boshlangani yo'q aka. Vahima qilish kerak emas. Hammasi nazoratda.
And he's going to at least perform closer to the level that we've been seeing more of on this grand final Sunday.
As much as I love hearing you guys talk about these two teams and what they could bring on Ancient, the only thing that could bring me even more joy is just seeing if Mouse are able to close out this grand final or if Spirit are able to fight back on Ancient.
Oh, we are most certainly still waiting for Spirit to bring fight. We would love to see it here on Ancient. We would have loved to see it on either of the first two maps, but it really hasn't happened. And so we enter this third map with the Polymarket prediction favoring Mouse. Mohan, they have done it. It's a tidal shift, and you can understand why. I mean, coming into this third map, Donk's the highest rated player on Spirit at a 0.98.
There's only two teams, I think, that have reverse swept best of fives. Spirit did it twice.
Oh boy.
And I think Furia did it at the Thunderpick World Championship versus Navi, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, sounds right.
All three sort of like studio small crowd events, okay?
Rahmat akalar, duel uchun kim bilan o'tishgan bo'lsa, assalomu alaykum. Marbaga yaxshimisiz, charchamayapsizmi? Hammasini o'zini qaytarib qo'yamiz.
Game where the stats are sort of irrelevant though with the form that we're seeing right
now.
Spirit, we didn't get 13-11 finishes.
O'zim aytaman sizga Instagramlarni. O'zini ko'tardim aka mana. Hammasi joyida.
Mouse dismantled them. They look
Ancient kartasi Spirit bilan xayrlashishimiz mumkin agar yutqizib qo'ysa.
And now the question is like, can they upset one more statistic more so than our Spirit going
PR.
to get back into this?
This would be a map winning streak brought to an end.
Raskidlar tashlab berilma. O, Elior tog'o, o'sha gap do'stim. Bot. Donat uchun katta rahmat, Elior. Gap yo'q, brad, mujiksan. Simple joda, simple bimple.
Got a whole lot of bodies here for Spirit and not a whole lot of positions to hide in.
They're going to jump at this.
Torji, Shiro va bu yerda Spinks. Shironi minus qilib bermoqda. Donk va Donk PR-ni yo'q qildi. Ketma-ketliklar almashib bo'lishgan 3-3 vaziyat. Low HP-dagi kitdagi guruh Zontix tomonidan otib tashlandi. Spinks razmenda. Va Spinks Donkni ham otib tashlayapti. Zontix clashda yana bir clash. Diffuse kit yo'q. Quadro. Ace ko'ramizmi Spinksdan? Ace ko'rmaymiz. Xershin keldi. Xershin keldi. Chap tomondan Xershin. Ulguradimi diffuse qilishga? Nima deb o'ylaysizlar? Yo'q. Ulgurdi. Ulgurmay qolyapti 0.78 sekund. Qachon endi face o'ynaymiz? Turnirni tugatib olaylik aka. Atak face etga bilmam. 10 kun bush o'sha payt o'ynaversak bo'ladi lekin.
He's really trying to sneak an MVP right now.
Quadro kill Spinks. Hammasini otdi. Nice try. Va Spirit birinchi raundni qo'lga kiritdi.
Hitting everything, great awareness. He's getting opening kills on Mirage.
A reminder that you can always live trade the game on Polymarket. And Mouse very much.
Ikkinchi round boshlandi.
But the numbers, Mason, what do they mean?
Molik, Rasidlar, Magics.
Forced by a moment
Zelex.
Mouse. With how they've played today, you just can't help but believe they might still throw a wrench in the works.
Yeah, they're going vertical here. Love this stat.
PR force by qilingan Mouse tomonidan.
Press to the bottom of ramp, supported
by.
by
Ho, Ahmad, nima gap yozing undan ko'ra gap bo'lsa.
And obviously it takes 4 players with Xershin inside of the cave, so heavy commitment, but it's the correct commitment as Spirit stand.
That's pretty sweet. I mean, they smoked him out of cave, which I think only makes it slightly more appealing to want to try to go here. Magics, though, as the IGL is starting to lean over towards Donut and clear things out.
Red Room va Donutlarni egallab olishadi katta ehtimollik bilan, lekin Donk Cave'da B'da raundni yakunlab qo'yishmoqchi. Xershin Cave'ga yaqin kelib olgan. Yana Donk entry qilishiga to'g'ri keladi. Bu degani birinchi agar o'ladigan igro kim desanglar, Donk ehtimoli katta.
No, they're actually just going out to A entirely. Okay. There we go.
Second guessing it
now.
Moment. Here's the gap. M4 shifts back, but it's not shifting back in a good setup. Not like what they had.
You can boost again in this
flash.
And they're getting it in position in time. Plus, you spot a player because that flashbang landed, so you get the jump. This is going to be Zelex on full alert.
Zelex turnirda minus qilib berdi boost orqali. Bomba o'rnatilgan, hech qanaqa utility yo'q va diffuse kit ham yo'q Mouse a'zolarida, lekin ular ko'pchilikda va retake qilib ko'rishmoqchi.
And 3 rifles to go up against. A
Hozir o'qiymiz Santarrespik. Turdibek hozir mana shu raunddan keyin o'qiymiz. Va Zontix double kill. Zontix yana minus izlamoqda, lekin Shiro hamda Magic'dan minuslar Torji. Zontix rasmiy qilib bergan bo'lsa, Shiro u ham trade qila oldi. 2-0 va full ekoga qarshi o'ynaydi endi Spirit. KS2 olamida buyuk muzlash boshlandimi deb yurgandim. Shukur turnir bor ekan-ku. Turnirni ham Turdibek eng oxirgi kuniga keldingizda finaliga gapiram.
To feed into the fear that maybe this B stack was the wrong idea. Maybe it is going to be a donut crawl, and there was nobody inside a donut.
3-chi round boshlandi.
Deny that information, so I like that out of Spirit. They got what they wanted from the beginning of the round, but they weren't. They were willing to work for it.
Molotov, Raskit hammasi tashlab berilmoqda. Hozircha 2-0.
This wouldn't be the
Magic's
first match at this event where Spirit kick it into gear once they truly feel threatened. You know, for an event that's single elimination the entire time,
it's just that now Mouse have 3 chances.
Yeah.
That's a big thing.
Almost feels like Spirit like putting their head in the guillotine. Nobody's been able to pull the lever just yet, but
we're not gonna kink shame.
That was pretty dangerous.
Nega Stream Max 480p bilmadim, u sizni o'zingizdan bo'lsa kerak. Bizda 1082k ham bo'lish kerak, adashmasam. Va bu yerda Shiro Xershini minus qilib ketmoqda. Shiro qo'shdimikan, 4 ga 1 kda. Pauzada bir video vizif bilan bo'lsa, xotini bilan gaplashib olgan bo'lsa, motivatsiya berib o'rganda.
Here's a question though. If Spirit do wind up winning a map at least in this series.
EVC turnirida hamma top komandalar bor. Uni ham birgalikda xudo xolasa streamda ko'ramiz. 10 kundan keyin bo'lib o'tadi. $1 million eng katta sovrin jamg'arma. Spinks Shironi yo'q qilgan bo'lsa, Zontix razmenda eng so'nggi yevro beradi. Torji diffuse kiti yo'q, undan cho'chimasa ham bo'ladi, diffuse qila olmaydi baribir. Red Roomga qarab kelmoqda, menimcha Torjini ham kuni bitgan ko'rinadi. Miroslav Zontix, yo'q, hamma kataga save qilishga ketdi. Eshitdingmi? Donk tomonidan tutib olindi. OBS bitrate qancha turadi? 10,000 turadi menda bitrate. YouTubeda bo'lgani uchun.
They started playing very well as a team.
That's fair.
And that's the only way they could have won because FaZe actually also put up a really strong fight.
Omadini bersin, baxtli bo'lsin. To'rtinchi round boshlandi. Tinirjon hozircha kill qilgani yo'q. Va Donk Zelax minus qilib bermoqda full bayli roundda. Xershindan ehtiyot bo'lishlari kerak va Donkdan double kill Torji hamda Xershindan minuslar. Magix esa Xershindan orqasidan o'tib bera oldi. PR haqida info. Magix informatsiyaga o'ynayapti. Torji AWPda 3-2 vaziyat va Zontix Miroslav Torji tomonidan easy tutib olinadi. Ikkita guruh haqida ham informatsiya bor. Top toza Shiro easy kirib bombani o'rnatishi mumkin. Chunki Torji haqida ham PR haqida ham informatsiya bor. Magix orqadan aylanib keladi. Torji Nuke xatda o'ynaydi. Nuke'dagi statistikalarni aytaman hozir. Oxirgi 3 oylikdagi. Diffuse kiti yo'q ularni. Bu degani 4-0 menimcha. Save qilishga yana yaxshiroq. Save ga qarab ketishmoqda. Nuke'da oxirgi 3 o'yin ichida Spirit 3 marotaba o'ynagan, 100% win rate turibdi. Hammasida yutgan, 3dan 3tada. Mouse esa 13 marotaba o'ynagan. Eng ko'p o'zi oxirgi paytda Nuke o'ynagan Mouse. Va 69% win rate.
It's all kinds of weird things that kind of go out the window if there's just going to be, you know, inexplicable dip in form, but you know.
Slaymonov uni boshqa streamda sotsangiz bo'ladi, bu yo'q emas.
There's no one who's better at navigating these flashes, getting spray transfers, getting killed so quickly that he can do it in between flashes and then still stay alive. But there's an example of it. So we'll just keep contextualizing what we're seeing, but there's a sign of life.
2 ga bot. Qanaqa bot?
Yo'da.
Good value out of a frag grenade outside B.
Chota akalar like'larni bosib qo'ymasanglar bo'lmaydi. Sizlar trig odam deb o'ylamayapti, kirgan odamlar. Tanier.
Oh, there we go. Some multis. Shiro has already surpassed his multi-kill total from the first 2 maps of the series. 1 on Dust 2 and Mirage. Yikes.
Magics.
Guess that doesn't help.
Donk
sees this as an invitation to try to clear out.
O'tishda va 3 kishi midda. Zontix oxirigacha pik qilmasligidan men maslahat bergan bo'lar edim. Ketma-ket urib ketishyapti. Va Mauzning birinchi raundiga aylanadigan ko'rinadi. Voy, Shiro Zerchini yo'q qilib bera oldi. Ace clutch boshlamoqchi menimcha. Shiro.
Yeah, but PR has already seen that he hasn't pushed.
So they'll remain 2 players both sides of the cave. It's going to be a tough job for Shiro to ever fight his way out of this.
Shiro
has to try though, because he will not save now in this position.
25 seconds to make magic happen.
Yeah, Zelex'dan headshot hech narsa qila olmayapti.
Anything to stop Zelex, who goes huge this round with the quad kill, sees Donk's double last round and shows him up in the follow-up.
Bundan keyin katta turnir 10 kunlik pauzadan so'ng boshlanadi.
And so there's just this fat donut smoke that's sitting there, and Donk is walking around it, but it does mean the CTs, if they wanted to, have really good lines. And so many players they can layer up into that attack. So on the fast rounds, Spirit have had a great time taking mid. Here's one example of a slow one that doesn't go their way.
Tanier. Zerchin, Molotov, raskidlar tashlab berildi. Chopper qaydasanlar? Chopper WW teamga trener bo'lmoqchi. Strogoni jamoasi bor-ku, Deko, Strogo, Streamer jamoalar. Shu WW teamga trener bo'lib bitta turnir yutib berdi va unga yoqibdi. Taklif ham berishdi WW team. Trener bo'lasizmi deb pulni soqqasini normalni otishgan bo'lsa. Shiro 11 bilan qo'lladi. Bu yerda Torji esa Donk tutib oldi. Mauz menimcha KTga endi moslashdimi deyman.
Works out wonderfully. No spam coupled with that Molotov on the fallback, so Torji gets out of dodge
Zontix
and hangs on to the man advantage. But with a smoke from Spinx on his own position,
he actually doesn't get trapped. He was so low on HP.
Tanier.
He didn't run out that soon. Couldn't get to watch mid with this op. Really changes the setup. PR unkilled.
Just confirming they're still back there. And that they're trying to make moves to crack open the bomb site.
Magics.
Like that, clear intention here from Spirit.
Wow, we're coming into this late round position with no smokes.
Da EVC'de $2 million ha mukofot 10 kundan keyin boshlanadi.
Spinx getting active on the flank.
Bitta ko'raman bu yerdagi Zelex turnirni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Magic'dan razmen bor. Shiro lekin AWP bilan emas, shuni esa $2 million ekan. EVC'da. Eng katta turnir bu, yilda eng katta turniri. Va bu yerda Zerchin Zontixni minus qilib bermoqda.
But regardless, it'll be Mauz with consecutive round wins and a Spirit that was poised up for the B commit but never really pulled the trigger.
I mean, Mauz did a super subtle job of interrupting them every time they wanted to do something. The Molly long into the peak from Spinx to get the first kill that shuts down the attack. The Torzi getting the opshot inside a cave, being able to fall back after their Molly. Every single thing was responded to. And so for that entire time,
time out olindi. Time out. Bilasizlar, mana shu time out o'zini eshitdinglarmi? Like'larni bosib qo'yishimiz ayni paytda 2194 ta. 5 ta like qolibdi. Shu 5 ta mehribon odam bormi? Like bosib qo'ying.
Right.
Swap kiygandim.
Just that slower pace in general this week from Spirit that I don't think has looked the best
Qaramay
on them.
turayman, Red Bull ichini suv bilan to'ldirib oladi.
Another instance of it here in the grand finals.
Eng oxirgi o'rinlarga foydasi bo'ladi, конечно. AX bitta yozsangiz ham o'qiymiz. Foydasi bo'ladi. Ularga ham pul mukofoti beriladi chiqib ketgan taqdirda ham. Unaqa katta turnirlarda hech bo'lmasa xarajatni ko'tarib ketadi komandalar.
Minimum. I plus adashmasam katta turnirlar, atel va matchga o'xshagan narsalarni ham to'lab beradi. Va Donk midda open kill top berdi, Sphinx to'ldirib berdi. Donk Donatdan chiqmasdan to'g'ri ish qilyapti Xelax. Shiro esa Xershini yo'q qilib berdi va Xelax chiqib keldi. Donatdan qaytdi yana ortiga. PRni o'qishmayapti, PRdan double kill. 3 ga 3 vaziyat. Torji 3ta Tech 9dagi igroqlar qolishdi-da, eng qizig'i. Xelax PR hamma yetib keldi. Aggaga.
PR behind Zershin is everything for Mouse this round. A 3v5.
Force'ga o'xshamaydigan ko'rinadi. Makaze qayerda ekan? Uyda mehmonlar yurti o'zi yo'q. Makaze Yo, Torjidan qaytdi. Makaze Navi bilan dam olib turnirga tayyorgarlik ko'ryapti.
To really cut into that lead. Only one round the gap now between these squads.
It's crazy to say that PR's had now 3.
Boshlangan like bo'lsin. Rahmat xalq.
Having 3 good maps in a row. Sphinx having 3 good maps in a row. Xelax is 7-5 like. And this is having to come back.
Rahmat Namonov sizga ham besalak tamtam mujik. Eng katta turnirda 32 ta komanda bo'ladi. Undan ko'p komanda o'sha turnirga sig'may ham qoladi.
They don't have a ton of guns behind it this time.
Chota finalda qizdirib bera olmayapti, Spirit comeback qilmasa oxirigacha 3 ta map bilan yutqizishini bilmadim.
You just want to kind of trick them into taking all these aggressive maneuvers. Mouse aren't going to be scared. They will still try to go for mid control. Just because it's Donk doesn't mean you can abandon your game plan. I think that's what's always historically made them good versus these superstar teams is they don't treat them as such.
8-round boshlandi. Xelax va Donk razmen qilib bera oldi Digla bilan. Xershin bor bu yerda. Double pick qilishmasa Xershinga qiyin nimadir o'ylab topish hozir. Donkning o'qlari tegmadi unga.
And yes, okay, one player over towards A main, but
PR. Donk yana bitta trade. Digla bilan lekin tago killlarni razmen qilib yuribdi. Va bombani ham o'rnatib ketishadi. Bu degani ekonomika uchun ancha foydali. Agar tushib qolgan qurolni ham olsa, no Xershon zo'r o'qiyapti-da o'yinni. Magic'ni easy tutib, Zontix'ni easy tutib oladi. O'tolmadi va Diglda xavfli endi. Headshot tegib qolmoqda Zontix'ga. Donk hamda Shiro tirik qolishgan. Torjida AWP.
And it's going to be all Donk and Ace or Mouse come through with the retake.
Donk buni qaradi. Faqat o'zi kill qilib yuribdi. Yangida bo'ladi, o'zi va igroq ham tez orada Yevropaga transfer bo'lyapti. Qayerdan eshitdingiz? Lekin bitta gap aytaymi? Bu yangilikni eshitgan odam hech kimga aytmaydi-da, mana bunaqa streamga ham kirib yozmaydi-da. Tipo birinchi eshitgan odam. Birorta streamerdan eshitgan bo'lsangiz kerak, может. O'zbekiston igroq transfer bo'lyapti degan nima yangilikda. Qachon javob beradi? Bahrom aka javob beradi, obeddan keyinroq. Uje hozir 6:30larga qarab javob beradi kirib. Bizda teskari rejimda ishlaydi, kechasi ishlaydi. Donk yana open kill Donkdan. Donk bu yerda yaxshina damage ham bera oldi. Sphinx 41 HP bilan ortga qaytishga majbur bo'ladi bu yerda. Smoke tashlab qo'yilmoqda va Red Room hozir egallanishini ko'ramiz. Tinier agent 007.
The intended target just clear out the lane while that door was smoked.
PR Magic Simmons qilmoqda. Abetdan keyinroq, kechroq. Men uchun abetdan keyin uje hozirgi paytlarda. Media tog'a 3-0 tugasa Faceitga urinadi. Vo PR hamda Xershindan killlar berdi. Donk yana bir rasmiy qilib bermoqda. PR easy kill. Yo'q, Tinier headshot berishga ulgurdi. Tinier haqida informatsiya bor. Torji ham ortga qaytib oldi. B'ni himoya qilishadi Xershin bilan birgalikda.
But even he's playing extremely active. He's actually going to go re-clear.
Torji check qiladimi deymanda.
You think this lets Torji just take up angles.
Ko'rdi Donk. AWP oldi qo'liga. Yana bir sakrab ko'rar ekanmi? Kalashni qaytardi.
Also for Zershin, this
Zershin rampga yetib kelgan. Yomon tayminglarda o'tib oldi. Bak Zershin buni ham o'qib turibdi. Hozircha Tnier Cave'dan o'ynaydi, lekin rampdan keladigan igrokni o'qish yoki o'qimasligini bilmadim. Donk ikkita igrok kutish kerak edi. Birinchi kill bor. Zershin double kill va Mouse comeback amalga oshirmoqda. Bo'ldilar. Ko'ramiz, tugasin qani. Uchun olib hali. Menimcha uchun olib bo'lmaydi yo'q.
He could leave his post, which was such a strong spot to just sit in. We wouldn't have seen the impact though if he hadn't.
Musiqit ham bor, musiqit prosta ko'p odam tushunmaydi o'zimizda hali. Musiqit so'rasangiz top beradilar, ha o'tirolmay. Xalq bitta yozing, iltimos.
I love that from Zershin, trying to run away but then deciding to just hold his ground. And we know that aims
5-4 hisob.
Awkward one here for Spirit as they forego the lead and find themselves on a single
Donk.
AK here in Donk's hands. But it's feeling like Donk is doing what he does.
Aytgancha tabriklaymiz. Tnier birinchi killni qildi.
Working with less. It's not too late for Donk to have an impact on this series. But even just if we have a close first half, this game could wind up getting tight. We were talking about blowouts back at the beginning.
Torji Zontixni yo'q qilib beradi.
Spirit kind of get into gear somewhat.
Xo'p, hozir agar Spirit yutmoqchi bo'lsa, kamida yana ikkita raund olish kerak. Bu degani keyingi baylarni olishga to'g'ri keladi. Uni bitta olsa ham 7-5, keyin pistoletkalarni yutib, Force-ni ham yutsa 7-7 bilan comeback qilsa bo'ladi. Yaxshi kirib keldi. Tnier sakrab. Cave'dagi Zershin bor. Va Tnier double kill. Zellex kutmayaptilar. Zellexni kutishmayapti bu yerda. Magic'dan headshot. Sphinx hamda Torji 3 kishiga qarshi retake qilishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. Hozircha Magic hamda Shiro pistoletlarda. Molotov va Magic boshqa iloji yo'q edi pik qilishdan. Eng qizig'i smoke ham bor ekan Cave'ga. Torjini defuse kit ham bor. Donk. Shoshdi Donk. Shiro o'ynab beradigan joyi ekonomika uchun ham ancha foydali. Wallbangga ishonyapti. Voy tegdi. Yana yechibdi. Yechibdi.
And it is just a stuck defuse, the right tools for the job, flushing each of those individuals.
Nice try, unlucky. 3-ga 2 retake berib yuborishdi.
This is really turning into an incredible CT side out of Mouse. No matter how disadvantaged they are, they find a series of correct decisions, hit all their shots, make those kills look easy.
Holy the way up.
They bait Magics into the right peak, they bait Donk into the peak out of the smoke. Every trap that they're laying is working out. Six straight rounds out of Mouse. And this is officially, the closest Spirit get to winning in those last 6.
Wallbangda o'tirish kerak deymiz, lekin o'yin paytida bizaga o'xshab ko'rib turgani yo'qdi. Necha foiz joni qoldi uni, yechyaptimi, yo'qmi? U dakansa fake qildi deb o'yladi. Cave'dagi igrok meni o'tib qo'yadi deb o'yladi. Zontix agressiya va PR tekshirilmaydi buni pozitsiyasi. Full blind holatda PR endi check qilinadi va ko'rdi. Informatsiya ham beradi, lekin PR tezkorlik bilan kill va Zontixni ham low HP qilib qo'ymoqda. Eng qizig'i yaxshi fake qilib berishdi Ada. Bular esa B ga kirib kelishgan. Chota fake jinnisimi? Zershin ham ajoyib push qilgan ekan. Turkiya 3 retake qilishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. Smoke raskilar tashlab qo'yilgan Shiro.
They just need to try to hang on to the bomb plant.
Shiro.
Advantage for Mouse earned and a heavy flank. In fact, not one
player. Donk Zershinni yo'q qilib bermoqda.
They're going to smoke off the long side.
Donkdan double. Donk triple ham qiladi. Triple kill. Shiro Torjini yo'q qilib berdi. Bratski o'ziga kelishni boshladi.
And also breathe. A bit of a late arrival from Mouse as they were preoccupied with that early A hit, and all of a sudden Spirit back to winning ways.
Just feel like they just need to trim the fat and get into situations like that where they can post plant. Donk can take fights like this. I mean, this is obviously a fantastic display of aim. In all these previous situations, Mouse were in a similar spot. Here they had numbers. This would have actually been not that difficult if they went 1-for-1 on Donk. But like you said, it's not too late.
12-chi raund boshlandi. Bu raunddan so'ng jamoalar o'rin almashib olishadi. Molotov chiqdi. Yonib ketyapti. O mid agressiya. Killlar yaxshi almashtirib bo'ladi. Bu Tnir ham Zerchini yo'q qilib bermoqda. Bu yerda Magic tutib oladi. Holly Jabjabich comeback qildi. Brat, qanaqa donat bu? Qaysi pul birligi? Qildi. 3000 nima bu?
But they have got this B site under wraps.
They saw Torji leaving.
4-2 vaziyat. Donk esa 3 HP bilan qolgan. Shiro PR ni yo'q qilib berdi. Torjining o'zi razmenda, lekin eng so'ngida Tnir tomonidan tutib olindi. 6-6. Hujumda 6 raund yomon emas. Turdibek Jabjabich bo'lganda nimadir qilardi deydilar. Ya Jabjabich bo'lganda Holly bo'lsa yaxshi bo'lardi derdik. Softik eng yaxshisi edi. Yordamchi trener. Borib PJ Lassana youtuberga. Hujumda 6-3000 won ekan. Wonmi? Gap yo'q lekin. Rahmat. Hujumda zo'r ha. 6 ta raund. Juda ajoyib degan. Necha kishi? 119 kishi o'rgan. Nima o'ynayapmiz keyingisida? Duel o'ynab bo'ldik. Ishoninglar, 4 ta map ko'ramiz baribir. 100 ta odam bor ekan. Mana shu odamlar kim-kimlar o'ynayapti? O'zimiz bolalar o'ynayapti menimcha. Biron nima o'ylab topamiz. Random skillsmi? 3000 won bizni pulga qancha? Bilmasam aka. Ovozingiz past kelyapti. Bilmadim aka, maksimum gapiryapman lekin. Mikrofonchani almashtirish vaqti kelgandir balki. Mana bu yoqdan gapirsam qanaqa eshitiladi? Bu yoqdan gapirsam qanaqa eshitilyapti? Won Koreyani puli. Aha. Xitoyda puli nima edi? Kenyas mana. Yo'q, hamma Koreya Xitoydanmi deyman, o'ramiz. Sirrazu pulgacha o'qib beryapsiz. Kuba lekin. Akalar nimalar qilyapsizlar Koreyada? Meni bitta birodar degan birodarim bo'lardi. Yo'q bo'lib ketgan. Xitoyniki yuanida, yuan. Bo'ldi, esladim. Xitoyda bo'lganmanmi? Prosta Alipaydan pul to'lagandikda, shuning uchun yuan bilan e'tibor qilmaganman. Siras tirsirs urgi to'lavergan. Birodar, agar meni eshitayotgan bo'lsang do'stim, aloqaga chiq. Bu yaqinlarini topib berish ko'rsatuvi. Puluncha ko'p bo'lmaydi. Aka, farqi yo'q aka. Glavnisi unaqa ko'k bo'lib turibdi-ku. Rahmat sizga. Uchun bo'lsa kal qilasiz. Nimaga? Sabab chiqaring. Uchun bo'lsa kal qilasiz. Agar 0-0 bo'lgan paytda ham o'ylab ko'rib javob berardim-da bu savolga. Birodarga nima bo'lgan? Birodarga hech nima bo'lmagan. Birodar Koreyada ishlab yuribdi, bitta koreys top bo'lgan.
It may have taken 2.5 maps to get here, but Spirit suddenly turning this game into a more competitive affair. It was a 4-0 start where Mouse are able to answer.
Ketdik, davay, o'yinga qaytamiz va bizda 13-raund boshlanmoqda. Hisob 6-6. Pistoletkada bitta pistol raundni olishgan, ya'ni birinchi pistol raundda Spirit.
Yeah, just looking way better and right at the tail end, but it's literally correlated to his kills, getting the rounds.
Raskillar tashlab beriladi va middan hozir chiqish ko'ramiz. A ga yaqin kelib olishgan. Donut yoki Red Roomdan A ga round ko'rish. Menimcha keyingi soniylarda bizda. Donk qiynashmoqda. Donkda o'qlari tegmayapti. Uni Xershondan double kill. Easy side egallanildi. Tinier Spinks John bor bu yerda. Spinks John. Spinksdan headshot. Kim bag'rit nice to be.
A moment where Mouse will put Spirit right back into the pot.
Spinks Shiroga headshot berdi. Xelax esa Magic Snot tashladi. Birodar, siz Koreyadagilar noto'g'ri tushunishi mumkin.
Donk had a fair few shots to work with there. Outside of a smoke. Kind of played it well considering, you know, how
Strimlarni eslantirishgan. Strimlarni Marat arenda to'laymanmi yo'qda xonani o'zimning uyim yoki xona emas. Почти $500 arendasi bor ofisda. Mana bular Pro Gaming brendidan olganman. FB ni logotipini 1.100.000 ga tayyorlatgandim. Bo'ldi, qolgan narsa shu ofis ichidagi narsalar. Sizlar bilan noldan stream xona quramiz, kontent qiling. 7-6 va force buy qilishga majbur bo'ldi Spirit jamoasi bu raundda. Cho'tta chempion bo'lish niyati yo'q, menimcha, xohish yo'q. Ko'zida olov yo'q. Donkdan boshqa hech kimni.
Bombs sits outside of it. Feels like Xershon was just sizing it up.
PR.
Everybody contributing utility to Xershon. We've seen Mouse actually storm into stacks previously to convert their
Xershon Tinierda minus qilib bermoqda.
Little Mac 10 headshot to get the ball.
Zontixdan kill. Torji esa razmenda.
Numbers strong here to start, but Spirit down to 2.
Magics.
Donk still remains, but on the other half of the map where there is no effort from Mouse.
Volbang orqali yot tashlandi. Tushunarli hammasi. Xelax Shironi yo'q qilib bermoqda. Mr. Donk 4 kishiga qarshi va Deagle'da yana eng qizig'i.
Get all these best of 5 grand finals, just 3-0s.
Yeah. We've had a lot. I remember, you know, Valve finally gave us best of 5 finals. And
we begged on our ends and knees for years, for a decade.
But when a BO5 finals is competitive, there's no better feeling. It's worth the flat ones, I think. And as of the next major,
yoniq turadi, nimaga?
Third, fourth place decider.
Kezli o'zimniki.
No, not excited about that.
Which makes a ton of sense for. No, they've always been great.
Yeah.
Esports major 2000 boshini o'ynab ko'rasizmi? Buni birinchi bo'lib o'ynab ko'rdim, Sardor. YouTube'ga kirsangiz streamlari turibdi. Esports Manager YouTube chempion ham bo'ldik majburda, zerikdik keyin bu o'yindan. YouTube monetizatsiya pul bermaydi, xavotir olmanglar umuman. Va monetizatsiyani o'chirib ham qo'yganman. Ko'rsatishim ham mumkin. Monetization sizlarda reklama chiqqan bo'lardi, bo'lmasa chet eldan ko'rayotganlar uchun, atak reklama chiqqanda ham unaqa pul to'lamaydi YouTube.
Not over yet, but it is getting into that real dangerous territory. Spirit no.
O'yinni qaranglar, jota xafa Spiritda hamma narsa. Bunisi Ancient o'zi pik qilganda, Hayashkala ketdi bekorga. Bu 9-6 dan comeback qilishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi menimcha.
And each individual on Mouse having moments throughout this best of 5.
And Xershon's calling is actually just flat out spectacular at this point. I mean, we were wondering if it was predicated on him being able to call around himself. Well, that just hasn't been the case either in these last few days.
I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense for him to start his journey as an IGL.
Spinks Magics'ni yo'q qilib beradi. Donkda diffuse kit bor ekan va smoke ham bor.
And more support from Cyclone and Zipex. I mean, Mouse does have supportive elements.
Donk o'zi Xershonni yo'q qilib berdi. Zontix'ning jonini saqlab qolindi, lekin Xelax'ning hayashkasi uni keyingi raundga ravona qiladi. Xelax double kill, Donkdan headshotga Xelax'ning triple kill'i javob bo'ladi.
Malta, menda shundoq ham reklama chiqmaydi, YouTube Premium bor. O, mana bu ham boshqa varada. YouTube Premium bo'lsa ham reklama chiqmaydi. Lekin hamma biz O'zbekistonda biror hech kimda YouTube Premium yo'q menimcha. Hech kimda demay, uzr. 90% odamlarda Premium. Finallar sotilmaydi. O'zi final emas, bundan oldingi o'yinlar mana Spiritga o'xshaydigan katta komandalar sotmaydi o'yinni. Chunki chempionligini o'zidan normal pul topadi-ku, nima kerak u yutqizib.
Quick for the op boost. And it is only Magix at this B site. They're going to try to test.
Magix yolg'iz o'zi B'da himoyada va Magix hozircha birinchi kill topib berdi. Va Magix double kill smoke ichida PR not tashlayapti. Midda Xelex bor, qolgan igroq esa rampda hozircha. Sekinlik bilan Heavenga tortilishmoqda. Midda Xelex Donkni yo'q qiladi, lekin o'z atiga 13 HP bilan ortga qaytishga majbur endi.
That's a good guy to take out of the round.
Could this still get away from Spirit? You're looking at some of the score lines of the Spirit players left alive in this situation. Contrast that to how hot Torji's being. Missed shot out of Shiro.
Oh my goodness, that was
sal qoldi-ya, sal qoldi. Mana bu Shiro o'lib qoladi ham bo'lsa.
They'll both peel back.
GG deb aytsak bo'lardi.
Now what's the move? Throw the opera on the box, try to give him a
Tinier.
line. Tinier gets active to make sure there's map control here for Spirit. They are very aware of what is
Midga chiqishni tanladi Tinier.
There's still commitment here from Mouse. Missed Molotov on the execute won't help, and a smoke grenade on ramp, starting to feel more and more like a save at this point.
Boost. Mouse'ni qaranglar, cho'chimayapti lekin umuman.
Final act of desperation with the smoke spam, but no frag means no entry point, and so Mouse no better.
Safe.
3 saves with their money and those guns is not too bad. And it'll be Magix to win the round with his 2 kills, running forward into that knowing exactly what was coming.
As the solo defender.
Yeah.
Save round bizda.
It honestly looked like that attack was going to work.
9-7. Donkga drop bormi? Like bosmaganlar, like'larni bosib qo'yamiz akalar. Like bosish tekin.
Fresh idea out of Mouse in the follow-up, considering they're able to buy
Donk.
easily in this one. No attention to that B site. A forward press.
O full blind qo'ladi, lekin Donk Zelexni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Spinks chiqib keldi va Zontik Spinksni tutib oldi. Lekin flashlar zo'r tushib bergan edi. 5 ga 3 vaziyat.
For those mid clashes, but you know what you're signing up for every time. Tinier just tucked in to the sight box.
PR.
Not going to see a damn thing.
Midda sekinlik bilan Zershon check qilib chiqishni boshlayapti. Bu yerda Tinier sakrab check qilib turibdi va boost orqali qani. Oyog'iga zarba. Oyog'iga o'qizish. 17 HP bilan qolmoqda Tinier. Info bor. 40 soniya atrofida vaqt. Mana bu multiface Zontixni ortga qaytishga majbur qilmoqda. Yana bir molik.
I mean, if they go A, it's just going to be a nightmare, surely.
Thought maybe if they tried to wrap spawn with Zershin, things could get interesting. For now, they'll take up their position in Donut. And Zershin is inching forward at the 22nd mark. Swing denied.
PR Zontixni yo'q qilib ber oldi. Aga yurishini davom ettiradi. Agar Donk ham o'ladigan bo'lsa, qiyin bo'ladi ahvol, lekin Donk ishonchli tarzda aniq himoya qilib berdi. Torji ham Zershindan xato. Donk o'ldirdi-yu, Zershin tomonidan tutib olindi. Ma ikkita o'zini igrogimi deb o'ylab qoldim birodarlar. Magixdan headshot. Vaqtdan keyin o'ldimi shunda hujumda?
Have put Mouse in a tough spot with this hold.
We just caught the tail end of that fight. Don't know exactly what. Probably wouldn't have mattered though with the extra 2 guys on and Donk winning his duel.
Yeah.
Endi bitta gap aytaman. Chatda kimdir o'zini fikrini bildirishi bu o'zi o'ynamasa ham umuman fikr bildirmasin degani emas. Fikrlar subyektiv. Xulosa o'zingizdan. Pulni to'yiga emas, sayohatga sarfla. Fikr bildirsa, suv ichadi. Time out bo'lib qoldi. Chota. Kimdir qaysidir igrokni yomon o'ynayapti deydimi? Bo'ldi, u narsa bo'ldi, yomon o'ynamayapti, sen undan yaxshiroq o'ynaysanmi, o'zing tushib o'yna degan gap bildirmaydi. Odamlar unaqa qilish kerak emas, chunki futbolistlar ham shuncha so'kdinglar mana. Bularning ishi KS o'ynash. Tushish kerak, o'ynash kerak. O'ynamasa o'ynamadi deymiz. O'ynasa o'ynadi deymiz.
This is where you're looking at the supporting cast of Spirit and saying,
situation like this. Bor, onaga telefonni berib qo'ydi. Telefon qaytarib ber, onangizga yurtsan. Bor. Donk. Selexdan open kill. Hisobni tenglashtirish uchun yaxshi shans bo'lishi mumkin-di. Bitta Kalash va bitta Galilda o'ynashadi bu raundda. Vo, Zontix double kill bilan javob qaytarmoqda. Torji esa trade qilib beroldi bu killni. 3 ga 3 vaziyat. Faqat Torjida Kalashnik, qolgan igroklar esa ikkita pistoletda o'ynaydi bu raundda. Bitta A, bitta Red Room va bir dona igrok, ya'ni Shiro. Magix B'da, Shiro A'da.
Okay, they'll just chuck him the AK. Torji grabs the gun so that they can keep a player up on ledge.
Torji.
What's the move here, Mouse?
It's crazy. They've got so much utility too. I mean,
Magix.
These two smokes after they block window.
I love that.
There are 3 smokes still.
Red smoke as the bomb has already worked its way halfway to that B.
B'ga rotatsiya qilishmoqda.
The longer this goes on, the stronger the spot gets for Magix.
PR now tucked into the opposite cave room.
Tenier.
In anticipation of some kind of a mid play, but it wasn't Tenier to go push out middle. He is just simply hit the back of this B site, instead looks to tuck.
Raskillar bilan kirib kelinadi. Bu yerda Tenier yoki Magixni ham xato qilishga haqqi yo'q. Razvey Tenier Xershini yo'q qilib beradi. Magix esa PR ga headshot. Torji 10 soniya vaqt yetmaydi xohlasa ham. Tenierdan headshot. 9-9 hisob tenglashdi.
It's a great opening move from Zelex. He gets that duel picked up over top of Donk.
Depo yutqizdi birinchi kartda. Seriyozno finalda yutqizib qo'ydimi? Omega ham kuchli komandada prosta. Best of 5 bo'ladi yoki best of 3 mi? Best of 3 ekan. 13-11 ga unlucky. Comeback berib o'rtdi-da. 11-9 dan comeback berib o'rtdi Depo. Botib qo'yadigan igrok yomon o'tadi-da.
Forced to bend the knee.
Spirit have either swept or been
swept in 4 straight grand finals. Today we could buck the trend.
Shiro. Shot. Pistoletlarda kirib kelishdi. Hisobda oldinga o'tib olish uchun yaxshigina shans bor edi. Nimagadir A'da faqatgina bitta igrok qolgan. Bu yerda bolt tashlab berildi va tezkorlik bilan retake bomba hali urilmagan. Donkdan bitta kill, double kill. Zontix ham double kill amalga oshira oldi. 19 Spirit hisobda oldinga o'tib olmoqda.
Oh, whoops. What's that?
Nuriddin aka, xavotirlanmang. Arendaga 500 dollar to'lasak ham. Nasibamiz terib yuramiz baribir.
Spirit have done a great job of messing their money up, winning all the right rounds.
Mashhur comeback bo'ladimi 2-0dan 3-2 qilgandi Virtus Pro. O'sha mashhur comebackni siz eskisini aytyapsiz. Men esa Furia Navini comeback bilan chempion bo'lib ketganini o'yinni bilaman. Masalan, yaqinroqda bo'lganlarida.
Another mid fight. Oh, Donk makes the jump.
Donk midda yana aggressive movement. Spinks double kill bilan javob qaytarmoqda bunga. Spinks triple qilishga esa Tenier qo'yib bermadi. 3 ga 3 vaziyat. Tenier hali ham midda va Donutga qarab chekinadi. Bu yerda Haven tomonga qarab rampdan PR tortilishi ham mumkin.
Torji on the walk up's got a teammate right
Torji.
behind him. It's him insertion operating as a duo here in mid.
PR. Tinier yana bitta kill, lekin PR hamda Torji hamdadan o'ldirib bera olsa Magix u qilmayapti Torji. Nimada check qildi Torji? Magix. Va Magixdan 2ga 1 clutch, 11-9 hisob.
Absolutely frazzles Torji. Doesn't know which way to look.
I don't know what was going on as a J.R. Smith moment there for Torzi.
Cho'chimadi lekin Magix. Bu Torjiga 5 ketdim. U tepadan kelyapti, u Red Roomni check qilib turibdi. Ozgina qaradimi deb o'ylayapman-da. Reaksiyalardan boshqa narsa. Lekin statistikasi yomon emas. Mouse eng so'nggi time-outdan foydalanadi. Bu fursatda ham Holly o'zini jamoasiga kerakli ko'rsatmalarni berish bilan ovora.
Great adjustment from Spinx. PR point blank on Shiro, but look at
Dude, how did Shiro shot? He had an off that.
Uxt qayerdan kelganini tushunmay qolibdi. Mana bu yerda lekin juda ishonchli o'ynadi.
Another round where Mouse will be operating with less.
Donk.
Another round where Donk takes over middle to no contest. Early numbers at A main. It's an opless Shiro over towards that A site. Insertion's just chucking a full fake of utility into this B site, but there's already a press down the ramp here for Magic.
Bu yerda Magic Insertion yo'q qilib bermoqda. Shiro esa hamma hero qaradigan informatsiya berdi. Shirodan double kill. Torji smokga chiqib keladigan bo'lsa va Shiro shu turishida ham uni xalf qilib ortiga jo'natib yuboradi. PR va Torji tirik qolishgan 5 kishiga qarshi keyingi round puli bor, pulda ammo yo'q. Donk yetib keldi. 21 ga 15 keldi yurtdi Donk.
Finally, in this grand finals, we get a showing out of Donk, deserving of
PRdan headshot cho'chib qolgandir menimcha bu yerda Donk. Kavashning uning qo'lida.
But it's a hell of an ask of PR and Torji.
Yo, 2ga 5 round esa men ishonmayman. Shironing triple kill, eng so'nggi yurak Torji. Shironing o'zi pik qilib ko'rmoqchi uni va Shirodan quadro va KDga chiqib oldi u ham. Mana bizning 30 ta, 40 ta balki 50 ta muxlislik jamoasi baqirib turgan opani ham ko'rsatib qo'yishsa
Mouse have been on 9 rounds for a while now. So Spirit starting to write the story for themselves. I'm not wasting a good performance either.
This T side is the pistol and the 3-0 start from Mouse.
Boshqa time-outlarda masalan texnik pauzalarda taktika haqida gapirishsa bo'ladi. Yo'q, texnik pauzada gapirish mumkin emas, mikrofonga chatga ham yozish mumkin emas. Faqat tactical time-outda taktika haqida gapirishsa bo'ladi. 22-round Magix Zertion midni qaytadan egallab olishadi, ya'ni retake ishlari amalga oshirildi. Zontix hamda Shiro ham midda, Donk esa Donatdan o'ynashga tayyorgarlik ko'rmoqda. Comeback oxirigacha davom etadimi? Nima deb o'ylaysizlar? Men like'larni Spirit YouTube bo'lgandan keyin bosmoqchimisizlar? Tushundim masalan. Magix.
Careful on the reload.
Zertion responding to this spam from Magix that's just been constant since the start of the round.
Aydan ishlamayapti.
Spirit reading this correctly with the 4-player B setup.
Yeah, manimcha ishlayapti.
Problem is sometimes if you play inside cave, like, every position can be smoked or mollied out.
PR
Shiro
PRga headshot. Saytga qarab kirib kelishadi, lekin bu yerda Trir hamda Magixdan navbatdagi killlar GG azizlar. GG bu yerda Torji bitta minus, Zontixdan Razmen, Spiritdan comeback va 3-mapni o'z foydalariga hal qilishdi. 5 ta map ko'ramiz. Bugun stream kechgacha davom etadi. Hali kamida yana 3 soatli stream. Yarim soatlik pauza. Like'larni bosib qo'yamiz akalar, chiqib ketishdan oldin va ishonchli Skin kanalini, yana Skin savdo kanalimizni tavsiya qilib qo'yaman. Lekin aydan etdan kelgan donatlar hammasi o'qitilib turibdi, ochi. Davay, ket. Chat uchun hozir men buni bu tomon to'g'rilab olaydi. Qiziq uzekramiz. Connect tashlayman hozir. Men konturda o'ziga kirib olay.
Xo'sh, nima o'ynasak, nima o'ynasak? Kalash bo'lmaydi, retake'ga sig'maymiz. 15 ta kishi o'ynasa bo'lar ekan lekin retake'da. Davay retake kartaker ko'ramiz. 15 kishigacha sig'adimi retake'da? Connect tashlayman, Mirage retake. Uzr aytgancha shot 2 beradi-ku, ha? To'g'ri. Uzr. 4 ta karta aniq. Adashib ketdim, akalar. Unaqa jarrov so'kinib, bir nima qilib tashlashman, so'kinmadim sizlarga. Uni salgina hurmatda bo'laylik bir-birimizga. Jarrov so'kib tashlaysizlar. 1850 da boshlanadi. Hozircha 2-1 hisob. 4-map. Mana shu gapim uchun Spirit 5 ta mapgacha yetsin-da. Navbatim kutishim kerak. Navbat bilan qo'shadi bunda. Boshqa rejimga qarab ko'raman hozir. Kub emasmi? O'zi shunaqa boshlanadi aka, yarim soatlik pauza beraveradi 3-mapdan keyin o'rtada. Va meni qo'shdi retake'ga. Ha, bu yo'qda. Hamma qo'shilsa kerak mamsha, navbat. Voy, sizlar juda ko'pchilik sizlar ekan. Boshiga o'tayman, nima qilyapti bizanikilar? Sizda o'yla. Yag'ay Nuriddin aka, u hech qanaqa uzr so'raydigan narsa emas-ku. Men ham gaplarim yana. Просто sarkazm qilib gapiraman-da. 9 kishi sig'ar ekan bunda. Boshqalardan o'tamiz ekan. Duelga o'tamiz hozir. Faqat 9 kishi sig'ar ekanda. Voy, yomon hid berib yubordi lekin. Retake emas, duel o'ynaylik-da, tinchgina duel o'tishaylik. Dasta duelida. Shot yozib qo'yganman aka 2-1. Men duelga ketdim. Kutaman hamma. Qanaqa emasga element? Gapingiz bo'lsa, adminga yozing mana streamda bir nima demasdan shuncha shot ham bo'ldi-da. Qanaqa sotsam bo'ladi? Zadorat o'zi. Qiz 200 bu, brat. Sayran çıktı. Boşga tegmayapti. Mirzo. Bunaqa familiyalarga qarshi duellar lekin salgina qaltirayman-da. Juda qiyin. Qanday mana yoni bosasiz o'yinga kirib. Konsolda qanaqa qilib ochishni so'ramoqchi bo'lsangiz, mana kirasiz, settingsga kirasiz, game'ga o'tasizda mana. Enable developer console yoki konsolda ruschasida yozilgan bo'ladi. Mana shuni yes ga qo'yasiz. Yo. Oddiy kod terilgan. Yoni bos, connective stavit qilib bosaverasiz. Enterda. Connect tashlang. Mana. Ulgursangiz agar hozir to'lib qolmagan bo'lsa connectimiz. Hozircha to'libdi aka. Boshqa duel o'ynab turing, o'shanga o'tamanman. 10 minut buni o'ynayman, 10 minut boshqa joyga o'taman. Boshqa connect o'ynab turasiz. K2.uz degan saytga kirib oling. Voy. Bani qo'pon o'xshaydi. Kuchlilar kirib oldim bu safar, ammo davay. Full focus o'ynashni boshlang. Stop. Mikrofonni ozgina oldinroqqa. Bunaqa emas-da. O'ynash kerak. Yashirin turgandan olib qo'ydi. Davay. Yana yashirni o'ynayapti. Duel unaqa o'ynalmaydi. Chiqib otishiladi, bo'ldi. Bu yo'ldan. Mana shunaqa, davay. Dakansa, davay. Давай. Давай. Savolimga qarang. Unaqa o'qlar raskit qilish uchun keyinchalik o'tsa, qayerga kirayotganini bilib qoladi. Tushunyapsizmi? O'yinni boshida o'tib qo'yadi shuning uchun. Qimirlamang, brat. Mujik bo'ling. Face o'ynamayman aka, men bu akkauntda. Boshqa akkaunt o'ynayman. Boshim ko'rganim, pritselim ko'rinmayapti mana. Boshqa pritselga o'tamanmi deyman-da. Skinlar qanaqa ekan bunda? Boshqa skinga qo'yib ko'ramizmi Changerdan? Davay, normal o'ynaymiz. Full focusda o'ynaymiz, davay. Gene bosib o'ma. Bir yo'q o'tib oldi proje. Nima pastga bosib. Raqibga ham otingda, otmasdan o'ldirayman-ku hozir. Yashirin turibman. Bunaqa emas-da. Yashirinmasdan o'ynaylik, davay. Otishing. Martgaman. Mana jo'sga o'tib o'ryapman mana. Bu odama Achilles'dan necha ping? Chap tomonda ekanman. Давай. Zo'r bo'lsangiz ham, o'zingizni ko'rsating. Qani. Get it down. joyingizni bilmayman-da. Joyingizni bittada mana shunaqa headshotlardan yeb olasiz. Mana shunaqa headshotlardan yeb olasiz, joyingizni bilsam. Mana bunaqa headlardan yeb olasiz. Unlucky. E'tibor qilmaymiz. Bu erkakchilikda. Yomon tegdi lekin boshimga gap yo'q. Bu tomondamiz ikkovi. Chatga qaravering, hali yangi mana asosiy ishga so'z. Hech qisi yo'q aka, u narsa. Hech qisi yo'q yangi bo'ladigan bo'lsangiz. Men fokusda o'ynab ketaman, просто chatga qaramayman. Bular keyin aka ustimdan kuladi-da, bot ekan, otomatik deydi, unaqa qarang. U bo'lmaydi unaqasi, ketmaydi. O'zlari uni yashirinib turadi. O'ynaymiz degan paytimiz. Lekin bilmaydi-ki, kreditga kelib. Wow! Assalomu alaykum, masachi gaming, tinchmisiz, biroq charchamayapsizmi? Ko'rmaysiz? Keling, boshqa map. Da, hozir boshqa mapga o'tamiz. Hamma tayyormi? Tez o'tib olaylik boshqa mapga. Duellarni hammasi to'la ekan-da. Mayli, men o'zim hozir qaysini o'ynayapman? Mirajga o'tamiz. Sig'amanmi yo'qmi? Yo, server full. Sig'mayapman akalar Mirajga. Full turibdi hammasi. 15 ta odam. Bu ham full. Nima o'ynasak, Yusuf o'ynaymiz, davay. Skin changer oddiy aka, saytga kirasiz. Qarang. Hozir men ko'rsatdim-ku mana. Saytga kirasiz-da, mana bu yerda saytning o'ziga kirgan paytingiz bo'limlarni ochasiz, skinlar degan bo'lim bor. Mana shu skinlarga kirib, o'zingiz kolleksiya yaratishni bo'lsangiz bo'ladi yoki hamjamiyatga o'tasizda, любой bitta skin changerda copy qilasiz, nusxalashni bosasiz, bo'ldi. Keyin faqat skin changerni ishlatish uchun kirgandan keyin o'yinga qanaqadir kod bor edi, v nimadir degan narsa terilardi-da, keyin skinlar ishlab ketardi. O'shani eslolmayman aka. Kirsangiz o'zi turadi. Davay, 100 ta, davay. Headga head. O'yinni bitta vaqtdan ko'rib kelayman. Hali 10 minutdan keyin o'yin boshlanadi. 35, 45 tada boshlanar ekan akalar o'yin. 50 tada emas. Ya bir 5 minut o'ynaylik-da. Oho, buncha ko'payib ketdi bular. O'lgandagi zvuk yoqmayapti. Boshqa skin qo'yib kelaman men. O'lgandagi zvuk yoqmadi. Bu ketdi. Hamjamiyatdan kopiya qilaylik qani, yashil bo'lmadi, oqdan o'ynab ko'rdik. Bo'lmadi, bu ham yoqmadi. Qanaqadir yaxshiroq rang yo'qmi? Tilla gold yo'qmi? Gold. Gold yig'ganlar yo'qmi? Oltin rang. New deb qo'yaylik, qani kolleksiyani nusxalash. Bo'ldi, o'yinga qaytamiz. Full focus o'yinda bo'ladi endi. FPS plusda kartani skachat qilish kerak-da, shu ozgina erinyapman. Assalomu alaykum, Karozehab. Gold bor edi, hozir topolmayman nimagadir. Davay, full focus o'yinga qaraylik-da. O'lmaslikka harakat qilaman. Aka qanaqa pistolet oldingiz qo'lingizga?
Hozir 4-kartani boshlaymiz. Wow, Pepsi faqat men otib yuribdi. Connectdan boshlaman. Hey. Qaytdan kiraman. Nimaga 9 ga 7 bo'lib qoldik. Boshga o'tmasanglar o'lmaydi. Suyisan foyda yo'q. Boshga o'tish kerak. 2 ga 2. Давай. Ey. Keyin ham o'ynaysiz-da. Может 5 ta map bo'ladigan bo'lsa o'ynaymiz yana. Symmetry pistoletni o'zi yo'qmaydi. Bu tomonga o'tib olaydi. Ya mana shu Fazelga qarshi o'ynayman imенно. Keyingisida. Imенно mana shu qanday qarshi o'ynash kerak o'zi. KT normalniy kuchli bo'lib qoldi-da. Yana KT bo'lib qoldimmi? Yo, men T bo'lishim kerak. Skin qana bilmadim, 100 ga skin yo'q ekan-da uni. Mana bratni o'zini inventarini ko'rsatyapti, qaranglar. Nomad knife bor ekan. Mayli, persatkim bor edi. Choq to'kidan bor. Qani, bitta mashina o'tadiganlarga qarshi o'ynaydi. Qochdi. Qochmadi, men o'ldirishga keladi hozir. Mana o'sha yerda Fazel. Duchanov ekan-ku bu. Fazel tirik. 1-1. Yaxshi o'targan brat. Gap yo'q. Nima qilib tashlayapman? O'yinchini kick qilish. Davay, kim meni kick qilib yubormoqchi emasmizlar hech qilib? Bitta round o'zim ham bilmay qoldim qanaqa o'tlasang. Okay, Fazel cheater. Cheater deysizmi? Fazelni kick qilib yuborish kerak. Menimcha cheater haqiqatdan ham. O'tishini qaranglar. Mana o'zgina anaga kelib qoldim. Endi bosmayapti mishkasini Fazel. Cheaterligini bilib qolmasinlar. Boya pistolet yoqqandan keyin qani o'sha. Bitta bo'lsa 45 ta. O'sha 4 minut qoldim, o'yin boshlanishiga. Tez hojatxonaga borib ketib yuramanmi? Ataylab o'tib qara. Yili bilmadim, shunchalik zo'r o'ynaydi. Qanaqa qilib hammani ham bunisini boshiga o'tish mumkin, Aga, rahmat o'yin uchun.
yana может qaytaramiz. Spirit qaytsa biz ham qaytamiz. Nuke ko'ramiz, nuke. FPS plus o'ynang. FPS plus skachat qilib olinglar sizlar, men ham skachatga qo'yib qo'yaman hozir.
Another concern for me is that
o'ynaymiz mayli keyingisida.
Whole T side is usually based off of
Well, FPS plus skachat qilinglar o'ynaymiz.
On Mirage, as we've already seen, clearly it wasn't working in their favor for Ancient. Their second worst trading map on T side is Nuke. So that's going to lead to even more difficulties when individuals aren't just able to find those opening kills. However, the style that Mao's like to play is actually pretty tricky to follow. 3D Max had a hard time always finding out where Exertion snuck off to. Did he get down the vents? And the thing is that Mao's will use sometimes 4 smokes outside just to veil what it is that they're trying to accomplish, whether they're trying to wrap into hell or make it down secret. So Spirit, they're just going to have to make sure that they stay aggressive, that they actually are keeping some info, because if you're flying blind against Mao's, they're just going to convert.
I'm hoping that we get a similar sort of display when we did see Mao's going up against 3D Max on Nuke, where we got the triple overtime, so much joy. We had a Tozy essentially 1v4 sort of a clutch up for himself, putting his team in a winning position. That's the Mao's that I'm hoping shows up today. I'm hoping Spirit hitting that sort of level as well.
I don't think my heart could take that.
Okay.
I don't think my heart could take that in the grand final of Spirit against Mao's. I'm really excited to see what Mao's have changed up from then. I think they had some mistakes in that game that they could absolutely remedy. And this is, I want to mention, I've harped on PR for some of his positions. I think this is the one where he shows the most promise. Ramp, he's very tough to deal with, and Spirit often do attack ramp on their T sides.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's also switching to the CT side, kind of an objective for me is for Mao's to probably get 5. I actually like their CT side quite a bit. So as long as they just maybe get it close at halftime, they should feel pretty comfortable. I also think that the A defense between Zelix and Xertion can be pretty strong too. I think that they've actually just really locked down a lot of spots. Actually, Spinks with him on that A side. But either way, the way that Zelix has actually handled executes has been a little bit impressive for me for a guy that just kind of gets slotted in against tier 1 teams. So many flashes in his face. He's been doing a really serviceable job, dodging one, then getting 1 kill himself, staying alive. So he's a guy to watch out for me too.
You say close in the first half. What's putting you in a position of comfort though to be able to see it transition into a map win for Mao's or vice versa for Spirit?
Mao's before have created game plans that have made Donk look silly.
Okay.
That has happened on Nuke. So I fully trust Cyclone to be able to at least stump Donk a couple of these times, because as Donk warms up into this series, you don't want him to take 50-50 fair fights.
On the CT side, it's going to be very tough to shut Donk down, but on the T side, this is one of the few maps where you can see Donk go cold without having a bad individual game, but rather by game plans, as you're saying, from the likes of Cyclone.
Mao's cooled off a little bit towards the end of Ancient there. They've had time to reset. Spirit firing up for themselves, which makes a clash of the Titans here happen on Nuke for map 4 of our grand final.
A clash of the Titans only made possible by the fact that the second Titan has actually stepped into the server. We've now got Donk playing well off of Ancient. The polymarket prediction remains Mao's favored, but
ketdik o'yinga qaytamiz akalar.
in this series could be good, but I like
Sistem
the
ishim
analysts
ishlamayapti-da qayd nima deysiz
the plans of the operation on
ishlamasa
Mao's
chatda yozavering
and the
men.
possibility painting this picture of maybe the game plan shutting down Donk in map 4.
We've officially gotten deep into this best of 5. I would also like to say this legitimizes the win more for Mao's. If it had ended back on Ancient,
I like that.
I think we'd have to say, man, Spirit just were not good at this event, not good in this final.
Ketdik, o'yin boshlandi.
Yeah, the right guy at the top of the board.
Va bizda birinchi round Nuke kartasi Spirit jamoasi himoyada boshlaydi.
I think there's more at stake in making this win feel kind of as big as it should, because this is like the team that they always lose to, the team that they can't even get maps against.
Torji.
But make no mistake, Nuke is up for grabs. And we're all hoping for cash now at this point. Doesn't waterfall.
Donk.
Donk with the first chance. Two players in front of that.
Donk bu yerda PR tomonidan o'tib tashlanadi. Open killni PR topmoqda. O'yinda o'zini baland qilib qo'yaman. Havasi joyida menimcha endi. Zershin.
Why does Zershin know he's going to come back?
Yomon headshot berdi ya. Tnerga 5 ga 3 vaziyat. Nukta maymun deb o'ynayapti. Sakrab. Shiro.
Still a part of this A defense. Very much aware that Heaven is going to get wrapped and that this A site
50 soniya atrofida vaqt va Heavendan A ga kirib kelishadi. Shiro bor bu yerda. Shiro A mendagi yuruglarni kutib olishga harakat qilib ko'radi. Cowboy Shiro. Va Shiro bitta minus ham amalga oshirdi-yu, Torji tomonidan darhol razmen qilib berildi. Magix hamda Zontix Turkishga qarshi raund davom ettirishlariga to'g'ri keladi. Zontix
and that is still bomb planted, no challenge, backside. Magix also reveals himself with that one USPS tap, so there's...
Zontix could have got out of the vent.
Could have.
Kind of a few times, and...
Goes for the long journey.
Zontixdan kill Spinks esa Magix razmen qilib berdi. Yana turta kill qilish uchun, ya'ni umumiy turta kill qilish uchun yaxshigina shans bor Zontixda. Uchishga qarshi retake qilishga harakat qilib ko'radi. Qiyin holat. Xizalex tomonidan o'tib tashlandi. 1-0. Mouse g'alaba bilan boshladi.
Slow approach, an eventual squeeze, and another pistol victory.
I would love to know, this is my suspicion based on all the pistols we've seen. I think Donk is actually struggling on pistols. He was kind of like #1 in all stats at some point, but I feel like he's been countered on these pistols a lot, and faced with an opening duel, kind of a duel that he'd normally win. I don't have the numbers to back it up. I just don't have the numbers.
Va bizda ikkinchi round force buy qilingan Spirit jamoasi tomonidan.
I was there. I'm a knower.
Narsani o'rlaydiman bu yoqda.
Please let the numbers be on my side for this one. I think that's been a reason.
Donk smoke ichida hech kimni o'ta olmayapti. Salgina omadsiz yurish. Spinks Glock bitta o'qda o'ldiradi, yaqindan o'tsa. Plus kaskasi yo'q edi-ku. Boshida.
But first, Zershin gonna give a bit of a test outside, and there's no
Zershin Makten'da. Ko'p Makten'da o'ynaydigan bo'ldi-da. Shiro esa scoutda va B'ga kirib kelish ko'ramiz. Hozir 3 kishi bo'lib yetib kelishdi. Zontix nima qiladi bu yerda? Zontix hech narsa qilib bera olmaydi. Bu yer hamda Xalexdan keyinlar Donk orqadan o'ynaydi. Deagle'da bilamizki Donkda yaxshigina aim bor. Hech kimni ko'rmayapti. Hozircha bomba o'rnatayotgan bitta igrokni o'tib berdi. Donk eshigini yopgan va Donk double kill qilishga Torji qo'yib bermadi. O'zi atiga 8 HP bilan tirik qolmoqda. 4-2 vaziyat. Shiro scoutda. Shirodan miss.
Yeah, they'll have to step away from this. Scout will be valuable in any round in the future.
Boshlanishi bilan nimaga o'q otilishini men keyingi raundda tushuntiraman.
I really want cash now.
Do you?
Now that we've broken the barrier, it's not a sweep one way or the other for Spirit and all their best of 5 grand finals.
I don't think Maus want to get there though. I don't know. There was that pre-game interview with PR. Kind of brought up the map.
If it goes 5
and
maps,
he's like,
it'll be interesting.
And like the hesitation in that, it'll be interesting.
20 days of practice to get integrated to every map in the pool, and then cash is the brand new map for everybody.
Yeah. It'll be
Brad Flames Makten'da
Honestly though, like, he should be great on a map like cash. It's an aim.
Da, qaranglar, hozir yana o'shanaqa qilib otishadi va men o'sha joyda tushuntiraman nima uchun unaqa qilishlarini. Ko'pchilik bilmas ekan. O'yinni boshida pistolet bilan har doim teshib qo'yiladi u joy. Nima uchun? Chunki sekin o'ynaydigan komandalar bor, masalan, ko'chaga o'ynaydigandek qiladi, orqaga qaytib oladi bitta. Agar o'yinni o'rtasida aktonni sindiradigan bo'lsa, eshitadi va A ga kirar ekan degan fikr bo'ladi. Shuning uchun o'yinni boshidan o'tib qo'yadi. Keyinchalik A ga rotatsiya qilib yuborishmoqchi bo'lsa, raskidlar qilish uchun. Raqib jamoa shunda oldindan o'qilmaydi o'yinda-da. Zontix
Yeah, we'll have to see what CS2 does to cash with the smoke. You know, what kind of creativity can be brought to it, but it is really the simplest map.
I'm just grateful that it's the same cache, so we actually get to see the CS:GO to CS2 comparison with Train coming back different.
No, bu raundda ham Mouse easy yutib ketadi, katta ehtimollik bilan. Chunki himoyada hozircha yana scout olgan u Shiro. O'ta uni oldingi raunddagi. Ekonomikada ozgina muammolar. Zarshan. Donk PR'ni yo'q qilib berdi Digla bilan. 5-4 vaziyat Spirit agar mana shu ekonomika bilan raund yutishsa, keyingisida mouse qiynalib qoladi. B'ga qarab sakrab kirib kelyapti. Hamma Miroslav Zontix bor. Tinir ham shu yerda. Zontix va orqadan yetib keldi Shiro va Donk kalashni olgan holatda kill. Zontix ham headshot berishga ulgurmoqda bu yerda. Razmenga o'ynab ketishdi. Zelexdan double kill. Bay qilmasdan raund yutishni uddalashdi.
They actually played active, so active in all it took was one kill and then all the rotations. Mouse fully surrounded.
Hesitation out of Donk. The D kill into clearing that whole ramp. You know, he doesn't let them kind of get down into the B site.
He knows he has a teammate right behind him too.
Sprints to the AK, gets back in with it, and Shiro the other one with that scout. That's an awesome way for Spirit to find their first CT round win. Well, awesome if you ask anybody other than Mouse.
It's a massive steal.
Put them in a limited space. We've got low utility and a Tech 9 on Xertion.
Tinir.
Steal, but it's not lucky. I like that there's no real massive mistake there from Mouse. They just got, you know,
Zelex.
and then it was just pure action out of Spirit.
Pure speed as well. I like no hesitation to take over the top of
Smoke var askidlar tashlab
You heard all four players jump over that railing. And they kind of pay the price for not keeping one player to watch.
Shiro raskidlar tashlab berildi. Va bu yerda miss shot, lekin ikkinchi borasida PR'ni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Shiro o'zi esa ortga qaytib oldi. Donk ko'chada Zelex bilan birgalikda duel qilib ko'radi. Zelex razmenda. Zontix.
A duel picked up outside. This returns Shiro to the action in ramp room.
Tinir Zelexni ham o'tib ketdi. Spinks esa Shironi yo'q qilib bermoqda. 3 ga 3 vaziyatda qolib ketishgan. B'da igrok bor, Xertion. A'ga yurishmi? Ortga qaytibdi Spinks hamda Torji birgalikda va A'ga kirishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi.
Ramp, but Tanir's still alive. They've got one in lower already. Late squeaky at 30 seconds. It's a classic maneuver, but they're coming out of hut at the same time.
Yeah, it's Tanir downstairs and this hut arrival for Magix. He's alone for the moment.
Va Torji ajoyib headshot Magixga A egallandi, bombani o'rnatish boshlandi. Tinir bilan birgalikda Zontix 3 kishiga qarshi retake qilishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. Ikkita igrokda ham diffuse kit bor.
Tough ask of him looking to link up with Zontix, who doesn't push through main because of the smoke. He'll wrap around heaven instead. This is going to buy time for Mouse.
He has a flash. He can throw over top of Squeaky. That's the only way he can really do this with utility. There'll be a bit of a warning, obviously, but
it's Torji low HP straight down beneath this.
Torji low bo'lishiga qaramasdan Zontixga headshot berdi. Bu Mouse'ning 3-raundi. Pistolet bilan raund yutishgandi.
And even
Mehroj ataylab yozyapti o'yinni nomini, nima deb.
The Shiro stays alive. He has the op. They can't even settle down inside of the ramp. Magic will probably get support towards A.
Birinchi marta streamda ko'rayotganim yo'qda uni.
But because of this kill, you had Taniro. They had Tanir make that rotation downstairs. Robert Taniro.
Nega donat payme ishlab? Donat sistemasini o'zi ishlamayapti aka.
Mamma mia. I can't hold the ramp. Sorry, I'm done.
Gorlami.
Hozir to'g'rilashga harakat qilib ko'raman.
Oh boy. Tough place for Spirit suddenly. You don't want to get economically reset this early on a CT side of Nuke.
Well, because they won saving, they get another buy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have one.
Yeah, they'd be in that spot already. Magix can make do with the MP9, no doubt.
However this map goes, just don't let it be to dud shots. You know, I don't want to see small flicks getting missed, some bad sprays. That's just not the way you want to go out. And again, it'd be such a legitimate victory for Mouse to take down a team like this in a best-of-5. Everyone's back on land. But only if they play well.
Va bizda 5-raund boshlangan. Ikkita jamoada ham full buy bor deb aytsak ham bo'ladi. Donk 5 ga yetib bizlar va Zontix smoke orasida Spinks minus qilib berdi. 5 ga 4 vaziyat Ramp Zontixning qo'lida.
Sometimes B-Tram sassy.
But it's fair. Yeah, the stat for Tanir earlier was that he's more inconsistent, and Magics and Zontics with above 1.0 ratings. I think the time frame was like the last 3 months, but it's just that you see Tanir sometimes he's having takeover maps. He's finally starting to get really comfortable, it felt like, within this team after getting shuffled around for a lot of spots, but he's still very inconsistent.
There's a lot of smokes outside, but really no action around it. A few spams here, so be it.
Zontiks rap to'liqligicha qo'lga olmagan ekan, lekin yaxshigina damage bera oldi. Torjiyatiga 15% omadlilik qoladi. Shiro yana B ga qarab yo'l olishyapti. Donk bor B-da. Shiro va Torji bomba bilan qolib ketgan 8 HP unda. Endi B ga tushdi. Donk bomba o'rnatilayotganda menimcha o'ynasa kerak. Vaqzarshan Tinirni minus qilib berdi. 4-3 vaziyat, ikkita lobby igroklar qolishgan. PR agressiyasini davom ettiradi. Bomba o'rnatilib bo'lindi va PR Magicsni yo'q qilmoqda. Bu yerda PR agressiya bilan Donkga ham qayt berib yubordi. Gap yo'q bu reaksiyaga. Shiro quadro clutch qila oladimi?
They could have lost a lot of these fights, and this round could have been a flop.
Yomon o'tib tashladi ha PR. Endi boradi menimcha. Yo'q, vaqt yetmaydi-ku baribir. Save qiladi bu yerda. Kalashda. 4-1. Hujumda 4 ta round. Hozircha hisob 2-1. Shuni ham esdan chiqarmaymiz.
You're sitting with your new teammates. You're talking about your new squad.
Yeah. No, they suck.
The answer is yes, every time. But definitely an argument could be made. I mean, especially if you have moments like this out of PR.
Damn, PR.
This is versus Donk, by the way.
Ooh, it's starting to feel like it's coming apart because this is the tough earned moment that Spirit actually go invest.
6-chi round boshlandi. O'lmasga shib bo'lib ketganman. Haqiqatan ular boshiga o'tsa ham bo'lmayapti.
No. Excuse me, that's just the save AK given to him. Makes sense.
A ga kirishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. Donkda kalash bor. Save qilingan Hero AK Donkning qo'lida. Geroyligini ko'rsata oladimi bu kalashning? Qolganlarda 5-7 P250 yomon emas. Yaqin masofadan headshot beradi bu arjon. Lekin bu mouse juda jostki o'ynayapti. Xarshan Tinirni minus qilmoqda.
But actually was starting to lean back upstairs, so sometimes you go for the vent drop just to pull some CTs down and make it into a fake.
Ko'chadan o'ynayapti bular. 1 daqiqa atrofida vaqt. Donk sal kechikdi.
Crazy timing for the wall smokes. No way Spirit are going to be ready for that.
Shiro.
5-7 sent downstairs to the doors swinging wide.
Shiro Xershinga headshot bera oldi.
Careful because that AK is here. Shiro's trying to
Va bu yerda Donk double kill amalga oshirib beradi va Donkdan triple ham ko'rishimiz mumkin. Donk triple kill. Bitta save qilib qolgan kalash. O'zini oqladi. Pulga kuyishmadi shunda.
This was meant to be the open road for Mouse's T side. Instead, Spirit will bare their teeth, show fight. I love that camera angle, just showing that those were AKs trying to exit, and Donk shuts them down.
Just uses Shiro as bait. He gets that first kill, torn limb from limb.
That's the value of the save.
The second round they win. It's off of the save.
4-2. Bitta kalashlar round yutish qo'llaridan keldi.
And with 3 AKs, makes the next buy even cheaper. Not too late to bring the half back. What a moment for Donk.
Man, that leaves Mouse in such a stressful spot as well. There's going to be pistols on the field in this next one. Donk trying to replicate
7-chi round boshlandi.
Ancient into nuke. Finally back.
Donk broke his streak of 5 straight negative
KD maps on Ancient, the longest streak of his career.
Jesus.
Bounty has been an anomaly for the best rifler in the world.
Zontix.
Maybe it won't be his second or 42nd best.
Flash raskidlar Zontixdan qaytishga tashlanib berilmoqda va bu yerda 3 ta kalash va 2 ta tek9 da o'ynashadi. Shiro birozgina ortga qaytib olish kerak. Zontix bor. Miroslav Zontix birinchi qachot Miroslav Zontixni razmen qilib ketmoqda Spinks. Nu finaldagi o'yiniga men 5 ketyapman Spinksda. Shuncha payt o'ynamay finalga olib qo'ygan ekanda hamma kuchini. Magic yetib keldi va Magic'ning orqasidan Capteknaydagi igrok bor. U hech narsa qilib bera olmaydi. Zelix edi. Bomba hali o'rnatilganicha yo'q. Torji one taplariga ishonish bilan ovora. Donk bor uning qarama-qarshisida endi va Torji Donkdagi raundga ravona qilmoqda. 3 ga 3 qolib ketishgan. Spinksning pozitsiyasini o'qish ancha qiyin. Magic ham yetib keldi, hali o'zgani o'ynay olmaydi. Zershir Magic'ning orqasidan o'ynaydi. Magic tayminglar. Va Torji trerni yo'q qilib berdi. Zershir esa Magic'ni bu yerda Shironing o'zi qolib ketgan 40 soniya atrofida vaqt. Spinksdan razmen triple mi double kill bor ekan uni.
They knew the House Spirit were going to try to play it, didn't rush the situation, thought they might regret that. And Torsi, even though it's only one kill, it's a
shunaqa gaplar.
Oh, it's a second. Ooh. And Torsi, even though it's only one kill, it's a very, very important one.
One tap zo'r chiqqan ekan ha. Torjini headshot'i. Like bosmanglar, like'larni bosib qo'yinglar. 3000 odam ko'rib turibmiz. Uchganni brat 10 ta odam, 9000 ta deylik. 9000 tadan ko'p odam ko'rgan payti ham bo'lgan bu finallar. Ne xavotir
Wow. Wow.
Tnerga nerealniy headshot berib o'ribdi.
Adam, my man.
He was actually a monster versus 3D Max on Nuke as well.
It's kind of just been a monster all bounty. Lovely to see him hitting this level at the start of a season. Just Maus in general.
8-chi round.
In all the shortcomings.
Shiro.
First event of this season. Not even getting through the opening round. Falcons and Vitality. Maus with a new roster have improved outing after outing. And even, you know, our loudest criticisms in that Dust 2B synergy, they worked on that for today's best of 5
oxirgi puliga bay qilib chiqishgan. Xo'sh. Zershin pik qilib ko'rmoqchi Shironi garajda. Qani omadisini ko'rar ekanmi yoki Shiro tutib oladi uni. Mana Braskidan keyin info bor va Shiro easy kill. Open kill. Ko'pincha Spirit open kill top bildi. Lekin razmerlarni ham mouse ishonchli tarzda qilib berganda. Zontix rampga yetib keldi Shiro. Double kill Shirodan. Lekin Spinks tomonidan trade bor bu yerda. Zontix bitta kill qilishga ulgurdi-yu, Torji trade qilib oldi. 3 ga 2 vaziyat.
It's a great rotation from Donk. I wonder if this was heard earlier.
Molik va Donk Torjiga headshot. Zelixni ham minus qilib berdi. Donk bor, muammo yo'q.
So Donk does his job. They survive with majority, a single point of health. All Donk needs for that last kill.
I certainly would have saw a plant with that frag. Doesn't happen. And because Maus, they kind of made their bed here. They gave Spirit a second chance in both of these rounds that they picked up, and now they're the ones who have to save. Spirit really can make this interesting.
9-chi round boshlandi. PRni o'ynab turishi. Bu yerda eco round ekan, o'zlari gaplashib oladilar. Chat nima deb o'ylaysizlar? Kim yutadi bu yerda? Donk transfer narxi bir 5-6 million bo'lsa kerak kamida. Lekin Donk sotilmaydi-da, shu tomoni ham bor.
This is probably really offensive, but he does kind of sound like that.
Okay. An Italian pizza maker?
Depo yutqizayotgan ekan Umurovic ga. Menimcha depoda ham GG bo'lsa kerak turnir chempionligi.
Meta with love. Where are you going to put this bomb? You know, my humble advice If you're going to carry a bomb at any point in your life,
spin it on your finger.
Shiro bitta kill qildi va ortga qaytyapti. Ekoda AWPni berish xato. Shiro jon saqlashga harakat. Shiro double kill, Shiro triple amalga oshirib berdi. Zelex esa razmenda, lekin bombani o'rnatishlari ham mumkin. Bu yerda Tinier Zelex Donkda o'tmoqda. Sal qoldi. Uy! Tinier vaqtida chiqib keldi-ya. Ekoda olib ketib qolishardi raundni.
and that op will not be retrieved as it somehow gets onto the other side of that yellow whatever.
Good thing Shiro got all the kills he did.
Freaking sketchy, man.
Yeah.
It's all in the spin. So Spirit closed the gap.
That nade was actually nasty. I wonder if it was meant to hit the ceiling like that, but it was perfect.
If only Zelex had a position to really play from. You're up in the rafters with an op, fully exposed. Certainly made Spirit sweat, I'll tell you that much. And also really makes them reinvest.
Shiro.
Still a chance Maus can break down the doors. We haven't seen them go for this A attack in some time, so looking to transition back to it with the execute. You've got Spinks.
Donk bor bu yerda va Spinks bitta minus, Magic esa razmenda. Shiro ko'rdi. Saqlab qoldimi jonni? Yo'q, ulgurmayapti Shiro. Lekin double kill qilib bergan, tradelar ketma-ketligi Zontixni o'zi 2-1 clashda.
Damn, so watching that from Shiro's POV, he gets another multi-kill.
Zontix.
Zontix gonna have to win one of these retakes eventually.
Retake amalga oshirib bilar ekanman. Ikkita diffuse kit yotibdi side'ni o'zida. Uzoqda ekan, ancha uzoqda diffuse kitlar ham. Zontix.
If you're playing versus Zontix, just duck, you know, like
ikkita igrokni ham o'qish qiyin. Endi diffuse'ga qarab boryapti. Va Zontix birinchi kill bor. Hali diffuse kitni olmadi. Ulgurmaydi. Vaqt yetmaydi diffuse kitni olib qaytib kelishiga. 6-4. Zontix ham save qila olmadi hattoki.
At this point in the half, yeah.
Yeah. After that, man, it's a costly position. This one's not done. I think Spirit actually know, because of how expensive it was.
It's right there for the taking.
Yeah.
Oho, bolada jota nasreni yaxshi emas.
Man, just grabbing it.
Yep.
11-chi raund boshlandi.
Smoke though got weird.
Communication's hard in that spot.
PR. Qanaqa nakrutka bo'ladi prosmotr.
At best, tying this half, but they'd have to do it with less in this one.
Makes sense to go for it right now with those 5 deaths.
Force buy qilingan Shiro AWPda, Zontix esa 5-7 bilan o'ynaydi. Magic uxlab qolgan hozircha. AWP PR'ni qo'liga o'tdi. AWP PR'ning qo'lida.
I think Maus just want to let him sweat a little bit. We've got ramp control extremely early.
Tinier.
They're also holding for flanks on top of T-roof.
PR. Va bu yerda PR Magic'ni kill qilmoqda, Tinier esa razmenda. 4-3 vaziyat. AWP Torjiga topshirilgan.
Because they've still got one.
Bomba A'ga qaytyapti. A'da Tinier shu yerda bo'lish kerak, adashmasam. Tinier kutib olishi mumkin.
But this SMG up close like this, he's on the fallback.
Shiro aytayotgandir, pulga kuydik. AWPda bitta ham kill qila olmagandan keyin. Tinier.
Obviously Donk would like to get into the mix, but he's still back towards hell.
No one's watching heaven.
Whoa, bu yerda Zelex yaxshi headshot berib oldi.
Donk a little
Zontix. Donk. Zelexdan yana bir hit. Tushunarli. Keyingi raund soqqa yo'q bularda. Puli yo'q bo'ladi keyingi raundda.
Look at Zelex go in this grand finals. Looking like a very underrated aspect of this lineup.
It's been really impressive to watch him grow individually in this project, when at a time we were talking about how PR's inclusion made chemistry look a little awkward. We weren't sure how long it would take. Sometimes, you know, the not newest but second newest piece
Exertiondan Zontiksga ham headshot. 7-4 ko'rinishga yetib kelmoqda hisob. Mouse bilmam, juda kuchli tayyorgarlik ko'rdi menimcha. O'zi ham oshirib borishdi tayyorgarlikda.
They needed another big round from Shiro to save this half. But that op got fully countered after they took ramp control again. That's just been a focus of this T side out of Mouse.
T side that's looking to end on a high note with a scrappy buy coming out of Spirit. It's all that they can muster. Scout, MP9, bare bones utility. A lot of frag grenades. We'll see if they can get value out of that.
Donk.
Donk has
Deal
returned to looking human. 8 kills on a CT side.
Nah, bu raunddan so'ng jamoalar o'rin almashib olishadi. Hozirda ahvol unchalik yaxshi emas Spiritda. Mouse agar bu mapni o'z foydasiga hal qilsa, chempion bo'lib ketadi. Birinchi turnir, ikkinchi mavsumda. Xerchen yoqib yubordi PR bilan birgalikda. Tinir Xerchenga agressiya ko'rsatadimi? Hozircha Xelesatiga 3% jon bilan tirik qolganini ko'rib turibmiz. Tinir 1 HP oldi-ya. 2 HP qoldi yana Xelexda. PR dan chiroyli pik.
And the scout hasn't had a target to shoot at just yet, and that'll remain the same with a smoke in front of him now. Tinir from inside main.
He's been waiting forever for a duel.
Just wants them to make the mistake. He's got a teammate to play off of in Magix with the 5-7.
Tinir birinchi kill, Tinir double kill qilganda balki hammasi o'zgargan bo'lardi, lekin bu yerdan Magixdan double ko'rmoqdamiz. Magix smoke'chida Spinksni ham o't tashladi. Mana bu vibe berishi mumkin lekin jamoaga. Va bizda 3 minutlik pauza bo'ladi. Like bosmaganlar bo'lsa oramizda like'larni bosib qo'yamiz.
Discover where they shall end up. Firstly, we have the so-called A anchor. This fellow is often seen fighting for his life without a lick of support. The window player, an arrogant and egotistical creature. They can often be seen in the pre-game chat, claiming their position in the blink of an eye. Not all are so lucky as to get their desired position. The B anchor, oftentimes the runt of the litter, needed to hold this empty site and ward off predators. Forced to survive on scraps, he can often be found at the bottom of the scoreboard. Here we see the signature characteristic of this oft-forgotten fellow, a key adaptation over millennia. This creature's legs propel them tirelessly and repeatedly to spot any potential foe. As this defensive tribe scramble to defend their territory, they realize they are not alone.
Qanaqa video qo'yib beryapti?
Mirage can hold up to as many as
videoni qaranglar.
at a single time. As we move across its deserted expanse, we arrive at another group of remarkable characters. However, these bloodthirsty devils do not look as amicable as our aforementioned defenders. Their eyes locked on the objective.
Telefonni ozgina pastroq qilib qo'yinglar. Juda baland ovoz eshitilishi ham mumkin.
Of one. Without moving a muscle, we observe one of the players launching a gray metallic canister skyward. The desired outcomes.
Turk legendasi Xissangiz. Men uni albatta A'ga qo'yaman. Menimcha Turk legendasi Xissangiz. Men uni albatta A'ga qo'yaman.
Ovozga qarang. 7 sekund.
Anticipation in the air. A coordinated attack is incoming. A breakneck flurry of utility flies overhead, attempting to disrupt
Turk
the
legendasi
defenders.
Xissangiz.
Could not be higher. And with nothing he can do, the A anchor is flashbanged like a deer in headlights. He decides his best bet is to retreat. No matter how much he cries out for help, support is nowhere to be found.
Turk legendasi Xantares 23 soniya. Qarang aka, o'zi YouTube o'zi kecha nav beradi. Sizga yetib borishigacha 10-15 sekund past pauza ketadi. Shu tomoni ham bor.
No doubt Mao's content with the way the first 12 rounds went down. A 7-round T-side here on Nuke. And barring Ancient, it has not been a formula for Spirit that looks like you can believe in. An uphill battle from here
Ketdik. Bizda 13-round boshlandi.
In this best of 5 grand finals.
Here comes the ultimate test for Team Spirit. They have T-side
7-5 hozircha hisob.
to prove that they can take this to a 5th. Otherwise, there's not going to be much to say for them in this grand finals.
Able to cross the secret.
O'qlar tegmayapti va bu yerda Donk hamda Zontik'dan headshotlar. 5 ga 3 vaziyat. PR
5v3 for this pistol. Could PR possibly shut it down?
PR Magic'dan headshot qabul qilib olmoqda. Xerxin hamda Xelax trik qo'lda, lekin Xerxin qilgan kelgan Magic javob qaytardi. Eng so'nggiroq Xelax hozir Zontik payqaydi uni pozitsiyasini. Bo'ldi. Xelax haqida informatsiya bor. Endi 1 ga 3 raund berib olishmasa kerak a. Endi Depo уже 2-chi ur 13-8 ga yutqizibdi Depo. O, Nurullayev. Tinier, Xelaxni yo'q qilib berdi. Nurullayev, san'at uchun rahmat. Kameramenga alohida respekt deydi. Hech bo'lmasa endi o'qib turaman san'atlarni qo'yildi. Ekranda chiqarmaymiz. Bo'lam shunaqa qilsak.
One time they make that mistake so far this grand finals, but otherwise very clean conversion rate. And they may
Qaramazsak zvuki baland bo'lib ketib qolyapti bularni. Nima deb o'ylaysizlar? Comeback bo'ladimi yoki-da yo'q? Hozircha 7-6 hisob va force buy qilindi. Hujumda balki Spirit o'zini ko'tarib ko'rsatar. 7-6 hisob. 7-7 ko'rinishga olib kelish uchun yaxshigina shans bor. Magix.
And the cross will meet no resistance.
Tinier va Donk. Burada Xerxin Tinierni minus qilib beradi, lekin Donk va Magic'dan tezkorlik bilan razmerlar. Mana bu 5-7 juda xavfli. Mana bu 5-7 juda xavfli edi-yu. Shiro xavflarni hammasini yo'q qilib berdi. Eng so'nggiroq Torji Magic'dan headshot 7-7.
One casualty for Tinier to have to stomach as Spirit tie this game at 7 rounds apiece.
They kind of get stuck in setup sometimes, and they're missing some of the follow through. Just
Sob
simply getting 2 players out to
bizda.
3 players out in a row, and if they lose a kill, they can get jumbled up. Spirit there, they even make a mistake of leaving the bomb. I mean, it doesn't matter right now, but if any of the kills had gone back and forth, it totally ruins your structure. If someone has to now leave, everybody gets distracted. Those are the things that need to be neat and tidy.
15-round boshlandi. Zontix
They do still come into this.
full pistoletlarda himoyalanishlarga to'g'ri keladi endi mouse dazolari. Spinks, Magix.
Not saying the odds are anywhere close to Mouse's favor. But they can make it.
Magix oldinda yurishda davom etmoqda.
Really just hoping to make it expensive.
It's honestly like you've just got.
Makten zo'r qurol. Maktenda ko'p ish qilsa bo'ladi. Hozir agressiyani ham Maktenda davom ettirsa, Ekoga qarshi yaxshi ishlab beradi. 2-0 dan comeback qilganlar ko'p bo'lgan.
Looking like just the right amount of utility here. Like I see ramp is totally open.
Magix.
Magix is here calling rotations.
Just a USP though.
Easy kill. Maktenda Torjini tutib oldi va B ga bemalol kirib kelishlari mumkin, lekin yaqin igroklar bor, ularga xalaqit qilishga harakat qilib ko'rishadigan. Xerxin, Spinks, hattoki Xelax ham yetib keldi. PR dan boshqa hamma shu yerda.
Mouse are going to have to hope that that first gun round on the other side of this one can stop Spirit's
PR
momentum.
har
Because
round
Spirit with
o'libdi deydi.
momentum
Qani 14-da har bitta roundda o'libdi. Spinks Magic minus qilib berdi va Makten bor uning qo'lida.
We haven't had the scariest version of Spirit today in this grand final.
Lekin Zontix unga save qilishga chans qoldirmayapti.
You are allowing them to grow in
PR.
confidence, giving Donk more and more runway to turn it up for this game.
Bo'ldi, save'ga borishadi. Xelex
No real
qanaqa qilib
price
o'tib bordi?
tags
Tinier
added
hayron
to the
qoldirdi
tally.
lekin meni.
Tinier could still die potentially to the lobby players.
Zershin.
It's all about Zershin and what he can rack up.
Zershin oxirgacha o'ynam. Shaglar har xil joylardan eshitildi. Nu Donk save qilishga qo'yib bermaydi. 8-7 va full buyga qarshi full buy ko'ramiz.
Lots of guns in
Depo
hand.
lose, Depo GG.
It's the early makings of a T side.
Just to start the engine, and now we're going to see about Mouse, because you know, a little bit at the end of Ancient, they kind of just kept
Keyingi
letting them go.
karta
I mean,
bizada
9 rounds, they had a
cash.
lead,
Decider map cash.
and it kind of just vanished. I didn't think too much about it being up 2 maps, having so many good rounds in there to make that lead happen in the first place. And,
16 round.
this one with no kits.
Zershin.
Half armor. But we're talking 2 Galils, a Mac 10 here. That could absolutely make a difference. They were very greedy about getting good guns. Sacked a lot of other
1
things.
daqiqadan ko'proq vaqt bor.
Now they're down to very
Lobbida
little
yaqin va A ga o'ynab yuborishmoqchi. Donk A maindan tortiladi. Raskidlar qilib berildi. Flashlar ham tashlanmoqda. Miroslav Zontix kirib kelishni boshlayapti. Spinksning pozitsiyasi juda ajoyib va Spinks haqida endi informatsiya bor. Birga o'ynash kerak edi bu jamoa. Nimagadir ko'chadagi iroqlar sekin o'ynashdi. Shu sababli ham ularning maqsadi B ga kirish bo'lgan ekan. PR uchun yaxshigina chans. PR double kill. Bomba ham tushib qolgan. Tinier bitta iroqni razmen qila oldi xolos. 2 ga 4 raund davom ettirishga to'g'ri keladi Magic bilan birgalikda. Mouse'da esa hisobni tenglashtirib olish uchun imkoniyat degani bu.
Magix remains outside.
So quite a risky buy here for Mouse, but it looks like they were
Magix.
correct about everything. They have all the good guns. That helped them get
Spinks
their
tomonidan
multi-kills.
tutib olindi.
It looks like they might win this one with 4 up. As they're setting up that upper hit, you see that upper wouldn't have...
Zershin esa Tinierda otib tashlayapti.
They sacked a player to try to get...
Nimaga birga o'ynashmadi, lekin hayron qoldim mana shunisiga to'g'risi.
already wary about the thought that it might be a fake.
Nimaga birga kirishmadi bular?
Totally denied entry.
O'n 7-chi raund boshlandi.
Big investment out of Spirit.
Molik raskilar tashlamoqda. Zontix
Mac 10 at the helm towards the ramp room. And what's that ramp defense look like? It is PR, smoke in front of him, frag on his belt, AK in hand.
IGL Zershin.
PR, but him on ramp, he's put up some very, very good holds.
Oof, utility makes it uncomfortably stuck into this wall. That's fine. He'll regain
Bu yerda PR va Torjidan killlar. Zontix esa PRni razmen qilib bera oldi xolos. Zelexdan Donkga headshot. Pul bo'lmaydi keyingi raund. Bombani o'rnatib ketishga harakat qilib ko'radi Miroslav Zontix. Bu yerda Zontix yaxshigina damage bera oldi Spinksga. No, Zershin o'qishmayapti. Shiro o'ldi degani bu. GGmi deyman ha. Bunaqa ketishda GG.
Yeah, it was 2 full buys there for Spirit. They both failed. Mouse coming up huge on trades, opening kills. Very good rotations. PR does just enough here with Torzi getting there in time. His kills for free.
Zelex, the only CT that has to take a fight alone, and it's on his terms.
Yeah, he's won quite a few duels versus Donk, actually. Surprising amount.
Cohesion on Mouse's camp right now is stellar. And this is Spirit's
it genuinely
final timeout.
Feels like they don't have the firepower to keep up with Mouse right now, which is absolutely insane thing to say.
I think what
I don't
helps...
think there's any other point in history where you could have said that.
Oh, it certainly helps is that you're dealing with all of Mouse's firepower. Look at the kill differential here. From 13 to 11, or 10, all 5 players. And it's kind of felt like that all best of 5 long.
Yeah.
And if you're already lacking in firepower, then pistols sure as hell won't help in this one. Spirit trying to get back to the guns, but it's gonna cost them rounds unless they have something up their sleeve. Very light on the utility here.
Balki raskidlar tashlab berilmoqda.
There's a cache of them.
Magic.
Single smoke turns into 3. They try to play behind that wall.
Smokelar ketma-ketligi Exertion.
But it gets spotted by this garage position.
Ko'chada hozircha hech kimni payqab qolganicha yo'q. Lekin Deagle va ikkita Tech9ga ishonishlari ham mumkin bu yerda agar Donk yana bir aql bovar qilmas, highlight ko'rsatadigan bo'lsa. Yo, Torji, timinglar bu yerda Torjining zararga ishlaydi va Tinier mainga yaqin kelib olgan. O, Tinier Exertion'ni tutib oladimi deyman. Tinierdan headshot ko'rdi. Torjidan miss. Lekin PR razmen qilib berdi. Nu chalg'itdi Tinier yetarlicha va bomba o'rnatiladi. Retake qilishga harakatlar boshlanmoqda. Bu yerda Zontik Zexalexni yuz qilib beradi va Galilni olib endi jamoasiga yordamga borishi mumkin. Save qilishadimi yoki da retake qilishadimi? Eng qiziq joyiga yetib keldik biz. Save. Pistoletlar bilan qanaqa o'ynash kerakligi ko'rsatib berildi.
A sequence of errors
Torji.
make Mouse's jobs so much harder than they have to be here on Nuke.
Magics'ni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Nu o'lib ketsa ham farqi yo'q endi bu igroklar, chunki maqsadga erishdi-da.
They're literally making this as hard as possible. The most free round so far for Mouse.
Dopi bo'ladi aniq. Dopi bo'lsa undan ham zo'r bo'ladi.
I mean, Tinier knew this fight was coming his way, sat here patiently waiting for it. Delivers his.
Va bizda 19-raund boshlandi. Fullbayga qarshi fullbay. Ikkita jamoada ham AWP'lar bor. Donk ozgina o'yin o'xshamayapti. Donk uxlab qoldi. Raskidlar qilib berildi va yana A ga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. Zontiksni sotib yuborishmasa bo'ldi bundan oldingi raunddagidek.
He's going to go for this.
Spinks.
He's trying to make a move happen and he's
Donk.
going to find that perfect timing.
Tushunarli hammasi. Smoke ichidan timinglarni ushlab chiqib kelgandan qarang. Spinks bugun timinglar qiroli degan nomni olmasa bo'ldi. Orqasida pichoqda kelsa ham orqasiga qarab qoladi. Raqib jamoa chapga qaragan payti o'ng tomondan chiqib keladi. Magics.
They don't pop open the smoke. They don't go for the spam. Yeah. Nothing they can do to really interrupt this other than just dump ammo. And they decide not to, so it's Spirit with the
Secretda sekinlik bilan B ga tortilishmoqda. B da himoyada hech kim yo'q, faqat rampdan yordamga kelishi mumkin. Boshqa igroklar. Torji hamda Xalex. 5ga 4 vaziyat. Lurkerlik qiladi baribir Zontix. 3 kishi bo'lib kirib kelishadi. Magics. Kirdi. Sayda hech kim yo'q. Smoklar, molotlar, raskidlar tashlab berilgandan so'ng Zontix qani? Shiro. Qanaqadir mis qiladi Shiro deb turibdi ishimda. Chunki ko'p narsa hozir Shiroga bog'liq va Molotov ham tashlab berildi eng qiziq. Uni pozitsiyasiga lekin Shiro Torjini yo'q qilib berdi. Zontixdan ham razmen bor, Xershon headshot bermoqda bu yerda. Spinks Zontixni yo'q qiladi. Magics clashda. Ikkita low igrokka qarshi Magics. Mouse'ning 10-raundi. Nice try.
That would have been easy for Magics if he got that first frag. Both players one bullet away from death.
That one, such a razor's edge
Anonim donat qilyaptilar. Rahmat donat uchun Anonim. Endi uzr ko'rilmayapti donatingiz. Ko'rilsa shovqini baland bo'lib ketadi. Spirit GG. Balki comeback ko'ramiz. Qayerdan bilasiz?
That's a crazy win for Mouse. I mean, win on an eco as much as you want, but
Zontex qanaqa o'lganini ko'rsatmadi bizga.
There's 3 rounds that they won
O'yin paytida.
And we'll find out about this one.
Round vaqtida ko'rmadik Zontexga nima bo'lganini.
Spirit only won once on their second buy. This one's the weakest of all.
Just can't be afraid of winning these rounds. You know it's a recent wound with as many times as it's happened in this map. The guns like these.
Bo'ldimi? O'yinda yutqizdi bo'ldimi? Depo yana ikkinchi o'rinni $2,500 bilan qaytishadi ortga. $2,500 shu biletlarning pulida. Uni o'ylab qarasa, bilet, yashash, 6 ta odamga ketadigan, 6-7 ta odam ketadigan rasxodlarining puli. VRS ochkoda ham yaxshi ketayotgandi-ya bolalar. Spinksdan qayerga? Aytgancha, FV Skinsda yangi skinlar tashlandi. Если что, biz baribir meni ehtimolim bo'yicha yana comeback ko'ramiz Spiritdan. Shuning uchun bir kirib pulli skin olaman deb qo'ygan bo'lsangiz sotib olishingiz mumkin. Donk Zelexni killiga rasman qilib berdi, lekin boy boshiga o'tishini shapatlab tashlashdi Donkni. 7 HP bilan tirik qolgan. Tinier borib qasos olmoqchi buning uchun.
There's been so much noise. See if they come clear this. Tanir's going to take his time.
Timing. Tinierdan zo'r headshot. Magix ko'rdi. Lekin bu yerdagi hero'ni bilishmayapti. Shiro o'tib berdi. Torji ham orqadan yetib kelgan va Shiro clashda endi. Birga bir clash Torjiga qarshi. Torjida qayerga smoke flash hammasidan bor.
Has to be the clutch.
What's the play, Torji? A lot of grenades. Shiro's got the time.
Qayerga keladi hozir? Yo, fake emas.
So the potential for him to have repositioned is real, and Shiro knows it, but he still seems worried about Heaven.
Jimgina ko'rayim kelyapti nimagadir mana shu clashni. Torji sekinlik bilan aylanib o'tdi bu yerda. Torji smoke ham bor, flash ham bor. Qayerga uning qo'lida?
Information offered over. He is sitting on top of the hut.
Is that door closed?
Flashbang not thrown. Torji still hanging onto that smoke. Is going to drop it on the bomb.
Flash.
Flash out from Shiro.
Hali defuse qilayotgani yo'q. Fake. Yana bir qayerga yaxshi razve beradi bu. 30 HP. Shiro yutdi bu clashni. Aqli bilan yutdi, aim bilan yuta olmasa ham. Portlab ketadi ikkiroq ham. Hisob tenglashdi.
Yes, and off the clutch that goes Spirit's way. Torsi looked like he was moving really confident, but as soon as he gave Shiro all that space, I feel like he actually didn't know how to deal with that situation. Not even sure what he shot off of after he did his first tap. And so we have a map now where it's Shiro top of the board here for Spirit. He had a great first half.
Man, he's
clutch
still
in the second. Yeah, it's like his own smoke, and he's like shooting at
What's crazy is the flash comes out from Squeaky,
yeah,
and he's still watching the hut smoke.
Another J.R. Smith moment.
Like bosib qo'yamizmi bu round uchun? Chota o'yin yonib ketyapti. Borgan sari, ha, overtime ga qarab ketyapmiz.
Man,
overda hidi bor. Bor.
At this point, he'd just be getting
Общий счет hozircha 2-1 Mouse oldinda общий счетda.
But man, props to Tanir to be able to find that gap, that space to close the distance into Heaven.
U $12,000 teng yarmi birinchi o'ringa beriladi. 6,000. Qolgani keyin boshqa o'rinlarga bo'lib beriladi. Nechadir foiz qilib. Deponi o'tgan turnirini so'radilar shunga. Zarshan
It's Shiro who again in a critical moment.
Shiro raskidlar tashlab berilmoqda.
Getting his impact, winning his clutches and remaining at the top of the scoreboard for Spirit.
Malik.
This one goes to money, Mouse. Did you give up too many easy rounds this game is going to be the
Magix
question.
11 killda to'xtab qo'yapman. Voy, yana Donk tutib olishadi bular. Bechora Donk o'ldi-da hozir mana. PR informatsiya yetkazib qochishini qaranglar. Qochish PR. Spirit yuguryapti orqangdan va Prefire bilan Donk yo'q qilib berdi. Tiner tomonidan razmen bor. Chap tomon tekshirilmasa agar Spinks bosh o'g'ri bo'lib beradi. Ancha Spinks bilan kirgan ham Tiner javob qaytara oldi. 3-3 vaziyat va hozir Zerchin Magic'ni yo'q qilgandan so'ng 2 kishi bo'lib qoladi Spirit jamoasi a'zolari. Tiner hamda Zontix 3 kishiga qarshi.
Yeah, just never moving from that spot, even after hearing everybody run down secret after PR.
But with that passive hold meant a gap towards the ramp room that Zontix
Zontix.
This is where the hard reads and the creativity come out.
O'yinni o'qib bilish boshlandi. Timinglar Zerchin. Zelix. Tiner ace clutchmi? 20 HP jon bilan. 20 sekund vaqt. Torji yetib kelgan allaqachon. Rampda turib olgan.
Maybe he sneaks away across the site.
Moltf bor.
Lucky to do so. Not much time remaining.
Torji tutdi. Torji tutdi uni. 11
is gone here for Spirit. It was both teams up against the economy playing for this 11.
That's bone dry in the pocketbooks. That's Spirit who came into that round with 2 Mac 10s after the Shiro clutch because he even died.
Bo'ldi, o'yinni yutqizdi deganlar. Plus, yo'q, hali o'ynaymiz. Ya'ni Spirit comeback qiladi deganlar minus qoldiramiz. Qani. Qaysi komandaga ishonayotganlar ko'p ekan oramizda bilib olamiz shunda. Plus minus. Komment yoza olmayotgan bo'lsangiz, obuna bo'lib, sразу followda bosganingizda sразу qo'shilasiz. Yana mana shu mapdan keyin chiqib ketmanglar, bitta skin rozigrish qilib o'ramiz MK ga.
Full investment here for Spirit.
MK ga rozigrish ham bo'ladi. Strimni o'zida.
Championship point.
Plus minusli ko'payib ketib bo'ldi.
Not a rifle in sight.
O'qib bo'lmas ekan buni ichida.
But also where they've done some of their best work.
Makten Tech9lar bilan force buy qilishgan. Mana bu round Spirit uchun suv va havodek zarur. Agar bu round qo'ldan boy berilsa, keyingi round GG'da bemalol aytsa bo'ladi. Va Tiner birinchi kill amalga oshirib bermoqda, lekin bu yerda Spinks triple kill har bitta igrokni juda tezkorlik bilan tutib oldi. 18 ga 11 kadi.
Spinks slays.
Spinks yaltiradi o'zi ham bugun.
18 frags, a fantastic final.
In a map where there have been so many rounds.
Magic'ni yutinganini ko'rdinglar. Bitta chuqur yutinib oldi-ku. Oh, yana bittadan. Kamron. Spinks dot o'rish kerak. Rahmat Kamron donat uchun sizga.
Looking to lock in their 12th. 2 championship points on the other side of this ramp hold.
Miss shot Torjidan.
There's very little to lose here for Spirit.
Shiro.
2 pistols. A push down as bomb gets chucked over for Magic's responsibility. But
Spinks
as he goes and scoops that up.
Bombani o'rnatib ketsa.
P250 challenge denied and now no bomb plant for Shiro.
Match point. Mouse jamoasi chempionligi uchun atiga bitta round qoldi.
In the end, 2 chances to shut it down in Malta.
And they win the easy one. They get the filthy multi-kill. It's such crisp rifle work out of Spinks. Oh my goodness. I mean, you can't tell if it's Spinks, Zelix, PR who are getting multi-kills like that. They're all so sharp. And because Spirit invested like that, didn't get a bomb plant, 2 back-to-back rounds. This time for all the marbles. Again, not a single rifle.
Mau's in a grand finals that starts with 2 stomps.
23 round.
In this best of 5, show us evolution in a question mark that was Dust 2. 3 weeks of practice.
Zerchin. Ko'rdi. Magic'ni boshini ko'rdi va Zerchindan headshot. Pistoletlarda qolishgan.
Just different looks outer to try and solve this problem.
Sen zem xo'p. Ularni uyiga yubor. Ularni uyiga yubor deb muxlislar baqirishyapti. Ha, tiltda bu jamoa. Menimcha Gaga. Donk 12 ta killda muzlab qolgan. Magic ham 11 ta killda qotib qolgan. Bilmadim, Donkga umuman o'yin berishmadi bular.
And this one might come towards PR. We'll see.
Ancient'dan boshqa. Prosta rozыгрышga men tushunmayman. Hozir nechta g'olibni aniqlaydi bu? Voy, Donk, Zelixga qanaqa hit berganini ko'rdinglarmi? PR'da desa double kill Spinks. Zontixni yo'q qilib bermoqda 5 HP'da tirik qolyapti Donk. Ketdi. 67 raqamini qoldiringlar, o'shanda g'olib bo'lishinglar mumkin. Va bu yerda chempion nomi aniq. Mouse jamoasi 3-1 hisobida Spiritusdan g'alaba qozonib chempion bo'lib ketyapti. 67 raqamini yozib qoldirganlar qatnashadi rozыгрышda. Va biz keyin Telegram kanaliga o'tib olamiz skinlar sotib olish uchun va ks2.uz saytida esa hozir birgalikda bir 10-15 daqiqa ozgina chill qilib olamiz. Bular kubikni ko'tarishsin. Shuni ko'rib olaylik hech bo'lmasa. Aydanet ishlamay qoldi aka, aydanet ishlamay qoldi. No, tirikchilik ishladi, o'sha tirikchilikda. Mana Loyihada donatlari hammasi ko'rinib turibdi. Anonimni yozganlari. Faqat tirikchilik ishladi. Qani kubikni ko'tarishsin qani. Agar 67 deb raqam yoza olmayotgan bo'lsangiz, kanalga obuna bo'lib qo'ying. YouTube kanaliga obuna bo'lgandan ko'rsatdi sizga. Va mouse ancha bo'lgandi kubikni ko'tarmaganiga bular. Chempion bo'lib ketishdi. Opa! Gap bo'lishi mumkin emas. Mouse, mayli. Unlucky Team Spirit. Futbolga ham yordam bermadi ularga. Futbolga ham yordam bera olmadi. Telegram kanalida yangiliklar ham tashlab boriladi. Endi bilganlar biladi o'z Telegram kanalimizda obuna bo'lib qo'yamiz. No, mayli, nima ham derdik. Hammasi kubikni ko'tarib tursin. Mana bu giveawayda chat yaxshi ko'rinmayapti-yu, lekin choose winner qilib tanlaymiz g'olib nomini. Birgalikda. Yana 1 minut qoldi. 1 minutdan keyin aniqlaymiz. Follow tashlaysizlar kanalga, shuni subscribe bo'lganinglardan chatda yozishinglar mumkin. Men sizlarga Xrustalni MK beraman. Ya'ni karigini ishlatadigan MKni o'ynaveramiz. Yokida Nightmare. O'zlaringiz tanlab olasizlar любойni. Ikkalasidan bittasini. Ks2'da nima gap ekan? Ks2'ga kiramiz hozir birgalikda. Kirib 1-15 minut o'ynaylik yana. Bolalar bilan duelda o'tishamiz. Ketdik, follow, obuna bo'lamiz, sразу qatnashamiz, sразу giveawayda. Bo'ldi, davay, rozыгрышni o'ynayveraman. To'xtatamiz, stop, hammamiz to'xtaylik yozishdan. Mana bu agar giveawayni ishlata olmasammi 67 raqam bilan. Bitta odam aniqlab bermasa, ya'ni. Yutgan odam Telegram username'ini tashlaydi. Agar bitta odam aniqlab bermasa, Telegramda qilaveraman, xo'pmi? Oldindan aytib qo'yay. Если что, Telegramda qilaveramiz. Qani ketdik. Yutgan odam Telegram username'ini tashlaydi. Stop, chat, to'xtatamiz yozishda akalar. Farruh Hasanov 67 deb yozyaptilar. Farruh Hasanov g'olib bo'ldingiz. 67 deb yozmang Farruh aka. Farruh Hasanov mana hammada ko'rinib turibdi nima yozayotganliklari. Undan ko'ra username bering, Telegram username'ni bering va hozir sizga qaysi imkon yutganingizni ko'rsataman. Bu tomonga o'tkazib olay hammasini. Joylarni almashtirib olaylik. Mana Farruh Hasanov turibdi akkauntlari. Играть. Telegram username'ingizni bering. Farruh aka. Uyga kirib ketib qoldik. Farruh VIP. Farruh aka qarang. Sizni yozganingiz menda ko'rinib turibdi. Hozir sizga qaysi skinni tanlashingizni ko'rsataman, tanlovlar. Bitta o'zim qaray, o'zim qaysi o'ynagim kelsa o'shani qalay olib qolay aka. Yo'q demang. Men Nightmare'da o'ynayman. Ikkalasida ham o'ynayman. Mana bu MK yutib oldingiz aka. Statreki bor ekan buni aka, indamang bunga. Mana buni yutib beray. Tanlang aka, bo'yin tanlang. Xohlasangiz mana Statrekiga. Lekin buni bergim kelmayapti aka, to'g'risi. Bering mana shuni o'ynayverang, olib keting. Xo'p deng. Trade link bering aka, tashlab o'raman sizga. Telegramdan yozaman birinchi o'rinda. Farruh VIP. V isi 1 bilan ekan.
Hozir Farruh. Shift minus VIP. Chiqmadingiz aka? Ha, I bilan ekan deydilar endi. Farruh VIP. Farruh, ha, topdim aka. Hozir kirgansiz. Trade link. Bo'ldi aka, trade linkni bering, sizga MKS tashlab yuboraman. Hozir esa KS2 serveriga kirib ozgina ochishaylik bizlar bir bolalar bilan. Onlayn kompyuterning oldida turganlar bormi? Kimdir onlayn bo'lib, kompyuterning oldida turgan bo'lsa, serverga kiramiz. Duelda уже yetarlicha odamlar bor. Davay, yana o'sha AIM map kartasiga kiramiz. AIM mapni men connectdan tashlayman, birinchi bo'lib o'zim kirib olay. Hozir hamma joyim ekran bo'lib ketib qoldi mana bu yerda. Uni giveaway uchun rahmat hammaga. Farruh VIP akamiz yutib oldi. Yana hali rozыгрышlar ko'p bo'ladi akalar. Mana connect tashlab qo'ydim. Connect tashladim. Sayt kz2.uz. Bir pingli server. Replace qo'y. Ketdik, davay. O'yinda o'zini birozgina pasaytirib qo'yamiz. Bitta qo'lda otib qo'ydim akam. Yaxshi, zo'r o'tadigani bo'lsa duelga chaqiraman, qani. Duellashamiz. Mana pichoq ham zo'rda, Kerambek. Rangini qarang. Hunter speak. Bo'ldi, 67 yosh yo'qtatsanglar ham bo'ladi akalar. Ketdik. Pichoqlashamizmi? Pichoqlashamiz. Qanisiz? Ne bu ish raqib topilmayapti. Boshini yorib qo'yaman. Odamlar bormi zo'ri? Bormi zo'ri? Deagle'larda avtomatga qarshi. Chota zo'rla kirmaganmi hali? Hali ham 67 deb yozyapti odamlar. Akalar tugadi, Farruh aka yutdilar. Farruh bin. Tashlab beraman men skinlarini. KS2 bilan nasib bo'lsa yana bitta konkurs qilamiz. VIP skin qo'yib Telegram kanalida. Men ideyam bor shunaqa. Mana aka nima qiladilar? Menga shu admin olishim kerak-da, mana shu yerdan o'ynamaydigan roblarni. Raqib topilmabdi hozircha. O'ynayapmi? Qanaqa skindaligini ko'rolmayman. Tashlab qo'ydim. Bo'ldi, Farruh aka mana streamdan keyin tashlab beraveraman MKSda. Qaranglar. Donk o'xshab, Donk o'xshab, full focus, Donk. Ayimni qarang, ayim bu yoqda ketdi. Pritsel kodini bering. Qayerda turadi crosshair kodi? Mana bu yoqda. Mana crosshair. Kodi bo'lardi pritselda mana shu yerda. Topdim. Bu monisini pritseli. Monisini pritseli bu. Toza van tapa. Juda qiynalib o'tdim lekin. Not today. Kecha not today lan yutganman. Not yet nima bo'ldi menga? Volbang bilan headshot berib o'raman. Notit yugurib o'tirgan Deagle'da. Men bu yoqdaman, notit. Stop. O'qim tugab qoldi. Beshga 5 ta joy bor ekanmi, brat? Joy bo'lsa 5ga 5 ga ketamiz. Men bir qaray. Inferno kartasi har doim bo'sh turadi. Nuke bor ekan. Davay, nuke kiraylar bo'lmasa, hamma birdan kiraylik faqat. Hamma birdan kirsak yaxshi-da. Har doim Inferno bo'sh turadi nuke bilan. Das Mirage o'ynaydi hamma. Cho'tin nuke dama Donkga o'ynash. Kesh? Ну, давай kesh. Nimagadir keshga o'tib ketib qoldim. Nuke kopiya qildim o'zi. Ну, давай, farqi yo'q menga. Keshda ham o'ynayveraman. Mr. Baha kirdi. Yaxshi. O'yin qizaydimi deyman, ha, Mr. Baha. Kesh bo'lsa kesh o'ynaymiz-da. Aytgancha, o'yin tugab bo'lgan. Mana bu tekstga qaramay, e'tibor qilmanglar. FPS da joy bor. FPS skachat qilganmi hamma? Skachatga qo'yib qo'yinglar, eslaysiz-ku? Brat, zvukni yo'qmaganman, xafa bo'lmaysiz, chotga emas. Birinchi raund boshlandimi? Shuncha 100 ta o'ynagan skillim qayerga ketdi-man? Nimaga hech kim yo'q ada? Bitta ig'roq qoldi. Oy, nimaga men o'tolmayapman? Yana bitta odam kirsa bo'ldi ekan bizga. Baga o'ynayman. O'tolmaganam qaraydi oqar. Nimaga o'qladim? Nechta kill qilaman? 110 bitta o'ldirmoqman. Da yurtdi. Romadan lekin men yozgandim. Aka, onlayn bo'lib turmaysizmi? Endi hech narsa qila olmayman-da, kimga chiqdi bilaman, aka. Ketdik. Yana bitta o'ynaymiz esingizdan, mana tugatib olaylik qani. Nima utility olmadim. Men duel o'ynayman deb o'ylayman-da, hali ham miyamda to'g'risi. Bunday ko'pchilik bizda-ku, ha? Stream snipe bo'lmasin lekin, ey. Mujik bo'linglar. Tırs boşum hata oldu. FPS oynayarak. Skachatga berib qo'yaman FPS'da. Rozirish g'olibi aniqlab bo'lindi aka. Video olishim kerak bitta. Qayerda o'ynayapti o'zi bular? O'sha tez kelyapsizlar. FPS sketchat qilish kerak. Ketdik da FPS karta ekrolinglar bo'lmasa. Bunaqa kartani hali ko'pchilik o'ynab ko'rmagan oramizda. Уже odamlar bor ekan. Mayli. Saytda reklamasi. Flashbang logotipini qo'yib qo'yaylikmi shu? Yana hamma A ga o'ynayapti. B yo'qdi o'ylayapti mana shu odamlar.
Flashbang. Throwing a grenade.
Oh, 16 HP. Tegman manam bratga. Naushnikim o'chdi. Bu yomon. Kabelini qayerga qo'ygandim-e? Biz naushnik, davay. Biz naushnik davom etamiz o'yinni. Qo'shing, bratim. Hech narsani eshitmayman. Ichib qo'yaman lutch. Degan pachka. Kim yutdi? Mouse yutdi. Nima qilyapti? Orqadan otib qo'yishadi. Mouse yutdi, mouse. Kompuch bola. Endi aka, siz uchun mana bu yerga ham olib o'tdim odamlar. FPS plus deysiz, FPS'im tushib ketganda-ku, mana 240 FPS deyman. FPS minus emasmi? Donk stilida o'tib berardim-ku, tepaga chiqolmayman, unaqa sakrolmayman hali. Hali yosh. Yana ado. joyiga qo'yib ketdim. Men ishlayman lekin hech narsa.
Throwing flashbang.
Info. Qayerdan eshitaman infoni? Ko'ra olmayman aka. Kitchenda bo'lmayman-da. Boshida qaranglar, ulgurdimmi yo'qmi? Ulgurdim.
There you go.
Zaderski YouTube o'zida bo'ladi. Menda 00 turibdi Zaderski. YouTube o'zini Zaderskasi. Bir ikki qotib qolishlar bo'lsa o'rtada qolib ketmasligi uchun. Spirit GG bo'ldi.
Throwing fire. Deploying flashbang.
Aga, flashim. Yo, flashim lekin ta'sir qildi mana bu yo'lda. Aga o'tib berdim, o'zi ham flash. Akalar o'zlaringiz o'ynanglar, men video olishim kerak, video olishim kerak. Shuning uchun rahmat hammaga, stream uchun, hamma narsa uchun. Kezikku saytiga ham kirib birgalikda maza qilib o'ynaganimiz uchun ham rahmat akalar. Men reels chiqarishim kerak, sizga YouTube qo'ydi chunki. Shunaqa gaplar bo'ldi. Charchamanglar, sog' bo'linglar, nasib bo'lsa ko'rishamiz hali. Yavlajon, yana bitta o'ynaydi chatar. Yana bitta round o'ynaydi deb qoldi qanaqa.
Throwing fire.
Bola chuchmaygan, ha, umuman. Kelishini qaranglar, katta bitta bor.
Moving the bomb.
Rozg'irish o'tkazib bo'ldik-ku.
That's the way we do it.
Rozg'irish o'tkazib bo'ldik. Bu hayot seni menga ber. Qo'shib shirin farzandlar.
Flashbang. Scout, noskop, dimni orasidan. Gaga. Charchamanglar akalar, stream uchun rahmat, sog' bo'linglar, nasib bo'lsa hali ko'rishamiz. Cho'chimanglar, umuman. Sog' bo'linglar. Video qol. Qanaqa video?